более как долго время. Поджог время, фильм тай, продан за рубль. Селедка найт, селедка большого. Секс спрятан в тумбах, водка, греческий салат. Я не Санта-Кумб, перестрелю халат. Позвонили, ожидания выше крыши, отжимания. Помню, тихо, вставай на лыжи. Время от времени дышит, иногда засуха, иногда со всех сторон летит запасы за пазухой. Похуй тренды, съемки арены, пили у тендеры, наборы джентльмены. Кебаб, хумус, репертуар чист для баб ура. Лишь бы усадить ее анус, то туру шире улыбку. Тем шире раздвинут ноги, чем чище наличка, тем больше налоги. И лестницы, коридоры, с упорных в опорных. Осталось в прошлом, 23 под подошвой. Изжоги ножки, сложные выводы, сложные щиба, там, где не светят выгоды. Петли кредиторы, свары и споры, доставить надо, но не положили приборы. Хоккей мы за плечом, шутеры, скорые. Акинь, свин, щегол, красный, черный. Не расслабляйся даже, когда долго время. Тем более, когда долго время. Поджог время, сделан в Китае, продан за рубль. Не идет на канале, селедка большого.
Welcome in early heads, welcome in early heads. Hope you're all doing mighty fine. We will be starting in a few. This is an eternal classic. Eternal classic.
Секта в каранте граунд, с одной головы соседи на весь пух и прах. Все с одного ребра и одна сатана, а в глаза бела пелена. До сорта пена бела брызжет, кипит буйна голова. Да моя яма глубже рва, два надреза по три шва. Сочетает расправа здесь в синей форме орава. И железные оковы, да на руки рукава. Терпей буйна голова, да терпей буйна голова. Пряник, ну да булава, судва конти дерева. Мякиш хлеба, чай, халва, да терпей буйна голова. Да наломала коль трава, буйна голова. Заварила каши с маслом, расхлебали мусора. Два патрона, три пера, три прихлопа, два жмура. Ключ от бура на карман, мне вышли вон хозяева. Здесь рулит буйна голова, буйна голова. Здесь главный буйна голова, да буйна голова. А когда буйна голова закипала на развал, да струйно дым валил по трубам и гудела вся тюрьма. Да три прута и два кола, парку колокола.
Welcome in early heads, welcome in early heads.
Буйна голова, да баба, буйна голова. Буйна голова, здесь главный буйна голова. Буйна голова и тащит буйна голова. Буйна голова, да буйна голова. Да буйна голова, да.
Comrade Crip, thank you very much. It's okay, put Jameson in my coffee. It's 10:30 a.m. here. It is very okay, my friend, unless you need to drive. Unless you need to drive. Because, as we all know, it's a happy nation. Oh yeah. Songs you play remind me of my childhood. My uncle would drive me around in his GMC Yukon, and the seats always smelled of Marlboros. It was the best. Well, there's a reason they call me Unc. The people's Unc. But not as ideal. Living in a happy nation. Thank you, Darkwing Cuck, for starting us out with that very, very kind tip. Thank you very much, my friend.
Tell her we've gone too far. Tell her we've gone too far. Come through and I will dance with you.
Anybody subscribe to Monthly Review? I will be interviewing somebody from the Monthly Review very soon, actually. The world indeed is small for us red fuckers. Well, I don't know if they're from the Monthly Review, but they post in the Monthly Review. Oh, there's Swedish people in here. Well, let me finish you off with one song. One of my mother's favorites. Oh yeah, we're going old school, baby. Ooh. It might be Monday, but that doesn't mean your life has to end. For your boy Hugo is right here to keep you company. God, I think I was a radio DJ in the past life. It's Tuesday for some, but it's still Monday for me, baby. I don't know, in my brain. Welcome in, chatters. Welcome in, chatters. Thank you for Darkwing Cut, Comrade Crip, and Alex and Italics for starting us out with some subscriptions and some gifties. It is your boy Hugo, and I am motherfucking back for yet another beautiful, beautiful stream with you, beautiful, beautiful motherfuckers. It is Tuesday, or as we have titled it in this stream, it is Monday Part 2. Indeed, it is Monday Part 2. As always, if anybody in chat has died since the last stream, which was on Sunday, so if you died on Monday, please tell us that you are dead, because for sure, Twitch exists both in heaven and in hell. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're all doing mighty, 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 mighty fine. Jazz hands, jazz fingers. They're jazzy fingers, indeed. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today is going to be one of the more chill. We're still going to talk politics. We're still going to talk philosophy and so on. But it's going to be proper internet pilled, okay? I want edgy YouTube essays. I want conversations about entire parts of the world that are oversimplified. I want to talk reactionary girl bosses. I want to talk everything that makes Yugopnik Twitch a little bit more special than some other places. Not better, just a little bit more special, because here we are the so-called shitbag left and we talk about whatever we fucking feel like talking about, and not without ever threading some sort of border of decency. Welcome, Meg Jin. Thank you for the 7 consecutive months and 10 total months. It is very nice to see you, my friend. I died in days ago, but just rose in 3 days. Yeah, very good. Welcome back, Crip Jesus. Nicole Rudolph made a video about the development of capitalism and hobbits. And hobbits, wasn't there like a theory that the hobbits from Lord of the Rings are actually fascists? Like the hobbits from Lord of the Rings are like a fascist utopia. I never got into the argument. It sounds a bit wacky to me, but who the fuck knows? Oh, and I got a new thing. I told you that I ordered a thing. You want to see the thing? You want to see the thing? Oh, baby, baby. It is Gorgeos. Okay, it is Gorgeos. It is Gorgeos. Look at this thing. It is very beautiful, okay? It's got a stock that goes in. It is small, compact, easy to go in. It is so pretty. So pretty. It is so pretty. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. It is so sharp everywhere. Like it's the opposite of the Vector. This thing is so difficult to use without actually wearing gloves, because like it's just gonna cut your skin on every fucking corner of the general equilibrium. It's got a weird placement for this. I gotta get the shit here, but I've seen a lot of Russians and Ukrainians in the war actually use it here. It's a 74U with it's a modern 74 AK-74 with a AK-47 magazine. It is a very, 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 very large mag, and it's pretty. There you go. Your tax money to an extent. No, this I bought from my own money. This I bought with the program money. But yeah, it's very pretty, and now I'm going to be like very, very tactical on the fields of battle that I sometimes enter. But yeah, I just want to brag. Look at how clean this thing is. Whoa, sorry, Jesus. The JT sanctioned this picture. You would be surprised by how many firearms JT actually has. So yeah, you guys like it? Is it a pretty pew-pew or is it a shitty pew-pew? I don't know. I really like it. It's got the muzzle. It's very pretty. It's kind of low-key pretty. I don't know. It's very aesthetica. Very pretty. I don't know. I'm a fan of Car 98K. I am as well. JT is from Texas, of course. Yes. Make it pink. I was thinking about making this pink. Unironically, making this pink and making one of the mags pink. It would be very pretty. So nice, but your hollow is the wrong way around. Though these are very weird. Unfortunately, it is not. These are very weird. This is how it came. Okay, like this way, it just fucks with the. It's very, very bad. Okay, like this, no. But are you telling me it's like actually that's how it's supposed to be? Then the design is very horrible. I got it for $30. It's basically fake, just for aesthetics. if I am to be honest. Ugh. I gotta either like have some of these here, like a rail, but it's going to be interesting. I'm gonna make it pretty. I'm gonna make it even prettier. I'm gonna girlify it. Okay, I'm gonna girlify the shit out of it. And also, I'm gonna exchange this because it's low key ugly and it really hurts on the, you know, on here. It's too small for my shoulders. Should I add glitter as well? Yeah, I'll add glitter. So you like it? I'm glad, chat. I'm very glad. I'm very glad. There we go. We're gonna leave it in the back so it chills with us. Get it some stickers, some little rainbows, some unicorns, some trans flags. What the fuck not? What the fuck not? Are those Chinese cigarettes behind you? Yes. I smoke Chinese cigarettes. I really like them. Only when, you know, I like to chill. Does this count as culture? Which one, my friend?
I'm Vladimir. Welcome to my mausoleum.
This is Vladimir Lenin. His embalmed corpse, on display in Moscow, is 101 years old. And word on the street is that corpse has been saying, "Where is my Architectural Digest home tour video? I want that Walton Goggins upstate New York hunting lodge vibe. I want that Dakota Johnson lime bowl.
I love limes. I love them.
I want
So is this a YouTube channel that like only deals in corpses? That's fucking fascinating. Only deals in corpses. It's a whole channel dedicated to corpses, and it has 2 million subscribers. Well, I'm fucking jealous that I didn't think of that. Oh my god, this is Def Culture. It is. She a freak. Yeah, in a good way or in a bad way. Yeah, she just talks about death. Well, I guess she's not going to be surprised when it comes. Retweet this shit. Like this shit. I deleted after a stream, so it's not going to fuck with your algorithm. Let's get as many new child soldiers in here as possible. Please, I would really appreciate it. It's pretty funny launch tweet. This is what the new like Hall of Fame in the White House is going to be, looking like, and people are just attaching it to different Asian-style restaurants because it literally looks like it's straight out of an Asian-style restaurant. Thank you, Axel Axonon, you beautiful fucking fat-assed motherfucker. Thank you for 11 months. Thank you very much. Mother's Basement is a really good video about the politics of One Piece and that Hassan has seen. Okay. You guys recommended it more than a few times. I'll watch it, but I have a far more, more up to date shit that we're gonna go through today that I think is going to be fucking phenomenal, which is Gatsu's Europe video. But let's start out with the ultimate rising girl boss, the woman that was sad exactly 3 days and $3 million after her husband's untimely passing. Erika Kirk, the new Kirk. Should somebody Photoshop Kirk's head on Erika Kirk? I think that would be edgy. That would be very edgy. I love how they really thought that they could stop the internet from making fun of that guy dying. And now like 80% of all tweets on Twitter is the pig guy, which I find very funny. That's like 50%. I even made the pig guy my Telegram profile, but the decked out pig guy, this pig guy. That's my favorite pig guy. This is low-key literally me, okay? Here I was roasting some anti-Slav bullshit, but yes, literally me, bro. I fucking love it. I love it. So this is like 50% of Twitter right now, and the other 50% is pasting Charlie Kirk's face on someone. So it's... yeah, they didn't manage to make jokes about their new saintly figure, which I wouldn't be surprised if they make a saint in some of the American sect churches. Charlie Kirkoro, Charlie Kirkorino, et cetera, et cetera. But now we're going to talk about his wife because she is taking on the mantle of being the main Kirk in town. She's going to Kirk everybody. Have you seen the Hassan stream of China? You plan on sharing some videos of your trip? I have a post on Instagram about my trip, It was absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, I saw some. He went like at an absurdly early time to Tiananmen Square. Yeah, I just saw that. And some like right-wing idiots being like, oh, why did the police go and talk to Hassan? It's because there's a bunch of people fucking recording something on what I think was a national holiday during the fucking raising of the flag, showing like some memes and shit. So of course they're gonna like be extra careful. The most taboo place in the entirety of China that is like most overseen by authorities is literally Tiananmen Square. So I completely get why that would happen. His chat went racist and phobic. Really? I mean, that's fucking weird. Not in my chat. And his community is so large that there's always going to be weird fuckers in there that have nothing to do with the actual OG community. Damn, she kirked me. Just seeing her face made my neck explode from Chuck overdose. I'm once again asking, did Miss Yugopna get any makeup in China? You can't ignore the girlies like this. Yes, I think she did. She did. She got a bunch of like skin products and some makeup. I believe she did. We're planning on bringing Hakeem on stream. Maybe. I have to organize it. Hakeem is not really for streams because he calls for the death of someone every 5 seconds. So he's gonna get me banned in 2 seconds. I got him once on stream and I had to literally cut it short because he immediately started saying, we should shoot this and we should shoot that and this guy should get fucking hanged and we should scalp this guy. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm getting banned. Thank you very much, Hakeem, for ruining my career. We remember. Yeah, some of you were there. We need Ethan's 30-second delete button. We for Hakeem, I need a 3-minute delete button or like a censorship button that immediately activate the second he starts talking. Yes, the day of infamy. Truly the case. Tomorrow we're going to do a gaming stream. If you're on Discord, you saw the schedule, or if you're here, you can see the schedule. We're going to stream a lot this week, hopefully. Maybe we're going to skip Thursday. Maybe we won't. But tomorrow we're going to do a gaming stream, and hopefully we have enough time for me to play Battlefield with JT. So you'll get JT on here. You'll see how much we both suck at being Battlefield unks. First, I'm going to play Dispatch, and then I'm going to play Battlefield, yeah. Tomorrow, I'm going to time the stream so that we finish the previous 2 episodes and then play the new episode as it releases. So that's going to be fun. It's going to be very fun. I'm going to play the entirety of Dispatch with you guys. Anyways, I showed you my gun. We talk shit about my boy Hakeem. I told you what we're gonna do today. Let's get right into this.
On August 31st, 2018, a young New Yorker named Erica received an Instagram DM from Charlie Kirk. The two had met a few days earlier at the inauguration of Turning Point USA's new office. At that time, no one could have predicted that the organization would grow to be as influential as it is today. Erica attended the event hoping she might secure a job. A few days later, when she got that Instagram message from Charlie, she hoped he wanted to interview her, and so they met at a restaurant.
It was about 15 minutes in, I quickly pivoted away from wanting to hire her to wanting to date her.
I'm not gonna hire you. He goes, I'm gonna date you.
So Erica and Charlie started dating and eventually married in
Well, what? Wait. I mean, I would say low-key problematic, but we're talking about 2 fucking fascists, so like that's nothing compared to the type of shit they advocate for. Not very traditional family values either, but okay.
February 2021. As both Charlie and Erica explained, their work in advocacy were deeply embedded.
Bro, Erica's low-key giving Melania vibes. Like, she just wanted to get, like, some cozy fucking gig. And now she's supposed to be the second coming of her dead husband.
In their relationship.
Coming, pun intended.
And marriage. They described it as a biblical marriage, though neither truly embodied traditional biblical roles. On September 22nd, 2025, Erica stepped on stage to deliver a speech that has since been viewed by millions following her husband's death. She spoke for nearly 30 minutes, articulate, composed, and thoughtful, perfectly ticking the boxes of Aristotle's rhetorical principles. And in that moment, I thought, this isn't coming out of nowhere. So I searched online, who was this woman, really? What was her background, her achievements? How can she talk like this so efficiently? And then it clicked. She was meant to stand there, galvanizing huge crowds of religious fanatics. From the start, she was the star, but she had been kept in her husband's shadow, and now it was her time to shine. My name's Alice. Welcome back to my channel.
Oh, wow, that's a crazy fucking take. Alice, I fucking love you, but where the fuck, I hope you explained that thesis. Where the fuck did you fucking take that out? What? She's a victim of, circumstance. But no, she's not a victim of circumstance. She's a victor of circumstance, okay? She rode that turning point dick quite literally, with all due respect. I know it sounds misogynistic, but I don't care. That's what happens when you fucking date a fascist or marry one. And now he died, so she's like, oh, I can be main character now. That's it. That's how is she like the hidden talent behind it all? No, maybe there's some research that's going to prove that. Maybe there's some research that's going to prove that.
Yeah, we're going to talk about
some analysis. I'm just looking for Charlie Kirk's Photoshop version as a Croatian nationalist, because I wanted to show you my favorite Charlie. There he is. Okay, so this is a compilation of my favorite ones. Okay, this one is by far my favorite. What the fuck? Copy. Come on, copy a link. So this one's my favorite one, right? This is absolutely my favorite one. Famous Croatian ultranationalist and fascist singer Thompson. Okay, that's my favorite one. The second is, of course, Fortnite. We have to have Fortnite Kirk. That's my second favorite. Kirk Fortnite. Now we have to have this one, because it's the most widely used jive, as the children say it. A jive, a reaction jive. Yes, that's what it's called. All right. This one is absolutely fantastic. Okay, I give this one a 9. This one is very good. But the best one I arguably can't show on Twitch. It's some Persians posting basically on top of a picture of, I don't know, somebody getting the shit fucked out of them, and then it was just, the person doing it holding the other person's hair. And it was just Kirk there. That was like too much even for me. That was wow, you are depraved, you motherfuckers. Indeed, new levels of debasement. I appreciate, I respect, push the line. Very interesting. So Charlie Kirk dated her because he knew if he hired her, she would outshine him in the cult. Imagine he was like doing such like 5D long-term Machiavellian scheming. He was like, dude, she is so good. How can I stop her? I don't know, not hire her maybe? No, I'm going to marry her. It kind of, I know we're joking, but it ticks all the boxes. Like, these people fully commodify marriage as some sort of like stepping stone towards relevance.
About Erika Kirk.
Erika Kirku.
The rise of a far-right boss babe.
Who loves history? Great.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to say, new week and a new start of the Western tax counter. As we all know, taxes are paid weekly. So I call upon everyone to write !tax and remind themselves of what they owe the cause. Many, many child soldiers. Third worlders and second worlders, only 5, because you all live in huts and caves. Western whites, 20, because you all are exceptionally rich and live in mansions. That's what I was led to believe, okay? And Western minorities, that, as I know, are not oppressed and only live in mid-sized mansions, still mid-sized mansions, not massive mansions, you owe me 10, okay? That is the taxation. I didn't make the rules. Two things cannot be avoided in life, death and taxes. So support the show, spawn a few new subscribers, and make yourself feel good as a proper taxpayer, and fight for the top position as it is now reset for this beautiful, beautiful week. So what are you waiting for? Prove to all that either second and third world taxpayers are as dominant as they are every week, or that the West still has something to offer.
Okay, good.
You literally made the rules. Shoot this man. You will be banned from spreading such lies. Source, please. Okay? No, this has always existed on Twitch. This was the rule on Twitch when I came here. Okay? The rule when I came here, this was put on me. They were like, oh no, you got to do taxes. Twitch reached out and they were like, this is the taxation system. It is normal. It is a pay-to-use service. Maybe nobody informed you that it's a pay-to-use service, okay? Kubashi, thank you very much for starting us out beautifully, my friend. Thank you very, very much. Oh, and Astro J. Oh, do we have the first Western minority tax? Astro J has been paying their taxes diligently and constantly for a very, very long time now. Thank you very, very much, Astro J. That is very kind of you. First Western tax of the day. Thank you very much. And as always, showing us that it's the minorities of the West that do anything. Okay? Okay.
So this video is about people like Erica Kirk, who seem very eager to take us back a few decades, back to simpler times. Now, you know me, I'm not a conservative, but there is one thing from the past I would like to bring back. Do you?
Thank you very much, Astro J and Kubashi. Everybody say thank you very much. Now it is your job, Kubashi and Astro J, to constantly make fun of all other people that have some cash, saved up for not paying their taxes. That's your job now. You're officially my tax collectors.
You remember those big yellow books where you could look up the names and addresses of people or local businesses around you? Back then it was mostly practical, even kind of charming, I would say. You would use it to find a plumber or whatnot. But today, the digital version of that has gotten a little darker. Yes, I'm talking about data brokers. These guys collect and sell people's personal information, not just in your neighborhood, but in the entire world. You and I could go on their website right now and buy people's personal information for just a few dollars. And you know what? It's completely legal. In fact, big companies with poor security...
Aura, we know it. If you need to use Aura, go through Alice in order to support this content that she has created. You know what Aura is. That's why I'm skipping the ad. Please, you have the link in the description. Always subscribe to the people whose content we watch. Always like the content we watch if you actually like it and stuff like that. But, Aura, everybody knows what Aura is. So me skipping the ad isn't intended to undermine the channel we're watching. If it was a product or service we didn't know about, I wouldn't skip it. We would do ethical reacts. But here, I find it to still be ethical for us to, speed through it.
Sponsoring the video, and now let's go back to it.
Who loves history? Great.
The now widow of Charlie Kirk was raised in Scottsdale, Arizona by her single mother according to Christian Catholic values. Erica's early public exposure came with her victory as Miss Arizona USA in 2012 when she represented the state in the Miss USA pageant. This platform served as a springboard for her entry into the world of media.
Of course she's a fucking miss.
And religious activism. In 2019, she launched the Midweek Rise Up podcast, a devotional series blending Christian teachings with conservative political rhetoric, therefore reflecting her alignment with the far right's emphasis on traditional Christian values. In fact, when asked by audience members who's more conservative between Charlie and Erica and why, here's what the couple had to say.
Who is more conservative and why?
Erica.
Yes.
I am a moderate compared to Erica. Erica is very conservative.
Great mom.
Great parents.
My grandparents were amazing.
Fiercely right-wing.
Yes. My grandfather was an immigrant from Sweden, fought in World War II and the Korean War. And he got the Silver Star, the Bronze Star, and...
He fought in World War II on whose side, motherfucker? On whose side, motherfucker? She's severely right-wing. My grandfather fought in World War II. What? What? She is more right-wing than Charlie Kirk? Well, if you're more right-wing than Charlie Kirk, what the fuck are you doing opening your mouth, bitch? Get back and make me a fucking turkey sandwich, motherfucker. I love far-right women. Far-right women should not be heard. They should not be heard. Okay? I'm a far-right woman. What? Let's say, oh, I'm a KKK black guy. Okay, then shoot yourself in the head. Contribute to the cause. Blow your brains out. This is a TOS. This is a fucking metaphoric human being we're talking about here. What? I'm a far-right woman that believes in the biological imperative. If you believe in the biological imperative, then the strong eats the weak. The strong eats the weak, then the woman, who is quote-unquote physically weaker, should relegate herself to the position of submissive in said hierarchy. So what are you doing on a show? What are you doing a job? What are you doing giving takes on things? Far-right woman speaking, that is an oxymoron. Far-right woman having opinion is an oxymoron, okay? You cannot be both, okay? You cannot both believe you're subhuman while doing human things. It's going to be a wild clip. You go, I don't care. That's the truth. What the fuck? Like, follow your belief system, motherfucker. Follow your... Oh, she's more far right than Charlie fucking... women don't deserve to have the right to their body. Charlie Kirk, the child should be born even if the person was raped. Far right woman. Very fucking funny. A real far-right woman is never fucking seen.
Knighted by the King of Sweden, and he was always super far-right.
Erika's pride in being influenced by a super far-right grandfather is interesting, to say the least. It confirms that Erika is very comfortable with...
And she's called Erika. Oh, very good point. Like the fucking German song. Oh my god. Fucking what?
Far-right ideology, known for its
Star and the Korean War. And he got the Silver Star, the Bronze Star, and Knighted by the King of Sweden, and he was always super far-right.
Erika's pride in being influenced by a super far-right grandfather is interesting, to say the least. It confirms that Erika is very comfortable with far-right ideology, known for its advocacy of misogyny, racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, criminalization of unionism, political dissent, imperialism, repression.
Maybe he was fighting the Nazis in World War II. We are not 100% sure, but so I don't want to, throw allegations. But when it comes to her being a far-right woman, that I'm going to talk about.
Free speech. The list goes on.
Do you think having kids made you more conservative?
100%, which I didn't think was possible. But 100%. Absolutely.
Why?
Erika isn't just another far-right.
Why? Because you think your children are fucking idiots and they need to be forced into living the exact same way you've always lived because you do not have the intellectual or capacity or wisdom to think, to imagine an alternative way of living except your particular rigid one. That's the only way I can imagine somebody being inspired to be further far right than their kids, like just not respecting their children. That's the only way. That's really the only way. You see your kid and you're like, oh my god, what a fucking troglodyte. Like, I better force him into doing exactly what I'm doing, because to be a good parent is to just spawn another version of yourself.
Advocate. She's a far-right boss babe. In 2018, she founded Proclaim Streetwear, a faith-based clothing line marketing apparel with overtly Christian and nationalist messages. Kirk also established Bible in 365, a ministry initiative encouraging daily Bible reading. Following the assassination of her husband, Charlie Kirk, in September 2025, Erika Kirk was appointed CEO of Turning Point USA. Her appointment was seen as
WWE funeral. The guy is fucking dead. Here's his wife. Here's his wife. Dang, damn. Bro, her grandfather. A recent discussion centers around Karl Feneth Franzwe, rumored to be the head of Raytheon Israel. What? That's insane. Please, more research there. Here you go. I just had a brainstorm regarding Mamdani. We come back. Let's see. Yeah, not a bad idea. Charlie Kirk committing die was the best thing to ever happen to her career. She's about to miss vice president, dude. 1,000,000 fucking %, dude. If she plays this right, she's the new big thing. I don't think she has the Riz.
as a continuation of her husband's legacy with an emphasis on mobilizing young Americans for conservative causes. Erica Kirk is obviously very aligned with Turning Point USA's ideology, which is focused on issues such as gun rights, opposition to LGBTQ+ rights, and anti-immigration policies. However, Erica Kirk tries to avoid speaking on those issues, particularly the cultural war type of issues, and we'll talk about why in a little bit. Instead, she emphasizes the importance of family values and Christian ideology against what she calls the enemy. Feminists and progressives at large. Now be careful with the language. We're not talking about opponents, political opponents. We're talking about enemies. And there's a clear difference between the two. A political opponent is someone we fight against, we organize against. An enemy is someone you just wipe out, you destroy. Now, the reason why I'm fascinated by conservative women like Erica Kirk is because the gap between their beliefs and their lifestyles is absolutely wild.
Yeah, what I said earlier. There you go. Just Alice said it in a much more polite way.
Erica is an accomplished woman who holds a fair degree of agency over her life. And I assume...
Is she though? She won a Miss contest and then she married a fucking fascist. What? Is she though? Like, okay, and then she made a clothing brand that sold a lot, milking, her husband's platform. And then she made an app for reading the Bible, like Quran recitations, but for Christians. A paid for service, by the way. The internet is scrubbed of info about Karl Kenneth Franzwe so much that those rumors sound more plausible. That's fucking crazy. She's a hardworking Proverbs 31 woman. I'm wondering what the ticket to success is for women on the right besides nepotism. Candace Owens, Brad Cooper, and MTG. Some of the best motion out there. Yeah, dude, that's except from MTG, it's kind of marrying into it. So from that perspective, I guess they are, how do I put this? They are on pair with what they believe in. Can't find any more evidence of him being Raytheon, but he was U.S. Army and was knighted by King Carl Gustaf. Yeah, that I saw. So if he was knighted by King Carl Gustaf, I doubt that he maybe he didn't fight for the Nazis, but maybe he did. I don't know. I have no idea if the Romania thing is true or not. I also heard that shit. I don't know.
That's part of the reason Charlie Kirk finds her so attractive and perhaps a little bit intimidating. He chose to date her instead of hiring her, so instead of entering a traditional work contract, Erica was offered what some call the heterosexual contract, one that often implies free labor on the woman's end, whether domestic work, emotional support, sexual services, or professional advice. You know the quote, behind every great man, there's a great woman. Well, there is a very long history of creative men relying on their wives and girlfriends as more than just muses. F. Scott and Zelda Fitzgerald, T.S. and Vivian Hyde Wood Elliott, Leo and Sophia Tolstoy, Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, Gustave and Alma Mahler, Picasso, and frankly, almost every woman he was with. The list goes on, and don't think
Albert Einstein.
This is a thing of the past. In fact, I have no doubt that Erica was deeply instrumental in how Turning Point USA operated and grew before she became CEO. The fact that she was named...
Okay, great take, proof. Alice, the fuck? Great take, but proof, bro. Like, I think. What are we doing here? Maybe. But, like, why? Like, it would be one thing, like, oh, she's a Harvard graduate, so, and the Kirk is a fucking numbskull. So probably low-key manipulated him into governing Turning Point USA from the shadows. But, like, I don't get it. She was a Miss something, and then she married a guy that she, that was her potential future boss. I don't get it. I don't get it.
CEO so quickly says it all.
Eva Braun was the real Führer. There you go. Proof, right? Imagine I make a video and I'm like, Eva Braun was the person behind Adolf Hitler. Okay, you go. What?
knew the job before taking over. Yet from the data found on Turning Point USA, it doesn't seem she received any money before being promoted to the position with its nearly $300,000 salary. So what happened to her?
This is going to sound incredibly sexist. I don't care. If it is a woman that you want to get married to and she says that she wants to be a traditional wife, say, okay, cook me a meal.
And make it fun. Be like, what do you want to eat? And then like have them make a menu, and then it's a good challenge for you. Don't look at it as I have to. I get to serve my husband.
The blatant misogyny of conservative men is not surprising. Even opportunistic conservative women like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
He just said you have to. No, I completely agree. If one partner wants to do something for their other partner that happens to be in line with quote-unquote traditional gender norms, but they're into it, then God bless. Don't not do it because it's in line with traditional gender norms. But if your partner says, no, you're going to do the thing that's in line with traditional gender norms, you're low-key most likely doing it because they told you got to do the thing that's in line with traditional gender norms. You understand me? Like, it's one thing, like whenever we drive somewhere, that's like more than 5-6 hours. Of course, I drive for more than 5-6 hours, and that is the traditional gender norm for males or whatever. But I don't do it because my partner says, hey, you motherfucker, you're a man. Only man can drive for so long without crashing. Hey, like what? No, I'm just like, oh, I like driving. You're not so much. I'm a drive. Okay. Like, it's the fuck. And sometimes she's like, oh, I want to drive. I'm like, okay, you drive. That's it. It's so confusing. Spend all day arguing with people online about how base the production line of cars was in old communist Yugoslavia. And the main conclusion I have made from arguing with capitalist idiots all day is that I really should stop and just try and get a girlfriend instead. Fuck my life and brain. Grill pill from time to time, lesbian hot sauce. Also nice to see you. Grill pill from time to time. I mean, you know better than me. Certain topics, you just, turn the other cheek and move on with your life. And talking about the development of vehicles in a socialist state with random right-wingers sounds fucking too niche for their little brains to comprehend. So yeah, do that. Abortion Now, thank you very much for the 21 months. Thank you very, very much for the subscription. I call upon all others to do what Abortion Now just did. Charlie, meanwhile, had one semester at college before he dropped out, so she had letters after her name to flex on him. Yeah. Liberty University is like Palmer College. So what university did she graduate?
Have called it out, saying that many Republican women are sick and tired of it. Conservative women have been able to gain political power in the Republican Party
To Liberty, it's a fake Christian college, okay.
under a set of conditions.
Liberty College.
In her video, Why Republican Women All Look the Same, Amanda Mariana analyzed the specific aesthetic of Republican women, attributing it to pressure to be desirable enough to attract the attention of Republican men, especially someone like Donald Trump, who clearly has a type. That explains transformation like Kristi Noem's, from an average American woman to a replica of the kind of women Trump surrounds himself with. In other words, these women's choices to take on political roles, perceived as masculine roles, have to be compensated with a more feminine aesthetic, as well as acceptance of Republican men's misogyny. That's no longer the case for someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, let's be honest, didn't conform to traditional.
It is not only acceptance of right-wing men's misogyny, it is embracing it. It is supporting it, and it is working for it. Women who actively join far-right movements should not be viewed, should not be forgiven by being defined exclusively as victims of misogyny. No, they're helping drive the bus. They're helping drive the bus. And I know a lot of you will say, oh, but you can be both. Yeah, sure, you can be both. But you are 195% in the second 5%. You're 5% a victim of misogyny and 95% literally one of the people driving the bus of misogyny, spreading said misogyny, enshrining said misogyny into law, into culture, into the established status quo. They're just adapting their aesthetic for the far-right movement that they want to serve. and to, I'm not saying that Alice is doing this, but to sit on the side and be like, oh, these poor women, they have to tolerate the misogyny of fascists as they join the fascist party. What? Isn't that aren't you low-key doing, I'm not saying Alice is, but if you say that, aren't you low-key completely infantilizing women? Like, a woman is a victim even when she's a high-ranking member of a fascist party. No, then she's a fucking fascist. First, before she's a woman, before she's absolutely anything. Before she's a human, because fascists are not human. They're traitors of humanity. So, like, I'm supposed to be like, woo, oh, these poor women, they had to get boob jobs and make themselves look pretty so that the sexists in the party of sexists likes them. Oh, they have to tolerate being called hot all the time. That's so bad. Sure, that's bad on its surface, but they're literally a part of the power structure that normalizes such behavior for the entire country. So no, fuck those ladies. I don't care. Fucking eat the fucking shit bed that you just shat out. What? Imagine treating women like agents, right? No, you guys are always, just destroyed by every angle, even when you're the ultimate bad guy sometimes. It's one thing to try and establish power and lend support in an environment of ambient misogyny versus signing up for the misogyny should be a law party. Exactly! Is being a democratic operative still evil versus what Erica Kirk is doing? Yes! Beautifully more theoretically put. Yes. Da. Yakshamar. Evet. Ja. Every word that can be used for yes. They're victims of unfair power dynamics, but it doesn't justify being a fascist, especially because they're doing everything in their power to be as high up in the unfair power dynamic. It's like Adolf Hitler was a victim of patriarchal norms, which pushed him to being extremely toxic over his failure as an artist, that moved him into dehumanizing a whole group of people, whole different groups of people, and calling for violence. We should, whenever speaking about Adolf Hitler, also make sure to note that he is indeed both a problematic figure, but also a victim of negative towards male patriarchal norms. Sure, that's a point, I guess. I guess you made a point. But aren't you also low-key being like, oh, I guess that Adolf Hitler guy, like, I guess, you know, it's intellectual masturbation. That's what I'm calling it. That's it. It's unless you're a professional analyst like Alice, where I completely agree, her doing that and so on. In other contexts, it would be like you're low-key giving excuses, or humanizing a fascist. Like, let's not humanize fascist women, okay? But being like, oh, but you know how much like misogyny they have to live through in order to be high up in those fascist parties. What? Why are you humanizing a fascist to me? What the fuck? What? Oh, God. A confusing and conflicting emotion as a woman, it's like, why are they like this? It happens to us as well, my friend. That is that you will go through your entirety of life being very, very confused. I look at a lot of men and I'm like, why are they like this? Why the fuck are they like this? But us as Marxists usually can find answers to why they are like this. But we should not use the very real material conditions that we can see which caused them to be like that to excuse what they currently are. Try and remember that one.
Femininity in the first place. And that's fine.
Somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body. Somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
A what now?
Erica Kirk, on the other hand, perfectly aligns with the expectations of the old ideal of Republican womanhood. On the outside, she presents as traditionally feminine, cute, and reserved. She doesn't.
I low-key I'm not the biggest fan of the book or the show. Show is too milked out. What was it? Okay, she's doing this. Like, come on. The fuck, it's so fucking easy. This is Erica Kirk. The fuck. But but here she actually is the person behind absolutely everything. Like, she's the brainiac that made it all happen originally. She's the one that wrote their like Mein Kampf. But where's the proof that she's the Mein Kampf lady? Like, I'm waiting for the proof that she's like the big brain behind Charlie Kirk. I'm waiting for the proof. I'll believe it if I see it 100%, but I don't see it. Where the fuck is it? Spoilers? No, they show that very early on. Like, she wrote the whole book, the whole fucking thing. She's like, oh, it spiraled out of control. Oh no. The book I wrote about when we fucking rape women, that system fucking spiraled out of control. That's crazy. Whoa. A system that I imagined where there are literally indentured serfs. Oh my God, that's crazy. The reason I don't like this show, you know why I don't like this show? Because it proves that the fascists are right. For those of you who haven't seen it, it literally ruins the whole thing. It says the fascists are right. How? Let's see how much media comprehension you have. Because they actually end up having more children. Because they end up having more children. The world is ending. There's no fucking kids. And I would even agree. Okay, we got to do whatever the fuck we can to save our species. We got to recreate society to be adjusted to the fact that no kids are being born. And there can be many, 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 many less fucked up ways for us to make sure that happens. Like, I don't know, giving insane stimulation, both financial and so on, to men and women that can have children, literally treating them like an upper strata of society, and just being very grateful if they have like 10, 15 kids. Okay, that's just off the top of my head. But this lady is like, no, we will literally create a Christo-feudal fascist society where there's going to be insane like caste differentials, and a whole group of women is just going to be rape fodder. I apologize, I should have trigger warned that. And then what happens in the show is that it starts working. Like, what? They start having more children than any other country on planet Earth. So, like, does the writer want to tell me what? This was smart? Artificial insemination also exists, of course. Many other options. I think that thought requires a slight adaptation, or it's heteronormative. Should be about families who are able to raise children, not gendered. Yes, of course. Of course. Of course, if it's a gay couple, that gay couple should be encouraged to have more kids, but to and take care of them and so on, through, for example, artificial insemination or something, blah blah blah. But in this is a dystopia, right? There's no like normal way to go about this. It's fucked up, right? You need the people that can have kids to have as many kids. And this lady's answer is like, oh, she's going to do fascism and like force SA a bunch of women, force SA a bunch of women. And then it works. What the fuck was the writer doing? What? What the fuck was what is I don't like this show. I do not like this show. I do not like the premise. Because it's low-key like, I guess fascism efficient. For God, so it's okay, yeah. And that was one of the last seasons. I watched the whole thing. My partner and I used to love the first two seasons. We're like, a show that actually talks about patriarchy like in extreme terms, and then shows it and makes men feel very uncomfortable as they should feel when covering these topics. And then it just goes like brrr, like brrr, right? Like hardcore, and they milk the shit out of it. Blah, doesn't matter. And that's also not how revolutions work, and not how is America still a country, even though it's literally all taken over, and they live in Canada, and they deploy troops. But where are the troops? Oh no, nothing. No, fuck that show. No, sorry. What? Sorry, I'm getting triggered right now. I'm getting really fucking triggered because I'm remembering just how many aspects of Handmaid's Tale fucking are stupid as shit. Stupid as fuck. The book is better. Maybe I'll check out the book. I hope so. I hope Gideon. No, what was it called? Yeah, is not a very successful state when it comes to what it went out to achieve. Oh. Gilead, yeah. Gilead is just Shinzo Abe's dream society, yeah. White people India is how I heard one person refer to it. And by white people India, they meant like, just caste systems. It's like hyper-capitalism. It's like a hardcore rigid class system through which you cannot actually move up or down.
Doesn't particularly engage with political debates, as we mentioned earlier, but she still has what we can call a civic role. That means that instead of engaging...
Just like your civic role to subscribe. Press that button, support the show. We are trying to buy a new camera this month. We only have one taxpayer of the day from the West and 1 or 2 taxpayers from the East. Let's get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Let's girl boss our way to a successful stream.
Political measures in political debates, she promotes a set of principles she believes society should follow. Belief in God, self-reliance, traditional roles, patriotism. She makes the distinction between the political role and civic role very clear by systematically introducing herself as a mother and a wife.
First, I have to do a shout out to my daughter because she's watching. Baby Buff is here. He's safe.
By doing so, she subtly reminds her female audience that they do have a public role, but that role cannot be detached from their supposed essence as mothers and wives. That's why she never budges when her husband tells her to her face that as a woman, she's only good for cooking and making babies.
Hard to put into words how much men want just like a return to normal things, like cooking a meal, like serving in like those fundamental ways. Like that stuff as a husband or even a boyfriend goes beyond measure than I can put into words.
I've watched a lot of Erika.
Oh, Barry, you beautiful son of a bitch, the second Western taxpayer. Even though I know you're white, but it's okay. You're literally our biggest fucking oiler in this chat. So I respect it nonetheless. Thank you very much, Barry. Everybody say thank you, Barry. Half of you have subscriptions. Thanks to Barry. Okay. Thank you very much, Barry. Barry, would you date Erika Kirk? She probably wouldn't let you have a boyfriend. No, I doubt it. Or she might actually really be into it. Usually these motherfuckers hide certain levels of kink. But yeah, I mean, this is obvious. Sure, she knows that she's talking to an audience that considers her half human, so she behaves like the half human that they would like to see replicated in their household. That's it. This is what it looks like when you betray the social, ethnic, or in this case, gender category that you belong to. You adjust to the ideals, usually very false ideals, of the enemy with whom you wish to lay. In this case, very literally. Why don't you upload YouTube highlights of streams anymore? Because nobody watches them, my friend. I wouldn't date her, but I'd hit. Oh my God, Barry, that's exactly what I knew you were gonna answer, and that's fair. That's fair. I'm more of a Candace Owens type of guy. Jesus, you people.
Her content, and it's striking to me how her tone changed when Charlie was in the same room. When Charlie was absent, she encouraged women to be confident fighters and praised their achievements, like going to college, for example. When Charlie enters the room, though, she drops the big sister tone, lets Charlie monopolize the conversation and reassert his point with a more authoritative voice.
And make it fun. Be like, what do you want to eat? And then like have them make a menu, and then it's a good challenge for you.
Now, it's true that at times, like in this other extract for Charlie's show, Erica challenges her husband's points.
We provided for all of this.
Mm-hmm.
And
hold on. I do not want to knock the stay-at-home dads.
Men have a much longer horizon of waiting than women. Women can make very good mothers with almost no like training. It's just at 23, 24, women can make good mothers.
I don't know about that.
But as the conversation progresses, it's clear that Charlie does not seem to enjoy it. She eventually abandons the argument with a
I love you.
I love you too. But it's true.
Or by circling back to something Charlie would agree with, realizing her pushbacks might not be welcome.
Next question.
I wish I could go into more details in like analyzing the tensions that we see here, but I want to keep this straight to the point. I did, however, film a full reaction to this video for Patreon, so you can go check that over there. The link is in the description box. Now, many men, especially those raised in traditional households,
many men,
are not used to see women taking.
Thinking about your ideas about not obscuring the agency of these women with empathy, I'm not sure why, but I find log cabin Republicans gay way more revolting than Erica as a lesbian. They're both traitors. They all are, dude. They all are. Ethnic minorities that work with them are. People with disabilities that work with them are. Working class people that work with them are. People with working class backgrounds working with them are. People married to quote-unquote minorities that work with them are. It's a bunch of traitors, and usually it's the traitors that kind of make the whole fucking thing run because they tell them how to properly speak to the so-called enemy without allowing the enemy to realize that they're being spoken about. But that's what's reactionary about it. And it's somewhat natural in every reactionary movement you've had. A bunch of people that very reactionary movement was trying to ostracize. They were supportive. My friend, we just had, okay, where is it? We just had a Indonesian kid shoot up a school in Indonesia. And he said he did it for white people heaven, for a white utopia. Okay? I don't know if you heard about it. Let me try and find the... Where's the TikTok? It's so good. What? You don't know? Oh, you guys are so sweet. Yeah. An Indonesian white supremacist shot a bunch of fucking Indonesian kids. He was like, yeah, bruh, I'm doing it for the white people. Because I am white. There was a post by Azerbaijan Technologies for this. It's very good. This one is one of them. This one. Okay. Maybe this one's racist. No, it's not, right? It's not. I paused my anime to be here. This is one of them. And this is the legendary one. This is the legendary one. Oh, come on. I can't play it? No, I want to play it. Open link. No, I don't want to download it. Son of a bitch. Wait, I'll find. Children of Khan TikTok. Wait. Children of Khan TikTok. It's one of my favorite channels. It's so stupid. No, but wait. But the channel! Santa Luca, it's this guy. Where is the fucking kid? This one.
You know far-right extremism is bad. When a non-white kid in Indonesia shoots up his entire school and says he did it for Agartha, the same Agartha that will refuse his entry. But instead of getting radicalized on Discord chats or Reddit pages, you could have done something meaningful with your life, like becoming a Formula 1 racer for Azerbaijan Technology. By now you would have been racing in the Brazilian Grand Prix wearing your Azerbaijan Technology racing suit. Available only for 48 hours at childrenofkhan.com. Link in bio.
You guys are not familiar with the Azerbaijan Technology game? Oh, dude, you are not familiar with the with arguably the most innovative shit posting I've seen in years. I am Red Cheesehead. And Doofington. Okay, we are. Okay. I see you. I should say touch more grass, but then again, I am familiar, so yeah, it's pretty funny. But yes, we have Indonesian white supremacists now. Welcome to the 21st century, ladies and gentlemen and NBs. We are not happy to have you here.
Taking up space or expressing their opinions. A woman voicing her opinion, or worse, disagreeing with a man, is often expected to be put back in her place. Erica, despite being deeply conservative, was raised by a single mother and mentioned that her dad was a stay-at-home dad for a bit. She did not grow up in a traditional nuclear family, and I think we can see how that shaped her. She doesn't have the reflexes of women who were trained from a young age to be unopinionated, smiley, or quiet. You can see on stage how her true personality comes out. She can occupy as much space as she wants and take responsibility. Take a look at this clip taken from a video that was shot before Charlie's death.
So this is the proof, I guess, Chad. She looks like she's tough. What?
You can see Erica is labeled as Charlie's wife instead of the CEO of multiple companies, including Turning Point USA. And this is what one of her now new employees has to say about her.
And the show will continue.
I mean, a little behind the scenes here. Erica did that speech where I'm standing right now on the podium. Somehow got through that, her national address. Then she walks out there to where all of our staff are, and she then goes on to do another speech to all the staff, telling them,
this is just an employee kissing ass of his future boss. This is not proof of her competence. Oh my God.
You're not going anywhere. We're keeping the lights on. We're doing everything. Yeah. I mean, watching that, I was blown away.
I think we were all inspired.
We back to back.
Yeah, this is just a bunch of people glazing their new boss. It's supposed to be proof of just how incredibly efficient this lady is.
I mean, yeah, and she also delivered the 30-minute memorial speech and the Medal of Freedom speech. Preparing these speeches takes enormous effort, writing, structuring, and practicing. In the video I just showed you, she explains to senior staff that things will continue as normal. She tells the audience that they have unreleased content, unlisted videos of Charlie, and that they will keep reading fan emails. She's the CEO, she's a boss babe. She enjoys taking responsibility, something that's now evident since Charlie is no longer casting a shadow.
Sorry, Alice. So it was in Malaysia, not Indonesia? Didn't he say Indonesia? Was it in Indonesia? Malaysia? I think it was in Indonesia. Sorry.
Over her, treating her as just the wife. In this first section, we saw how Charlie Kirk, in a typically patriarchal manner, cast a shadow over his achievement-driven wife. In this second section, we'll see how...
No, we didn't.
How Erica did similar in return, in order to shape expectations and behaviors for an entire generation of women. In the groundbreaking...
She isn't just Charlie's wife, is what I think Alice is trying to say. The employees are glazing her because she does have pull. Yes, I agree that she was never just Charlie's wife, but I think the thesis is that she was always the brains behind the operation. And there's a very big difference between saying she wasn't just Charlie's wife, she like really contributed to Turning Point, and another is to say that she's actually the big person behind the whole thing.
Burke backlash, journalist Suzanne Faludi drew on a series of interviews she concluded with leading anti-feminists of the 1980s. Among them was Beverly LaHaye, an American Christian conservative activist who founded Concerned Women for America in California in 1979. LaHaye claimed that a woman belongs to the domestic sphere and that it is not in her nature to be ambitious. You see where I'm going here? However, Faludi observed that LaHaye did not fit that definition herself. Upon entering LaHaye's Oval Office, she saw a big flag planted next to the desk, pink curtains, business cards, and a photo of LaHaye shaking hands with Ronald Reagan. She was also told that no one in the organization was allowed to speak to LaHaye without her permission, and she had effectively appointed herself president for life. Typical biblical woman behavior, isn't it? When asked by a journalist what motivates her and what her philosophy is, Faludi noted, quote, "What drives La Haye is this human need to be engaged in the public world, to experience public life, and to feel as if you are part of it, and as if you're making some change." End of the quote. Basically, La Haye found a way to have her cake and eat it, to remain part of her conservative Christian community while gaining influence as an individual. At the same time, she worked to make it increasingly difficult for women to achieve fulfillment in their lives and careers. Erica Kirk is in many ways a millennial Beverly La Haye. She has become the female voice of Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk entrusted her with the mission of rallying young women around Christian nationalist principles, a difficult task as the right struggles to attract young women. According to Pew Research Center, 61% of US women say the term feminist describes them very or somewhat well. In the UK, around 67% of women aged 18 to 24 identify as feminists, according to the Young Women's Trust. Charlie Kirk has even admitted it.
I have a lot of thoughts on this. How does the church...
It's very telling that a lot of famous conservative women will talk big game about traditional values, but then will invoke feminism the minute it gets in the way of their career. I don't think any of these couples are nearly as conservative in their home life as they want us to believe. That's one point. The other point is conservative members of conservative members of community that come from communities which are continuously lambasted as quote-unquote subhuman by the conservative movement itself, or even more radical movements than the conservative one that participate in those movements, are given positions of power, ironically, because it is pretty rare to find a trader who will very eloquently advocate for a cause that wants to see their own people in shackles. So TLDR, it's a it really follows capitalist employment logic. If there's too many people that are skilled in one particular job, the average price, the average cost, the average salary of those people will go down because there's always another guy you can replace him with. So a black guy talking head, a black woman talking head, a woman talking head, and so on, for far-right causes are a rarer delicacy. And therefore they are sometimes, ironically, again, that's what I like to call right-wing DEI, elevated to these positions of influence, because at the current stage of developing right-wing talking points in the United States, they still have to hide behind some sort of veil of respecting this or that category of what they, at the end of the day, really do believe are just the domestic enemies. But what happens usually is some of these quislings, these traders of women, these traders of ethnic minorities, these traders of queer people and so on, they end up being victims of their own success, because they manage to pipeline a lot of normies into more far-right rhetoric, where people eventually do become true believers in biological hierarchy, aka men over women, white men over everyone else, etc., which then make listening to those quislings no longer acceptable to the very audience that they introduce to fascist rhetoric. And that's when they start leaving the boat. What currently is happening with Ben Shapiro is exactly that. He's managed to nurture a very large far-right audience, and he has managed to pipeline them towards more out in the open, in his case, anti-Semites, who now no longer want to listen to a fucking Jew. From their perspective, right? They have now realized that, he's a Jew. I don't want to listen to him. This will inevitably happen with Candace Owens as well. This will inevitably happen to the girl boss queen, Charlita Kirkirita, as well. So, if we look at it that way, at the end of the day, it really is a short-term grift. Because even if they're in for it for the cause, they're not really. It is low-key impossible for them to really be into it for the cause. They can either be in it for the grift, or they can be naive people that do not understand what the cause is. Those are the two only options. Because you cannot be in the same cause with people that consider you to be less than them. You can be their puppy, you can be their dog, you can be their little, guard dog in this case, but you cannot be one of them. That is my thesis. I think that wouldn't be bad for a TikTok, Cuphead. Maybe. I don't know. Mark it, listen back to it later, whatever. Right-wing DEI is genius. It is, isn't it? Might not be a grift. I have a female coworker saying that feminism is a mistake and all it did was damage women. That's what I'm saying. If it's not a grift, then it's ignorance. Cannot be a true believer. Okay? By ignorance, I mean you're misinterpreting what your enemy is trying to tell you. You're not hearing them screaming at you that you are subhuman. I definitely don't think that Erica believes in the cause, but she definitely wants to be the some animals are more equal than others type shit. Yeah, there are like just people that hate themselves. That's another category. I guess that's the third category. People that genuinely like hate the fact that they're a woman or they're black or they're fucking gay or some shit. There's that category too, Like, I don't know, Milo Yiannopoulos, whatever, that fucking pedo guy. I think he low-key hates that he's gay, right? Like, there's people like that. But here we're talking about the more general majority. It's a grift for the ones that get paid. Yeah, isn't that funny? The ones that advocate for right-wing shit and they don't even get paid. That's my funniest fucking category. What was that shit? I have money, but I advocate for socialism, so I'm a fucking hypocrite. But you are broke as shit and you advocate for capitalism. What does that make you, my brother? I offer you this. What is it you're giving me, my child?
Is it good that women can vote in America? I don't think so.
Christian nationalist pastor calls for repealing the 19th Amendment. Nearly every legalized moral atrocity of the last 100 years is possible by the female vote. There you go. So she would agree with this guy. Thank you, Skopanok, you fucking G, for the 5 monthies and the 3-month streak. Westerner taxes. Thank you very much. Always reminder, Westerner taxes, the larger taxes are for those who can afford to do so. For the rest of you, a normal subscription is the most sustainable way that we can grow, of course.
And here's why. Nearly every legalized moral atrocity of the last 100 years was made possible by the female vote. Abortion and homosexuality would likely still be illegal if not for the female vote. Mass immigration in the welfare state rode on the backs of the female vote. Nearly every modern Democrat, including Obama and Biden.
It's kind of funny because he's right. That's the funny part. It's like, yeah, like women holding up half the sky, managing to, join in the progressive comrades that happen to be male, My guy is just counting women's W's, bro.
Were elected because of the female vote. Even last night, the new Muslim New York City mayor, Mondami, won specifically because of the female vote. The 19th Amendment has been a moral and political tragedy for America, but why? Women were not made to lead, but to follow and to feel. This is God's design, and it's good within the family and the household. But emotions cannot be what is used to rule and govern a nation. Statistically and generally speaking,
source my book where God say thing. Source is my book. I love reactionaries that source the book. I'm gonna source my book. Men in sky save women bad. Men in sky save women stupid because vagina bleed. Imagine like replying to the guy and being like, some women don't have periods. Whoa, then you probably get shot. Thank you, Tiny Zucchini, you fucking G, for the 5. There we go. Second and third worlders paying their taxes while the Westerners cower behind their massive wallets.
Women vote for whatever feels most kind or peaceful or safe to their emotions. Women crave security and comfort, and whoever promises those things wins their loyalty. The problem is evil men know this and they exploit it. For example, women are twice as likely to men to be seduced into an affair. They are 26% more likely to be financially scammed online. They are 3 times more likely to fall prey to psychics and tarot card readings and astrology and mediums.
Guys, he used tarot card readings and astrology as a gotcha against the women's. Oh no. Yeah, and men pay money to watch people fight each other with fists through pay-per-view on television. Okay? Men will spend $150. Men will spend $350 for a bunch of women holding champagne bottles to come at them and dance there for 3 minutes in the club, like just doing this. Woo! And there's little sparks flying off it. Woo! Does that mean that all men are idiots? Of course not. Like, the woman believes in astrology. Yeah. Give me other stupid shit that men do that women low-key don't do. Oh, we have a hype train. Let's call this hype train. Oh, no! I just reminded myself. Because of what you did on Sunday, you now get cats during hype train. Yes, Camp Train, let's go, baby. Thank you very much, Transcon driver. You, because every level that we reach, you will get a picture of a cat. You guys made me promise that I will do this for the next 2 weeks, so I will do this. And the first picture of kitties is, of course, a bunch of comrades hanging out. You see their different ethnicities, different colors, different shapes and sizes, and yet they all love each other and believe that the future can be theirs if they try. There you go. Every level up, you get more and more kitties. You see, I'm a man of my word. Cat book is back. Yeah, yesterday we said if we hit level 10, I'm going to bring back the cat book for 2 weeks. And we reached level 10 yesterday, so I brought it back. So now the higher the level goes, the more cats you get. Anyway, speaking of fucking creatures that are not human, let's keep listening to this gentleman.
The same emotional vulnerability that shows up there also shows up in politics. Many call it suicidal empathy. So I believe that we should return to the household vote, where women share their thoughts with their fathers or their husbands, and the men in their life make the final decision. Men are not perfect, but they are far more fit to rule with logic, and they are less likely to be deceived in political matters. So I don't believe that we should repeal the 19th Amendment.
They are far less likely to be deceived in political matters. But they were deceived into supporting the woman's right to vote, which now caused all of these problems. Because when we were picking whether women can vote, guess who couldn't vote? Women. So it was men that made the decision that women should vote. And you just said that men are better at making decisions than women. And that's one vote in which women did not participate in because then they couldn't vote. So what are we? This is what we like to call snake eating its own ass. I repeat, snake eating its own ass. Very, very brilliant. Suicidal empathy, eh? Guess men have that one too. Women be shopping. Meanwhile, I'm going to spend $300 for a 3-minute lap dance. There you go. That's a very good one. This man is literally on the verge of an emotional breakdown as he says all of this. No. He's a strong man. Don't worry.
Because I don't love women. I believe we should repeal the 19th Amendment because I love America and I love American women enough to protect them and our nation from their political exploitation.
Okay, yeah, absolutely, pretty classic. And then Erica Kirk is like, yeah, I love those guys. Those guys are fantastic. I am more far right than those guys. Can I have some money now, please?
How does the...
Can I have some money now, please? Can I have sex with the vice president or something? I don't know if she's doing that. Husband still fucking cold, dude. Still fucking warm, bro. Still fucking warm.
Conservative movement win back young women.
To address the challenge,
we are 1 minute and 30 seconds away from the hype train at the level, at level 3 dying. The more levels we get, the more pictures of cats I will show you instead of videos of Charlie Kirk. The decision is yours on how we spend the next 5 to 10 minutes or the next 1 minute. The decision is yours. Thank you, Zans, for contributing to the cats for 10 months. You beautiful motherfucker, you.
some have promoted the tradwife ideal, an escapist vision of 1950s womanhood, but it largely remained what it started as, a fantasy. In today's economy, living on one income is unrealistic, and most women value independence too much for the concept to stick. Now, another approach has been to recruit younger right-wing female commentators. Platforms like PragerU and The Daily Wire have promoted figures such as Amala Okpunobi and Brett Cooper to reconnect with Gen Z and millennial women.
Yes, we talk about this a lot on stream, but what we talk about more is when people like Shui, like JDA3D, Zans, and of course Barry with those beautiful 500 biddies, move us into the next level, which allow you 3 photos of cats. This one, they are all white and blue-eyed, and they're cute, and I want to eat them, okay? Okay, they're very cute. Now we have, here we have Scandinavian cats, okay? Here we have, yes, we're doing racial theory on cats. Here we have American cats, okay? All of them living together. Here we have Arab cats, okay? Arab cats can be all different colors. You have the whitest Arabs on planet Earth and very, very melanin-rich Arabs as well. Arab is a linguistic category, okay? Not necessarily an ethnicity. And here we have, I don't know, native cats of the Amazonian jungles that are stronger and fiercer and with thicker fur than the previous cats, but nonetheless equal in potential for intellectual progress and civilizational world building. Very beautiful. And as a bonus to motivate you towards level 5, here's a bunch of babies again. A bunch of babies. A bunch of babies. Oh, I can't believe we brought the fucking cat book back. You guys are so silly.
While these commentators have built sizable followings, it isn't clear how many women actually engage with their content, so yeah, the results are a bit mixed. And now enters Erica Kirk and her yearly event, the Young Women's Leadership Summit. The Young Women's Leadership Summit is the big female event of Turning Point USA. It gathers thousands of teenagers and young adult women from across the US. Its messaging is like...
Young adult gender traders. Do we have that fucking word? Maybe we should have that word. I don't know. I'll leave it to you women.
Most of the MAGA movement.
Whether you like it or not. I'm not putting any trademark on that shit.
Weird. Quote, more babies and beef tallow, less blue hair and birth control. That's the sort of thing you would hear there. Generally speaking, the event emphasizes early marriage, motherhood, and a return to traditional femininity. Speakers encourage attendees to embrace family and faith as central to a fulfilling life, claiming it has never been cooler to be conservative, and that liberal women are actually obsessed with conservative men. Personally, I'm fine, thank you. In videos and talks like Can Women Have a Family and a Successful Career, or Combating Comparison in a Toxic Boss Babe Culture, Erica outlines what it means to be a biblical woman and the sacrifices this entails. She speaks to a generation of women who, unlike their mothers and grandmothers, have experienced a degree of freedom over their bodies and lives, and she aims to convince them that returning to pre-freedom norms is actually good for them, while acknowledging that attending college and having a career are positive.
Raise your hand if you're a student in college or in high school. Okay, good. Great. It's important.
She encourages women not to delay marriage.
You can't be what God has called you to be. It's the exact opposite. When you become a mother, that is what God has called you to be. I know a lot of you do want a career, and I respect that because I do still have my own. I don't want you to be chasing a paycheck.
Thank you, Richard Nixon.
And a title.
She also explains that it is acceptable to put a career on pause for...
And I respect that because I do still have my own. I don't want you to be chasing a paycheck and a title
She also explains that
I don't want you to be chasing a paycheck and a title. I instead want you to be a mother, which is a title, and chasing a paycheck from your husband's income. One is being subservient to your capitalist boss. The other one is being subservient to your husband. And one is a title of, I don't know, a working class babe versus a mother babe. And most women are both. So, I don't know.
that it is acceptable to put a career on pause for many years, returning to it after having and raising kids.
Women have it so mixed up. You can have a career after children, but if you try to have a career while you have your kids, there is no such thing as balance. That is such a myth.
Now, let's be realistic here for a second. It is extremely difficult to go back to a career after years away from the workforce. Women who...
Oh shit, I forgot to hype the train. Son of a bitch. Completely forgot it. Oh, Lord. Well, you didn't get more cats. It's you guys' fault. I'll say this. Men are 90% of all of my patients with sports gambling issues, and 90% of those who ask ChatGPT about whether they should still take their meds. Women tend towards their own addictions and follies, but for all shit talking about horoscopes and crystals, men love diving headfirst into the most exploitative and malicious modern hobbies and tools. Being exploited by a large capitalist commodity creator, be it horoscopes or the gambling industry, I know the two of them are different, but whatever, is not a gendered issue. Everybody's spending more than they can fucking afford, and psyoping themselves into thinking that they are passionate about something while just being another consumer demographic that eats, and gets more and more and more and more amazing, fucking incredible toys to play with, while thinking that it might positively impact their life, because just for a couple of seconds I will not feel as horrible as I did before I bought this thing. So yeah, necessarily positioning one group or another, doesn't matter which group it is, as more as easier to be manipulated by the capitalist status quo versus the other one is, a folly. There's no genetic difference there or some shit. It's everyone, of course, not just men. These people frame frivolity as feminine. No, I agree with you completely. I'm just expanding on it. Absolutely.
Have to return to work after divorce, often face precarious jobs. They start over from zero. It's a scenario that is far from desirable. So the answer to the question Erica asks in her video titles is clear. No. You can't have both a family and a successful career. Erica asserts there is no such thing as balance. Another advice Erica gives to women, which I find deeply scary, is that if the marriage is quite bad, or even worse than that, abusive, women have to endure.
I am the wife. I am in charge of certain things, guardian of the home, helping with the children, so I can make it easy for my husband to do what he needs to do. There's a balance there. And then you get into the people who are saying, well, my husband's abusive. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the beautiful, sacred marriage.
She never revisits the topic of abusive relationships after this little clip. Instead, she tells women that they should not compare their marriages to each other. You see, she and Charlie present themselves as the perfect romantic love story, reinforcing this with her charismatic public persona. And then they say this.
How romanticized they made finding your future spouse. Like, you're going to be so in love. You're going to be swept up in these butterflies in your stomach.
This is what I call gaslighting. It is striking. People attend Erica's speeches and follow her on Instagram, not only for her ideas, but also for what she embodies, an accomplished woman with a Disney-like love story. This is what the average woman in a patriarchal capitalist society wants. She represents the ideal 21st century woman in so many ways, and she uses that aura to instruct young women to curb their aspirations aspirations, accept a diminished version of themselves, and most importantly, not complain about it.
I think it's really important that women do not gossip to their friends about their husband.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, friends can be very unforgiving when it comes to certain things with husband, but what you talk about with your spouse behind closed doors needs to stay there.
This is deeply harmful. Friends often serve as primary support systems outside relationships and family. Being able to share fears and frustrations about a relationship with a friend is essential for mental health. It can improve the relationship in some ways or signal an exit if necessary. Erica, however, instructs women to shut out external advice. The only person they are encouraged to consult is the pastor or priest, whose primary goal is to preserve the religious community and who is typically untrained in addressing relationship issues or psychological challenges.
Yeah, she's just telling you to isolate yourself so that whatever harmful shit is happening at home can just continue happening without you being able to notice patterns because you have nothing to compare it to. Very, very classic shit.
Cheers. I'm sorry, but your local pastor doesn't have that WhatsApp girls group chat energy. See what I mean? So yeah, these are the kinds of lessons you learn at the Young Women's Leadership Summit. What a joke. This is what I call gaslighting. But this is Erica Kirk, everyone, an accomplished woman, a leader, a CEO, telling other women they can only be truly fulfilled in one.
Okay, CEO of Erica Kirk. CEO of what? Turning Point USA, that's it. After the husband died, what else? What else was she a CEO of? CEO of Proclaim Streetwear. So she's CEO of a bunch of t-shirts that get printed, that got sold to Turning Point. That's it. She was a CEO of t-shirts with print on it that says Proclaim on them. She married into power, and now she sees a way to develop her position and become not, just a backdoor, but, figure, like from the shadows, but actually somebody who is in the limelight, and that's it. That's it.
One way, as biblical women, as Republican women. And you know what?
She is willing to ride the coattails of right-wing ideology, which in absolutely every case means selling your soul in order to stop the progress of our beautiful human experiment as a means to gain political or financial power. That's it. She is an incredibly simple figure. She is an incredibly basic figure. She is an incredibly immoral figure. She's an incredibly weak person because all reactionaries are exclusively weak. There is no redeeming quality about this human being. Zero redeeming qualities about this human being. I'm CEO of the Deprogram merch, absolutely. Call me a CEO now. I'm going to put it in my bio. I'm a CEO.
It doesn't work. You see, this was the 9th edition of the
I've never managed merch, let's be honest. Yes, I've never managed merch. Except all the merch ever. That we posted.
And the turnout isn't that great in comparison to the massive crowds Charlie Kirk mobilized. They might have polished sets that kind of look like mine, but better, slick edits and outfits funded by millions in dark money, but the message struggles to land. I'm not saying they have no influence on young women. What I'm saying is that given the enormous amount of money that are poured into this, the results are underwhelming. You see, women are smart. We don't let ourselves be gaslit so easily. We value agency, we value feeling like subjects, not objects. It's a feeling no one can take from us. And it's a feeling someone like Erica struggles to conceal. That's it for me, that's it for today. Thank you so much for watching the video. I hope you enjoyed it. As always, the conversation continues in the comment section. Don't forget to like, to subscribe, to support me and my team on Patreon. I'd put a link in the description box. Big thank you to Aura for sponsoring the video. Big thank you to my patrons as well, and a special shout out to top tier patrons Nofal Shamari, Fred, Hongxing Wong, Paul-Louis Agenot, Patrick Button,
Speaking of when drop, I'm working on one right now. Beginning of December, probably. Beginning of December.
Western Europe is where artists go when they say they're going on a Europe tour.
Okay, let's have some fun. Fuck this shit. Okay, anyways, so just to round it off. There are quislings of every single category of human being that will join reactionary forces even in spite of their own interests, is the wrong way of looking at it. Because they are joining reactionary forces to enshrine their interests. A lot of people will say, why would Erica Kirk start preaching things that are so incredibly harmful to people like herself? Isn't she damaging herself? No, she's damaging the rest of you women. But she's putting herself in the same category as those on top. She is effectively removing herself from the social category, or in her case, gender category, of the very people she is helping dehumanize. That is one part of dialectically looking at this, okay? Dialectical materialism, the material part. How she switches her position in the hierarchy due to this particular type of behavior. That's the number one thing you need to learn from this, okay? Don't be like, it'll eventually come to bite her in the ass from that perspective. From that perspective, it will not. But will it bite him in the ass? Yes, it will. Because of what we talked about earlier. And what is that? With the example of Ben Shapiro. Come on, class, you know this. They become the victims of their own success. They radicalize the audience that they talk to into reactionary ideology to such an extent that they eventually say, I do not listen to Jews. I do not listen to women. I do not listen to black people. This is all American context, by the way. This is very American fucking centric, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty different around the rest of the world, mostly because we didn't, bring 7 quadrillion slaves into the country, and now we don't know how to create a, normative culture, and we're confused about why we can't, even though we quite literally built it on the backs of every fucking ethnic category from around the world, but whatever. They end up suffering from their own success. That is why they eventually get booed, booted out, or even shot. I call them ladder pullers. That's a very good point. They are, what is the American terminology? For unions, the guys that cross the picket fence. Scavs. They're scavs. No, that's not scav. Scav is from video game. What was it, blad? Scabs. Da u pičku materinu. They're scabs. They're scabs of entire aspects of society. They're not just scabs of your union that has 10 members, 100 members, 10,000 members, 100,000 members, 1 million members. They're scabs of hundreds of millions of people. Erica Kirk is a scab of around 4 billion women on planet Earth. That's what they are. And that's how you should categorize it in your brain when analyzing these particular figures. Gender scab. There we go. Because that's what they are. They allow reactionary forces to utilize their disadvantaged social category as a means of enriching themselves and entangling themselves, in Erica Kirk's case, literally with those who hold power. Class traders on steroids, yes. The new Gatso video looks like a repost. Is it? I don't think it is. Maybe it is. I haven't seen this. Please don't tell me it is. It's 1 hour and 24 minutes long. It's not. It's fresh. Thank you, pandas. Where are we sharing? Oh, Xi Jinping himself. Thank you very much for your taxes, Anonymous. Thank you very much. Let's get those numbers up, chat. Those are rookie numbers. Let's not be gender scabs or class traders. Let's be the good type of class trader. Speaking of class traders, I need every single rich person in here to throw fucking subs at me. Show me that you're one of us, baby. Show me that you're one of us. Pulling up the ladder means you have no allies that followed you up when you get pushed off the height you climb to. Exactly.
Western Europe is where artists go when they say they're going on a Europe tour. And the line is strictly defined like this. On the west of Czechia, there is civilization, businessmen,
the whites and the off-whites, if we like to call them,
in suits, and Mercedes. And on the east, there are construction workers, plumbers, and Mercedes, but old. Western Europeans look at Eastern Europe.
That's bullshit, by the way. That's no longer the case. We did socialism before anybody else, and now we're gonna out capitalism, you fuckers. Come see the types of cars they drive in capital cities, in motherfucking Poland, in motherfucking Belgrade, in motherfucking Sofia, in motherfucking Kyiv, in Moscow, Monte Carlo, what? Monte Carlo who? Monaco who? Hello, I do not know you, motherfucker. Dude, it's literally, there's more G classes than Ladas now. There's fucking S-class after fucking S-class. And a lot of them new. We are out capitalisming even you, motherfuckers. Like, it's insane. Turns out, if you learn that all of history is class warfare, but now you have to be in capitalism, you still do class warfare, but in reverse. Thank you, Xi Jinping, for another 5. That is so kind of you, Anon. Thank you very much for the... I don't know if you're the first guy, so I count you for Western tax, so I will not. Still need... I'm doing a 7 per day fucking Western tax counter, okay? At least 7. There's usually around 4,000 up to 4,500 unique viewers every stream, okay? Out of them, we can get fucking 7 to actually pay their Western tax. Thank you, Ani and Nikki, so kindly. Ani and Nikki always pays their taxes for the developing world. Let's fucking go.
As a source of cheap immigrant labor who are all
stolen from West Europe and smuggled to East Europe. That's just you doing racism, bro. Like, what the fuck? Low-key, you're like, ugh. Imagine if I said, oh, in Jamaica, they drive really good cars. And you answered that, they were like, oh, they just migrate to Western Europe and steal them. And then they send them back to Jamaica. Like chat would lose their mind, okay? But hey, it's okay. It's okay. Cope, lol. Me cope that we've been doing capitalism for 30 years and motherfuckers be richer than you guys have been doing it for 120. Cheddar cope, exactly. Oh, Annie and Nikki, another 5. Okay, so I should count you as a Westerner, maybe? Should I count you as a Westerner? I'll count you as a Westerner. I'm a nice guy. There you go. Okay, there we go. There you go. Now we only have 4 left. Malteser, my beautiful motherfucker. What's up? Thank you for the 5. Another developing world chat fucking showing up how it's supposed to be. Come join me in shit talking these Westoids. I consider Malta Eastern Europe, brother. And that's a compliment. Trust me, that is a compliment. Bye, Fern. Have a great day, my friend. I'm from Eastern Europe, so it's not racist. Oh, so it's, it's self-orientalization, my friend. It's self-orientalization. No, you know what it is? Like, it is because a lot of people now have money here. Number 1. Number 2, the populations are smaller, so you notice it a lot more. And number 3, a Slavic man, unless he's literally a multi-millionaire, will never buy a car brand new, unless it's one of those Asian cars, right? The non-Chinese Asian cars. He will always buy it when it has like 30,000 kilometers or 40,000 kilometers, like 20,000 miles mileage, which makes it much cheaper. And he usually buys it out of Western Europe, imports it, and then can afford it, blah, blah, blah. Which is, by the way, a very strong suggestion for you to buy a car like that as well, if you can afford it. Don't just buy straight out of the store. Most cars now give you an extended warranty as well for up to 5 years, up to 120,000 kilometers usually. So some even do up to 200,000 kilometers. Fucking Chinese cars give you up to 200,000 kilometers. So just get something that has 20, 30K miles on it. I don't know where the culture of just buying everything brand new in the States comes from, or the West comes from. You almost had 250,000 miles on the car you bought, you fucking legend. I drove my old car up to 350,000 kilometers. I don't know how much that is in miles.
So, sort of white.
A new one that I bought, it had 34,000 kilometers. I used my corporate money on that. I made myself feel good. Cruising in style. Sorry, I am a basic bro when it comes to Le Vehicle. I like it.
Polish and Ukrainian people might look white to you, but Western European race science can get complicated at times. These are the big boys, the colonizers, the bike lane people.
Yeah.
The real big boy here, and which many of you know from history, is Germany.
Finally, fucking Gatsu hitting the West. Gatsu always making so many videos about us fucking Eastern cuckolds. Let me see you hitting the Chads from the West. Come on.
Better known to Eastern Europeans as, oh yeah, my cousin lives there. Everyone says...
Better known to Eastern Europeans as, yeah, my cousin lives there. Okay, we're shit posting today, chat. We have 30,000 followers. It's sick. So nice.
Berlin is not a good representation of Germany, and this might be true. However, I've only been to Berlin and I fucking loved it. Germany usually looks like this, but Berlin is just gray because of the Soviet occupation. And whenever you're in
Soviet occupation, why did we occupy them? I mean, the Soviets. What did Germans do so that they get occupied? I wonder. And what the Western Berlin part is extremely non-gray because the Americans built very pretty places. You know a city that's famously, like, I'm not even kidding, like really not gray? Kubashi, tell them. Literally Warsaw. I've been to Warsaw, one of the prettiest cities I've ever fucking seen in my life. Okay? It was just rebuilt in the later stages of Soviet development so they could afford to build pretty shit. Whatever, I'm not even going. Gatsu's literally a troglodyte when it comes to history, but makes funny videos, okay? Isn't Gatsu Georgian? Like, they genetically just do not have the ability to make positive decisions historically that help them in any way, shape, or form. He is Georgian, yeah, that explains everything. I have never met a literate Georgian in my life. I know one that's like a millionaire. We all call him Jesus because he looks like Jesus. He's very kind and nice, but he has the political understanding of a frog thinking they're a prince, okay? They're just running around waiting to be kissed to turn into a prince, but they're just a frog.
Berlin, it literally feels like Stalin's ghost is looking at you from above. And you can literally see the Soviet divide because after a certain point, call me blocks just spawn in. Also, Berlin is the most lit place ever. I went there with 3 of my friends and we had so much fun. It was amazing.
By the way, we're drinking. I'm watching a Getsu video. I need to fucking drink. Cheers. I love you.
There were diddy parties everywhere. I also went into a gay store, which we don't have in Georgia because it will get shelled by artillery, and saw a bunch of interesting things, and also got to talk with Elon Musk in there. And the Berlin Döner, oh my god, bro, it's so good. I swear they put crack in Berlin Döner, bro. I would not be...
Number 1, it's Döner. Number 2, yeah, I don't know what chatter said it, but this entire channel is just Georgian experiences what it's like to not live in literal hell. Georgians be like, why Georgia? Literal hell. Also, Georgia, 1% tax for foreigners or for people that have permanent residency there. 1% tax. Georgia be like, why no infrastructure? Also, Georgia, 1% tax. Georgia be like, why I fall through hole that take me to center of universe? 1% tax. The amount of Ukrainians I know that have permanent residency in Georgia, that and like they pay, like 30 of them pay one landlord for like pretending to live in a single garage in order to only pay 1% tax on whatever fucking usually freelance business they do, is immeasurable, dude. Paying 1%. So if I move from West Europe and have a remote job, I pay 1%. Yes, I think you have to spend 6 months plus 1 day and get permanent residency in Georgia. So if you spend 6 months plus 1 day in Georgia, you can do it. Or if you have somebody that will be paid for to guarantee that you were there, you can also do it. Google it. Georgia has 1%. It's literally like a new mini tax haven for people that are in the know. And trust me, I am in the know on tax evasion. Or you should check out the British guy he collabs with. New video in Israel is decent. No, I fucking love him, man. I love Gatsu's cute. She's Georgian, so it's very difficult for me to relate. You know, being not Georgian. That's the two categories of human being, in my opinion. Georgian and not Georgian. This will depend on your country's tax agreement with Georgia. Chat, don't be dumb. Maybe? I mean, lesbian hustlers maybe know more about this, but yeah, research it obviously first. But yeah. You should invite my Georgian friend to the program? Yeah, he would probably lose his mind. I think Hakeem might actually like kill him. No, don't research and move to Georgia now. Apparently, Georgia is really fun. Really fun. Apparently, you can buy methamphetamines from a cab driver. At least that's what my Russian friend that goes there every year for like a month and basically turns into a vegetable told me. Sounds amazing. Yeah, it's an interesting place indeed. It's very cheap, and the food is literally one of the best food on planet Earth. Georgian food is absolutely fucking incredible. So if you like hairy men and women, I guess, I'm not sure. Never been with a Georgian woman. And you like 1% tax and really good food and a lot of Russian speakers that the Georgians hate, go to Georgia. Oh, and very bad politics. Just don't talk to them about politics. When you go to Georgia, be like, they start a political conversation and you go, "Are you Georgian?" And they're like, "Yes, I am Georgian. I do not talk about politics with a Georgian." And they were like, "But why?" "I don't talk about politics with a Georgian." And they will eventually give up. It is like a spell, anti-Georgian spell. They eventually give up, and then you start talking about something else, and they end up being very decent. What's the name of the Erica Kirk video? From dear friend of the show. It's called The Inevitable Rise of Erica Kirk. I think I had linked and pinned it. There we go. Subscribe to Alice. Alice is cool. We disagree on some stuff, agree on some stuff, but I really respect her work. Thank you, Look465, baby. Yeah, let's go. Wait, am I getting something? Are you guys subscribing more and more the more I shit talk Georgians? We should just, like, Georgia is beautiful, but it would be more beautiful if there was less Georgians there. Okay, that was me trying to be edgy. But, you know.
Surprised because there's certainly not a lack of drugs in Berlin, but it's so good. Going to Berlin and not trying a donor is like going to Berlin and not fucking a dude. And the funny fact is, if you removed Berlin from Germany, the country would get richer. Them having Berlin literally loses them money. Absolute cinema city. Then there is the rest of Germany, which has these extremely goofy outfits and dances, which I like. Like, look at them. You almost can't believe they declared war on the entire world twice. Of course, they lost every single one for now, but seeing as Rheinmetall is growing and the new chancellor is rearming Germany, let's see where that takes us. The new
straight out of bottle.
Chancellor will rearm Germany just in time for the AfD, the fascist party.
Hey, brother, the other day you were playing a Zohran Bashar song. What is the name of it? I just write... what I write? I don't remember, brother. More I drink rakia, more I sound like one of my peoples. The less code switching I'm doing. Wait, return to the normal way you speak, Hugo. At least they think that's how you normally speak. Just write Ba'athist song on YouTube, and it had a picture of Saddam Hussein. Ba'athist song. So you write Ba'athist song, and then the one with Saddam Hussein. This one. Man, I told this to Hakeem. Iraqi dudes just look like Balkan dudes that tan. Or Balkan dudes just look like Iraqi dudes that lost some fucking melanin. And I'm not just talking about fucking skin color. Don't be fucking idiots and call both of us Turks, because that would be really funny, because we were both together under Ottoman occupation. One of the greatest mayors of Baghdad was actually a Serbian guy. I'm not even kidding. But no, I'm talking about the whole like haircut, mustache, like everything. The like everything. There's just certain national cultures have a vibe. Okay, I'm not talking about aesthetics. It's just a vibe. And Iraqis and Serbs have a very, very similar one. Absurdly similar one. How do you feel about Azerbaijan and their alliance with Israel? I support Azerbaijan technology. Jokes aside, no, it is fucking disgusting. And the war crimes they did to the Armenians is also very fucking disgusting. Azerbaijan is a proxy state of Turkey, specifically of Erdogan. And one could say it always has been. But I know a bunch of Azerbaijani people that really fuck with Azerbaijani people. Fucking great. My first friend in university was Azerbaijani. He was fucking awesome.
To win elections in 4 years.
Kinda insane, man. Serbia and Iraq, it's not insane at all. We were part of the same country for 500 years. You ever heard of the Ottoman Empire? Neither of us wanted to be in it, but they kind of forced all of us to be in it. To an extent, I guess Serbia and Bulgaria and Palestine were in the same country as well. And that explains why, Balkan people usually relate more to Arabs than they do to a motherfucker from Paris. Even though they self-orientalize and they want to be more like the whites, because, quote-unquote, that's where civilization comes from. So if we want to properly manage ourselves, we need to lift ourselves up by our melanin and get rid of all of it. No, understand, it's just interesting history. No, I wasn't making fun of you. I apologize if it sounded that way. No, it is very interesting.
And then the fascists will have
contradictions wrapped in irony, isn't it?
Have all these.
Isn't that 100% of my stream? Talking about contradictions wrapped in irony.
Guns, and Poland is looking there so fertile and so unprotected, and they have their little brother down to the south named Austria.
Thank you, Silver, for the first gift sub, my friend. Thank you very much. Taxes, taxes, taxes.
Vienna is like the most beautiful city ever. It's absolutely gorgeous, but it is also so boring, man. Oh my god, bro. Ain't shit to do in Vienna. Literally, when I was there by 8 or 9 p.m., the streets were fucking empty. Like, god damn, bro. Go outside.
That's because too many Balkan people moved to Vienna and they were having too much fun. And the original Austrians were like, no, no, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. We will limit everything because they are having too much fun. No, 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 no. Accurate. There you go. Toasty knows. I will not say why. I don't know if Toasty is okay with that, but Toasty knows.
I don't get it.
No fun in Vienna. No, no, no.
Hey man, is Diddy roaming the streets at night? Where the fuck are all the people at? And the thing is, the route I went was from Berlin, the latest place in Europe, to fucking Vienna, which is the most boring city probably in Europe for partying or something. But if you're into history and art, they have so much of that. First of all, every street in Vienna looks like it was crafted by an artist. I was looking down some random fucking alleyways and it looked gorgeous. Also, so much history. For example, there's Cafe Central in Vienna, and nearby there, in 1913 to 14, used to live Stalin, Sigmund Freud, Hitler, Trotsky, and the Emperor of Austria. Insane lineup. Only in Vienna, bruh. The buildings in this city look amazing. They built these buildings to tell you and show you that they are better than you. Like, the only reason for building this fancy shit is just to flex on you. Like, yeah, we're better than you. What are you gonna do?
We have to spread the wealth to comrades who want to come back in the stream. That is the mentality of a true taxpayer and oiler. Absolutely. I love being an enigma. I tell them my background and they're all by my politics. I tell them my politics and they're all by my background. Being a leftist military vet is so much fun. I can imagine.
About it. But the thing is,
I liked Vienna, but I went to Vienna when I was 15 or 16 or something on like a school trip. If you're from the Balkans, they take you to a school trip to Vienna to show you where you're going to live in the future if you want a normal, stable career. Come on, that one was good. Come on, that was a pretty good 8 out of 10. But they, yeah, I liked it. I liked it. I remember first time somebody like, because all the kids were screaming like crazy. They went shopping or something and bought some shoes. And we're sitting on one of the central streets. And we were eating at one of the cafes. And all the girls were like, and all the boys were like, we're just being extremely obnoxious teenagers. Except for a few of us that were like, please behave. Low-key, like I was that annoying kid that was like, please behave. Like, what the fuck? We're representatives of our nation over here while traveling abroad, especially when it's a group travel by a bunch of teenagers from but at that time it was a primary school, a late primary school. And I spoke some German, at least I understood some. Back then I spoke a lot more, now I don't, but I understand most of it. And there was a bunch of like older, like posh ladies drinking coffee. And I literally just heard them saying, I'm not going to reveal my actual, nation that I grew up in, but just for the LARP, even though all of you fucking know at this point. But they just looked over, and one of them said, Georgians. And the other one was like, yeah, fucking Georgians. Obviously, now Georgians insert other ethnicity. Towards a bunch of kids just being rowdy. Now, in retrospect, that was like, the fuck, you bigoted cow, those are fucking children. But okay, whatever. You do you. I think that was my first experience abroad when somebody was like, look at the barbarians. And that's the fucked up thing. I didn't feel like, oh, fuck this fucking old lady, this fucking piece of shit. I was like, we low-key are fucking savages or whatever. Which, let's be honest, like, truth to both. Like, she's a bigoted piece of shit, but we were also acting like pieces of shit. It doesn't excuse us for coming from an impoverished place. We should have been raised better by our parents and not act like fucking loud, obnoxious pieces of shit in a cafe. And our teachers should have raised us better as well. So we were teenagers, yes, but we were dicks. Like, no, you're not supposed to act like that. So both groups were wrong. But the older people were more wrong because they were stereotyping a whole fucking ethnicity based on the behavior of teenagers. They should know better. They're 65 years old, but whatever. What's up, BPD, for the 5 gifties, my friend? Let's go. Your first 5. Thank you very much. Another taxpayer from the developing world. Well, the Westerners that we're talking about here sit super quiet. Yeah, y'all sucked. We did. 5 head. Young Hugo, she got a point. Yeah. Self-crit king. We all should, Shouldn't the old ladies have known better? Absolutely, they should have known better. But that doesn't undermine that the kids were pieces of shit, right? If somebody on a electric scooter runs by and steals your phone that happens to be of an ethnic minority, 2 things can happen at the same time. You can both say that particular guy is an absolute piece of shit for stealing my phone. Fuck that guy. While also calling out somebody else who said, those people of that particular ethnicity all fucking suck, etc., etc., right? You can do both. You can be both like what the fuck? I am a normal working class person like yourself, probably. You just stole my phone and I'm not going to be able to afford another one. You absolute fucking asshole. How about you go and rob the Louvre and be based or something? While also being like, yo, like the fuck? The fact that this person did this is not a representation of the entire ethnicity. That's number one. That's when somebody steals from me. But I walk into a supermarket and somebody's fucking stealing everything in front of them. I literally go, I see nothing, okay? Okay? You try to steal from me, I break your fucking legs. But from anywhere else, God bless, dude. God bless. Me or my neighbors. We don't fuck with this shit here. But supermarkets, phone stores, riot shit, God bless, my friend. Enjoy it. Fuck the capitalists. Me and my neighbors is a different story.
Turks finally made it to Vienna, which is how you get Ferhat Doner, which is famous for being so good. And when I checked it out, there was literally a fucking line of Austrians waiting to get in, and it's so good, bro. I nearly busted under that table. But the Austrians are clearly not appreciating these nice Turkish men making this.
What do you mean nobody ever steals from stores? Oh my bad. Fuck. I was a low-key snitch there. I was a low-key snitch. Oof. I apologize, chat. Fucking delete that part from the... You can't play back my stream because I got some copyright strike shit and I need to manually publish my streams. Okay, I need to manually publish my streams. But I cannot manually publish my stream. Guess when? While streaming. Isn't that fucking hilarious? So I think I'm like permanently never going to have playback, which is really, really, really bad. But let's see.
Food, because why the fuck are they voting for a Nazi party? Oh, just because they don't want immigrants, they're not Nazis. Motherfucker, the party was founded by an SS lieutenant. Look at this shit, bro. What are you on about? And the thing you will notice after being in Vienna is that...
You see, he's showing his based aspects, probably from hanging out with Wow Mao and shit. Wow Mao, 4 months in, by the way, has finished 50% of the video. I will never publish a video on my channel. Like, I swear to God. Wow Mao is a reactionary force against my videos.
Austrians like to follow rules and orders. Me and Leo literally had a security guard of a bar coming up to us when we were smoking outside to shush and not be too loud because those are the rules. He was telling this to literally other people that were speaking in normal voices, not being loud. And he had that look. I'm just following orders. But I knew he was secretly enjoying it, which is a metaphor. And me personally, I don't like a German or an Austrian guy telling me to do something, telling me to follow orders, you know? I think they learned in World War II about talking to Georgians that way, you know? And Austria is generally very gorgeous because they have Vienna, which is probably the best looking city in Europe. And when you go outside, it's these beautiful...
It really is absolutely gorgeous. Now to put on my capitalist traveler hat, but the only guys that kind of fucking, win over them is Switzerland. But in Switzerland, a beer is like 12 euro or some shit. So yeah, I ain't going back to Switzerland anytime soon. Goddamn, unless we get those numbers up, if you know what I mean.
Mountains with nice water, just absolute cinema. This looks cartoonishly good. And a lot of famous people are actually from Austria, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mozart, Sigmund Freud, and a person who has been gaining a big following lately, especially in America. But I don't care what kind of war crimes they have committed. Have you tried schnitzel? It's so good.
Listen, okay, I know about Adolf Hitler and I know about Toasty Android. And Toasty Android is really based, okay? But enough to balance out Hitler? Maybe.
Going to Austria and not eating schnitzel daily is like going to America and not eating a burger. Belgium is a fictional country in Europe made up by the European Union bureaucrats with the intent of...
Dude, Belgium is insane. Belgium needs, they're talking about getting new uniforms for the police force. And the uniform had like the classic blue and green or some shit that every fucking police uniform in Western Europe has. And then some ethnicity, because they got those 3 big ethnicities, was like, wait, isn't that the flag of the other ethnicity? We are refusing that police uniform. That's the type of problems they have. That's the type of problems they have. That's the type of problems they have. Also, I've had 3 friends of 3 different ethnicities go to fucking Brussels, the capital of Europe, and all 3 of them got robbed on the street. I wish I was inventing this. All 3 of them got robbed on the street. At least they tried to rob them. All 3 of them. 1 was successful, 2 was not successful. The one that was successful, it was my British friend. The other 2 were Balkan dudes. Yeah, it was not very successful with the Balkan dudes. But what? This is the capital of Europe? What the fuck is going on, bro?
Smuggling all of Europe's cocaine and headquartering the European Union. This is precisely why half the country speaks French and the other half speaks Dutch. This is also why they don't really care about Belgium. It looks like shit, and Brussels is so fucking ass that there's literally a term for it called Brusselization, which means making your city look like shit. The roads suck, and the border from Belgium to the Netherlands looks like this, where you can...
And there's also like low-key, like one friend of mine that's a diplomat. Jesus, now I'm fucking... really doing my best for you guys to figure out who I am. One friend of mine who's a diplomat and goes to Brussels all the time and shit. He's like, because he's a leftist, and I'm like, how do you explain this? And please don't just fucking say, oh, there's so many fucking minorities there. And he's like, no, I mean, sure, there are a lot of minorities, but that's not the thing. The thing is that Brussels is basically a fucking administration center for the entirety of Europe. And a lot of people either migrated there, or a lot of people that have been living there for generations upon generations did not adapt to the fact that it's just for fucking political administration. So there's not really jobs for anything, right? Like maybe a couple of fucking restaurants that you can run for the fucking certain European Union bureaucrats to come and eat in. And that's it. It's a low-key purposeless city. It's a city that people should treat like a village and move out of, because there's nothing to do there. Just like in a village in, I don't know, the 1930s, right? That's at least how he explains. It's just not like it's an administrative hub. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do there? That's why a lot of motherfuckers, for example, run drugs out of there, because you gotta find a fucking way to live there, you know? I know exactly who you're talking about. Funnily enough, bukvalno se zovete isto, brate. Đorđe. Emo Snail, you fucking G, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you very much. Taxes. Let's go. Is the friend Giannis? No, I wish. Yeah, roads in Netherlands are better, but they pay like 3 times the road tax. Yeah. Austrian or Karađorđeva šnicla? Brate moj! He just asked me whether a Vienna schnitzel or a very famous Balkan, in this case Serbian schnitzel. You are making me choose between something that is very good. Look at what it looks like. Okay, I love it. I've even eaten it in Vienna. Okay, you're asking me to choose between something that's decent. No, genuinely, it doesn't look as good as it tastes for those of you who have not tried. It's actually very decent. But the Serbs took that and they fucking filled it with fucking everything that you can fucking imagine, okay? They wrapped that shit in bacon, then they filled it with yellow cheese, then they did the Vienna thing around it, okay? How am I supposed to pick between unironic 100% massive hog diabetes incoming versus just a nice decent piece of meat that I can have for a meal, okay? They Americanized it. No, they Serbed it. The Serbs have been doing meat on steroids before most people knew what meat even is. Trust me, my friend. Okay? It is fucking incredible. It is fucking so incredible. It's incredible. So this one is good, but this one is just, I guess, Americanized. If you really, we're also America obsessed, I guess. Jugo nemoj me ubiti, ali austrijska je bolja, pa... Ti si mršav ili mršava, jel da? Ne, 100%. Zato što si fit. Mi debeli volimo da se najedemo, okay? Ukraine have a dish that's close to this. Chicken Kiev, it's called. Oh, no, I love chicken Kiev, but chicken Kiev is different. They're just cordon bleu. What the fuck is cordon bleu? Cordon bleu. We named Karageorgieva Schnitzel after a guy who was just a professional at killing Turks, pretty much. Oh, okay. It's similar. Oh, wow. It's low-key similar, but you don't feel it. You fill it with some weird cheese. Do you fill it with fucking blue cheese? Don't tell me you fill it with blue cheese. It's a bit different. You fucking spiral it. Yeah. And you cut it like this. Oh, God. I'm going to say a slur. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, fuck me. But that looks great, though. Cordon bleu is basically schnitzel, but with ham and cheese stuffed inside. Yet another thing that the French stole from from some other part of the world, made it worse, and then said it's their meal. I'm kidding. I don't know. Maybe they were first. But if you're meat people, you really need to go to Bosnia and Serbia. You really need to. As you know, I've traveled my fair bit. If you're meat people, like Jesus Christ, those two countries are absurd. They are just absurd. Macedonia is pretty close as well. And not just cevapi, yes, cevapi, but just it's. Is it traditional? I think we do it once every 6 months. Explanation about the greatest video made by Key and Peele ever. If you want to understand Balkan cuisine, which is pretty much all around the same, but certain countries are a little bit better than the other ones, and understand Balkan mentality, I guess today is like really Kultur Tuesday. We're talking about culture. You have to watch this video. This is if anybody genuinely does not understand what Balkan people are like or what the beef is about, this is a great video that both explains it and makes fun of it, but in a really, really unironically dialectical manner. like it's so good, and I find it to be absurdly funny. If you got have all of you watched this? Because I'm not going to play it if all of you watched this. Tell me if you haven't watched this. Made me watch this 4 times. Never. No. I haven't. Okay. So, there you go. If you want to understand, this is for you.
Zdravo! Welcome! Sit anywhere you like. Sit here. This is good. Sit right here. Sit right here. Sit right here. There you go. That's a good lady. Yes, all right. There you go. First time? Is it first time for you? First time?
Yes.
All right, then. Dobra. Good. All right.
So, what's good?
Oh, well, I tell you, right, you have to have the kebapi. Kebapi is what you're going to have, okay?
Oh, don't they serve that in the cafe across the street?
No! You cannot get the kebapi at the cafe across the street!
What did I say?
Across the street is Albanian. This cafe, Macedonian.
They are so good, like the way they everything.
My friends, I'd like to apologize for the behavior of my passion. I just feel bad in my brain for people to think that your mouth
would have been raped by the food that they serve. Albanian mother bitches over there.
These mother bitches, sons of my bitch! Across the street, what they be serving is cevapi.
And what do you serve here?
We serve
the kebapi.
Kebapi.
Kebapi. Look at mouth.
Kebapi.
No, look at mouth.
Kebapi.
Kebapi. There you know, now you're getting the kebapi. You got it. You finally did it. Perfect.
What is the difference between kebapi and
but he does not know.
cevapi? But they don't know.
No. I have to forgive
You have to forgive them.
For the bastard mother bitches over there that are serving the cevapi, put in the grilled meat, salt, chopped red pepper, diced onion, cream, kashmak, ajvar, then the cottage cheese.
But what do you serve?
We serve the kebabi, and we put in the cottage cheese, the ajvar, the kashmak, the cream, Then it's the diced onions.
Sounds
the
exactly
chopped
like
red pepper, and then the grilled meat. Then the grilled meat. And then we stir it.
And across the street, they do.
Son of the bitches over there! They mix it! Sons of my mother! Yeah, sons of my. Yeah.
Un pezzo la riempito nella
Sadi.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
We are
Here. They are there.
We are here. There. Here. No. Good this season, my friends. Now it is time for you to try the real good food, not what these sons of my bitches serve across the street.
McDonald's?
Sure.
I'll make sure
Just
folks
give
will
us
get
the
back
5 stars on Yelp. Oh, yes, there you go. Literally the same people spanning an entire Balkan Peninsula with slight differences, which motivates them to hate each other more than arguably almost anybody else, because that's a mechanism utilized by the domestic and foreign bourgeoisie to create a schism between peoples that should be brothers and sisters, if not the same nation. That is the explanation. Was that live footage? Yeah, pretty much. The reason I like it is because it's just really good analysis. It's fucking great. Though for somebody who doesn't contextualize it, it might just look like a video that's making fun of weird foreigners with their weird shit. But if you have enough contextualization, then it's brilliant. Then it's really, 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 really smart. And and also Loki really looks like without the chain. My grandpa didn't wear chains, but really, God rest his soul, looks like my grandpa that departed. So I always feel good watching it. Chad, if you want to see cat pictures, get a hype train and level up. Yeah, absolutely, that's correct. Why does Balkan fighting remind me of Sajans fighting? We watched a whole video on it. It's the same. It's like also the Arabs in fighting. Like the fucking Iraqi is going to call the Lebanese like, oh, you're just a Western cuck. And the Lebanese is going to call him, yeah, but you're a fucking nationalist fucking psychopath. And then the Syrians are just going to be sitting there like, whoa, what is happening? They're basically, I don't know, fucking Croatia on steroids. No, Croatia's Iran. I know they're not Arab, but yeah, it replicates absolutely everywhere. Replicates everywhere.
You can clearly see the divide between.
Anyways, reminder to pay your taxes, support the show, oil me up. We need 4 more Westerners to pay their taxes. That is 4 more Westerners that happen to be ethnic minorities who owe us 10 on this day, or 4 more Western whites that owe us 20. I know you're in here somewhere. Don't hide. I know you're very pale, but it's nighttime out here, so we're going to see you. I know you're invisible during daytime, white people, but now it's nighttime.
An actual country and the fictional entity known as Belgium. Belgium is where most of Europe's evil takes place, and this has been the case throughout history as well. Not to forget the shit they were doing in the Congo. Belgian chocolate, my fucking ass. Not a single cacao.
Croatia is actually Jordan. Okay, that's a very good point. Croatia is Jordan. I agree. Croatia is Jordan. Serbia is definitely Iraq. Romania can be Iran because they're like very similar to the rest, but they're a completely different ethnic category of people, right? Because Iranians are similar to Arabs. Let's not fucking lie to ourselves. But they're not Arabs. Same with like Romanians are very similar to Balkan Slavs, but they're not Slavs, right? So Iran is Romania.
A tree grows in Belgium Man, I wonder how they became so famous for Belgian chocolate if they don't have cocoa in Belgium. And because the EU is headquartered there, the whole country got used to hypocrisy. They say we are sanctioning Russia and then keep buying gas and oil and everything from them. And of course, exporting products as well. More things as well, such as when they honored the Congolese leader they helped overthrow. I hate to agree with Nigel Farage on something, but I do consider Belgium a fake country. Their colony of the Congo was fake. They didn't even
Not woke enough. All countries are fake countries. Whoa, dark woke.
colonize it themselves. It's a massive EU headquarters with cocaine and bad roads. They made Baldur's Gate 3 though. You know, they get very big points for that.
Now, despite the UK's kind
No, I'm not giving them points for that. Like, people from all over the world participated in Baldur's Gate. What the fuck?
of democratic decision to fucking nuke its economic and political ties to the EU 9 years ago, it's still an important player in Western Europe. I swear, bro. The UK has Europe's second largest economy, and assuming you're not counting Russia or Turkey, Great Britain also has Europe's second largest population, which is kind of insane because we don't even rank top 10 in Europe by actual size. Fucking Finland is bigger than the UK by area, which is why this country can feel like such a compacted cluster of fuckery sometimes. You could drive 1 hour down the motorway, or alternatively sit on a 50 quid significantly delayed, crammed, sweaty train full of angry geezers just like yourself, and you'll end up in a completely different world from where you started your
British people in chat, I'm sure we have a few. Is partying in London good? I mean, not in London, in England in general. In England, because I know it's good in good old Ireland. And by partying, I just want to go to fucking local pubs and get fucking smashed with some fucking random locals, and then sleep on whatever overpriced bed they have on the second floor. But are English pubs good? Are there any fucking raves in England? I don't fucking know. Is I don't know. England was a hotspot of rave culture. It absolutely was. And of punk culture and of even rock culture, which I'm a big fan of all of those 4 categories. But then Thatcher came. True. That's what I'm low-key, that's what I'm asking. Because Britain I actually haven't been to. No, everything is a spoons now, which is like the IHOP of pubs. Oh, son of a bitch. I'm sorry.
journey. The accents, the scenery, the slang, the buildings, the people's looks. You can literally switch biomes in like half an hour in this country. I've never been anywhere quite like it. For example, let's say you started off in Wolverhampton, yeah? Wolvo? The far west of the West Midlands. We call this region of our county the Black Country. Because from the Industrial Revolution until about 1970, there was enough coal being burned in these parts to cover everyone and everything in soot. It's industrial, it's rough, it's not very aesthetically pleasing, but at least the people sound funny.
This is a quick video message here to Donald.
Okay, I really, for people that have like hearing disabilities, I really want to have the fucking captions on. But in order to do so, I have to be exceptionally embarrassed in front of 400 people. But I don't care, I'll do it. How do I lower the caption size? I'm so sorry. How do I lower the caption size? I don't see it in the options. How do I lower the caption size? Like where? Where the fuck? I hear options. Okay. Font size 4. Okay, I found it by myself. Son of a bitch. Yeah, there you go. Oh. Make fun of me, yeah. Son of a bitch. Okay, why did it even get bigger in the first place? I don't get it. Motherfucker. Okay, 200%. White, of course. Background color, black. Black in the background of white. Jesus Christ. Background opacity. Okay, let's make that 50. Let's make that 0. Yeah, very good. Very good. Okay, like this. Like this. And then like this. Like this. There you go. Or should it be like this? Right. I'm gonna do it like this. Wait. Like this. Like this. And then aesthetics. Very good. And now we watch it like this, okay?
Trump's
ASMR Unk ID struggles.
Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Zelensky, to...
I love how, like, I asked you the question, so I embarrassed myself in front of 400 people, and then I found it by myself. Incredible behavior on my end.
Israel, let me know you. Well, you all invade him everywhere. Israel's after Gaza, apparently. Russia's after Ukraine. Donald Trump wants Canada and Iceland. Well, look, we'll come to a compromise because none of us want...
My favorite thing about modern British politics is that they will have a political figure. I really fuck with that new young guy. I refuse to learn British names. I will learn it eventually by accident. I really fuck with him. He's kind of chill. But what I really, 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 really like with British fucking political conversations with some of their local politicians is when they invite them on these shows and they're like, "Oi, mate, like, what would you do if you had to fight the Russians? What would you do if you had to fight the Chinese? How do we make sure the European Union listens to us even though we're not a member?" And I'm always like, what the do you guys still think you're empire? What the dude, it's 2025. Like, nobody, you think Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or even Belgium or Washington is sweating over the opinion of the United Kingdom? What why are you asking your politicians about how they're going to stop Vladimir Putin? What you are not in the game, bro. You're not in the group chat. You're not in the group chat. Why do you think you're in the group chat? That's like asking a random fucking Macedonian politician, "Hey, so what is your opinion on nuclear missiles striking Moscow?" What? Bro, you're not participating. This D&D session, it's already filled with 4 other guys and Dungeon Master. You're not in the session. Put the beans and toast in the bag, bro, okay? And curry, okay, bro? But yeah, every time I watch British news, they really think their main character syndrome is still really strong. I'm like, what? And the proof of all of that was like Chinese guy, what was it? Low-key racist that I don't remember his name, I have to admit. Chinese guy versus British journalist. Yeah.
Are you a competitor? Are you an ally? Are you a threat? How would you regard your relationship with Britain?
First of all, between China and Britain, from the Chinese perspective, Britain is not a rival, is not a competitor, it is not an enemy, is not an adversary. Britain is just an important country to get along with in peace and in friendship and for mutual benefit. Now, how Britain looks at China, it's up to the British government and people to decide. But I think it would be completely misguided for Britain to view China as an enemy or adversary or a competitor. What do China and Britain compete with? China is the largest manufacturer of automobiles. Competing with Britain? No. China is the largest exporter of EV cars and will lead the whole world in EV production. Is Britain a competitor? No. China will be the biggest and most important producer and R&D in terms of semiconductor in no time. Does that mean that China competes with Britain? No. China will be the leading nation in AI revolution. Is Britain a competitor? No. So I think British government should not overestimate its impact on the global scene and view Britain as a rival of China. China is not. China is a fact. China is a megatrend for Britain to live with and get along with. Let's make peace rather than...
Bro, I have 2 stacks of Chinese cigarettes in this fucking house. Look at what I drink my water from. The world is changing in front of your eyes. If you have children, force them to learn Chinese. Is all I'm fucking saying.
Hesitating for war.
It's funny. Again, the UK is still important. It's still a fucking factor. But mostly like, like that old head everybody has in the crew. They used to be like, like a fucking G. You roll with him. He's always got a table everywhere. He's got a connection. Like you need something taken care of. Okay, maybe this context is very Eastern European. You need something taken care of. You call him. He then finds you, connect. You fucking finish everything easier. You pay who you need to pay. Look, everything's good. But like the years have passed him. He no longer has any of those connects or whatever. But like you still respect him because of how he was like 10 years ago, right? And you still call him to the hangout sessions. He's still one of the boys and girls, a part of the group. Blah blah blah. That's basically Britain right now with the G7 and shit. Like they're inviting them out of politeness. Like, okay, I guess the Americans are like the entirety of our political elite are basically Anglo-Saxons and shit. So, probably my great grandpa was fucking English. That's why we're inviting you to the cookout. That's it. Just don't bring seasoning. It's whites only cookout. Okay. Please stop China posting during No Nut November. I don't want to lose again this year. I can't help being based. Dude, I outpace everyone, okay? I went to China before Hassan. I already gave you cigarette reviews before him. I spoke pro-China like 5 years ago, before it was cool. You have not met me in a very Chinese time of my life. My whole life was a Chinese time of my life. While also criticizing them, by the way, and I criticize them a lot, trust me. I think the early 2000s, when there was a big migration of Polish people to the UK, reactionaries latched onto blaming Polish immigrants for literally anything. It was so gross and embarrassing. Nowadays, I would say most people are like, sound lads, the Poles. As in good eggs. Yeah, it takes some time, of course. A British professor that was teaching Balkan cinematography in my university, he's one of my favorite professors of all time, a Freudian, a very big Freudian. He was a socialist and a Freudian. And he, in a room filled with Balkan people, because obviously it was like an extra credit Balkan cinematography class. So it was mostly Balkan people in there and some chill, Westerners that, wanted to learn something cool, and Easterners, of course. And Brexit was happening, and, he wanted to talk to us about Brexit. And a bunch of, Slavic racists, pretty much. I don't know, like just Slavics that were racists, mostly to, like, Southeast Asian cultures and so on. He asked them, like, why do you think Brexit happens? And they're like, but, these Pakistanis, these Indians, they're all coming in. They're different than British culture. Like, that's what broke the camel's back. And the British professor looks him straight in the eye. The guy was a Bulgarian, I think. Yeah, the guy was a Bulgarian. Looks him straight in the eye and says, Indians and Pakistanis have been coming into the UK en masse for the last 50, 60 years. Brexit is only happening now. You Bulgarians and Romanians, he looks at the Romanians in chat in the classroom, and he says, you motherfuckers joined the EU, 2007, 2008? As you guys joined and started going there in the hundreds of thousands, that's when Brexit conversations started actually going up. They want you guys out of their fucking country, and the Polish and so on. The conversation, and of course, then he mentioned like Africans and so on. You are the category, not the Indians and Pakistanis. They're used to Indians and Pakistanis. They're part of the Commonwealth. The way that room went fucking quiet. He basically looked them in the eye and said, you think they're subhuman? No, in the eyes of the British, you're more subhuman than them. The white British probably still consider the other one subhuman, but you are more fucking quiet, bro. Fucking murder. like straight up genocide in the classroom. Straight up genocide in the classroom. So yeah, don't let people from the second and third world fucking yap their way into thinking they're better than other people in the second and third world. Because they like to do that a lot. They like to do it. South Koreans love doing it with other fucking Asians or with Arabs. The Japanese love doing it with Muslims and black people. Jesus fucking Christ. But that, those are not developing countries. But you get my point. Were they suppressing wages? No, the argument there was that because of the European Union, all of these Central and South Europeans were coming into the country. You cannot make an anti-European Union argument for why Indians and Pakistanis are coming in. But you can make an anti-EU argument that we just allowed, for example, Bulgaria and Romania and Croatia into the European Union so they can just come into the UK and, have the same rights as citizens almost, except voting, of course. So they were like, that's why we need to get the fuck out of the EU. Which is so fucking funny because there was a lot of, for example, Polish and Bulgarian and Romanian immigrants in the UK voting Brexit. That became citizens, right? It's absurd. Japanese fucking hate everybody. Japanese hate themselves. Most overhyped country on planet Earth. Most overhyped country on planet ever. Japan is the most overhyped place on. I'll just shut the fuck up. There's too many of you fucking anime heads in here.
See World War IV happen. None of us want that. I ain't getting involved with it unless I can do it remotely on the PlayStation with the drums. I'm not getting involved with it. Not with my back. Right? So I've got a solution for you. You can all share this and we can call it peace. I'm willing to compromise and say to you all, you can all have London. Yeah? You can all have London, the capital of England. I tell you why you can have it, because it's full of total cunts. Like yourself.
Then about an hour down the road, you'll have driven through 3 different English counties, Hereford, Staffordshire, Shropshire. Then you'll cross the border and arrive in Wrexham, proper Welsh, small rural city. Here they have thick Welsh accents because they speak the fucking mythical language of Welsh, not English.
I am still waiting for a single white Westerner to pay their taxes today. This is fucking embarrassing. I know there's some of you in here. I know I'm not very popular amongst the Western whites. Okay? But come on, there's one of you in here that has the fucking budget and you're being hella fucking quiet, my bro. Or my girl. Usually it's the only Western whites, like 70% of the Western whites that actually do end up paying their taxes happen to be gay or happen to be women. like always, they're non-binary or some shit. Like it's always the case. So prove me right if you're one of those Western whites. Prove me right or prove me wrong if you're a straight cis male Western white. Then you have no excuses at that point. You have no excuses at that point.
They got castles, rolling hills, sheep farms, everything you could expect in
Jokula, don't act fucking high and mighty. You haven't paid your taxes this week either, motherfucker.
Wales. And bro, Gigi,
I'm allowed to talk only to Jokula this way. I don't talk to any other chatter this way.
Please put
Jokula, where money? Money where?
A photo of some Welsh words on the screen right now so they can see how insanely foreign this shit is. Nah, bro, I should have never trusted this Welsh plug, bro.
And there we fucking have it. Thank you, Jokula, very much. But thank you, Luke. You psycho. You brought us to 75% of the goal. You psycho motherfucker. Luke, tell the chat, are you a cis straight white male or are you another category of human being? Even though all categories of human being are exactly the same. It is the socialization of any ideologization, or whatever you want to call it, of difference in ethnicity that made us start thinking that race is an actual thing. Sadly, from Germany. Okay, you are from Germany. Are you a boy? Okay, are you a boyorino? No, remember you, Luke. Yes, you are. That's literally the bit we always do. We always do with you, isn't it? How high are the taxes today? Yeah, Luke is like what's the word? Like just enjoys the oppression I give him by calling him a German white boy. No, fucking based. A German white boy proving to us that white taxpayers, chatters' lives matter indeed. So, God bless. I just come on here to pay taxes most of the time. So you're telling me you don't enjoy the type of interesting, eloquent conversations that we have here? You're just in it to spend some money and look at me say, hey, you good white boy. This is not OnlyFans, but I appreciate it. I'm not going to say no to it. You're very welcome to come in every week and just, splurge a little bit, both financially and quite literally physically. I love you. I love you. Just don't have the time. No, I completely understand, my friend. Thank you for the support. And isn't that ironic? Like the people that have the capital to support Twitch streamers usually are working their fucking asses off in this stupid, disgusting economy and system in order to be able to afford to come in and pay some taxes. But God bless. Thank you. So chat, we proudly can now say that there is one principled white person in this chat, and that is our friend Luke465. Thank you to the only principled white person in chat. Thank you very much. From the West, of course.
Fuck you mean I gotta go meet you round the back of Lanfair Flgwyn.
Oh, maybe they're not the only one. Did I do something? Did I trigger something? Did I trigger an emotion there? Did I trigger somebody to say, oh no, I have to protect my people, my land, and my blood and my race? Or is it something else? I'm kidding. Of course it's not that. You're in this community. Roy Quertz, motherfucker. What the hell on? What the hell on? Everybody say thank you to Roy right now. Say thank you to Roy and say thank you to Luke. Don't say thank you to Jokula. It's Jokula. Roy, where do you come from, my dear friend? Where do you come from in this insane game that probably 5 years down the line, when this stream blows up and acts like it don't know nobody, is going to be clipped out of context and shown around right-wing media as like, look at the crazy leftists. There is a crazy Balkan communist that makes white people give him money on live stream. It is disgusting. Germany also, other German triggered me. Oh my God, the crowds are competing. Lele bate. But the third worlders and second worlders, like F916253, with the 5 are saying, no, we are not going to remain quiet. The whites are getting too cocky in changing the world's opinion about them with all of these taxes. So I got to do something about it. And F just did it. But yeah, Roy, thank you. Very big G shit of you. Low-key offended that you didn't choose to support the show because of what we do here. You chose to give your first 20 gifts because you wanted to measure your dick size with another German. Low-key offended, but also very grateful. As Ohio in the third world, we are spiritually Serb. You are not spiritually Serb. You are spiritually Albanian. And yes, you are in the fourth world, 100%. Ohio, Legogan, Ohio. I lost my dad in Ohio. So yes, if you're from Ohio, you're the only American that owes 5, okay? That in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, I cannot ask Wisconsiners for more than 5.
Gogor free Trywin Dobry Williants Silo Go Goch train station. I'm not doing that, bro. Anyway, so from there you drive 30 minutes down the road, you're back in England, and God forbid you're in Chester, known for being genuinely like the poshest, most upper class city in all of North England. People here have posh English accents, you know, fetch me my cream tea, woman. Yeah, Chester looks insane. It's like all Tudor buildings. It's one of the few English cities that have these famous horse.
I like that. Like, okay, call me, I don't know, fucking internalized white supremacy bullshit, whatever your fucking libs like to say, but this is pretty. I'd love to see this. This is pretty. This is nice. But of course now it's just filled with O2 Cafe Nero, fat place. Just brands everywhere, yeah, of course.
Insane. It's like all Tudor buildings. It's one of the few English cities that have these famous horse races, the Chester races, that are attended solely by inbred posh drunk wankers. They got wine bars, upper class nightclubs with insane dress codes and shit. You know, type of places that me and Gatsu would...
Upper class nightclubs, I used to go back when I felt incredibly, like, I don't know, pathetic. Just started out the corporate world. I wanted to spend more than, that's before you guys know me, more than I can afford, because I wanted to, present myself as something like more than I fucking am. Usually that's what you get, like, because you get in business, is business school. They promise you're gonna be, a fucking multi-millionaire the second you fucking get out of there. But then you get out of business school, and yes, you get jobs that nobody that didn't go to business school will get. But you got to start out from the fucking beginning. And so you start out with like pretty absurd salaries for the first 2 or 3 years. You're unironically making less than somebody. For the first 2 years at least, you're making less than somebody that just starts out at Burger King. So you're like, what the fuck? But then everybody's looking at your Instagram stories, and you gotta fucking LARP that you're something else. That I never did, but to myself, I had to LARP. So I went very often, and sometimes even enjoy these like more high-end clubbing experiences. And for those of you who have not experienced it, it's I want to just tell you what it is. It's not a clubbing experience, okay? Most of you probably that are, of age and so on have gone to a rave or two in their life. If you haven't, go. It's very fun. If you're not into, dancing, a lot of people around you, very crowded, then don't. Like, God bless, it's not for you. But fancy clubs is you stand. You stand. You compete with other people when it comes to how fancy the part of the club where your table is. Do you got the VIP? Do you got the upper part? Do you got the fancy part? Or are you on what we just like to call the poor people table, which is usually they give you like this square thing, and then you stand. You don't get to sit. So the people that don't get to sit are just the plebeians, the people that get to sit on the lower parts, but usually very overcrowded. They are the middle class or whatever, and then you got proper VIP up there where everybody can see you, but you got a place where to sit. You got to do bottles. You got to do bottles for everything except the places that are just squared. In some even fancier clubs, you got to do bottles no matter what. And then you got the real money. The real money don't want to be seen. The real money are in some VIPs, usually higher up, where you can see absolutely everybody. You can listen to the really good DJ music usually, but you can just dance with your friends. You don't have to interact with the peasantry. Why am I giving you this particular analysis? Because fancy clubs are unironically like 100% just hierarchy, like physical hierarchy. And that's why low-key to this day, I don't necessarily hate them. Because they're more honest than everyday, just, I'm going to sound like the fucking Joker, society. A high entry fee club is the most honest capitalist experience you will ever see. Because you physically see the hierarchies of people. But it gets even more interesting. Now I'm going on a Zizekian tirade or whatever. Is that very often, very, very, very often, you would see people that are not as informed or don't have connects in the club sitting in, for example, VIP tables and shit that are complete shit, that suck, that you can't see anything from, where you can't really even hear the music, where it's like awkward or it's near the toilet and so on. It's like nobody that's paying this much money would fucking would want to sit there. And those categories of people are people that are pretending to be wealthy. They saved up their entire month so they can go and make a bunch of fucking Instagram stories there, et cetera, et cetera. And you can really like visually notice the vast difference between dudes and ladies that just go out and sit on these tables and do whatever they want during the evening, like on a regular basis. Thank you very much, Chris Borkowski, for joining the... no, you're 2 months. No, thank you very much, my friend. You can notice a stark difference between those types of people and people that are there regularly and people that are there quite literally just to take a bunch of snapshots and then use them every weekend to pretend that they went to that place every week, which I know might be confusing to some of you guys, but yes, people like that do indeed exist. So... TLDR, it's a literal, direct physical interpretation of capitalist hierarchies to such an extent that it even includes these proletariats that really want to LARP as capitalists, this, petit bourgeois that really wants to LARP as super rich, but they can't really. Very often, you even have super wealthy people that intentionally go down on the lower tables because there they get to interact with poorer people. You very often see men and women that have a lot of cash that intentionally go and sit on the bar Never on the small square tables. On the bar, you gotta know somebody to let you work on sit on the bar, because the fucking the bottle carriers and so on are constantly going to the bar and from. So there's only a few spots usually on the bar where people that actually are standing on the bar and they have their own spot that the bartender is gonna tell anybody who comes there while they're in the toilet or something to not take that place. Those people are there because they want to flirt or interact with quote unquote the peasants, where they can potentially, show off in this or that way and, bag a night or something. That's fancy clubs. You're standing around and you're flexing, and ironically, only the poorest and the richest people in the club are the ones doing the dancing. Everybody else is posing. The poorest people are generally there just to drink and dance, maybe do a line or whatever they're into that. And so are the super wealthy. Like, they're just there to, fucking stop thinking about existence. Everybody else in between the two stratas, everybody else is just... Everybody else. There you go. The theory of capitalism explained through... explained through... clubs, the fancy club experience, like buying a Gucci belt with very little money that you have saved. Yeah, for drinks were $10. Drinks are now more than $10. Dobro večer, druže. Me looking down on the peasants from my VIP table. Yes. Raves, a bunch of event turned to shit because of their and or technology increased in popularity. Seems elitist, but not really. They're supposed to be inclusive and safe events in which people are free of social pressures and judgment. If not this shit friendly, at least LGBT friendly. Oh, 100%. Raves, I have not... There are fucking skinhead raves, at least in my part of the world. It's very fucked up. But there are... most raves are just... nobody's gonna, and I'm from a very homophobic part of the world where still it's institutionalized, nobody is gonna do anything to two dudes or two girls or whatever, fucking making out or even doing spicier shit. Nah. I have a few rave places where I go like once a month. I'm too old to go all the time now. And I have to do my streams. I have to hang out with you cunts. Where it really is. The most progressive communities that like going out, it's usually rave places. That's... So, if you're looking for the highest probability of politically literate people that also enjoy the odd, degenerate experience, you go to raves. If you don't like techno, though, you're kind of fucked. By techno, I mean electronic music in general.
Immediately be kicked out of for looking too hood, which has happened before, only in Vienna. So yeah, that should paint a good picture of Chester.
Raving once a month when you're over 30 is crazy work. Why the fuck do you think I'm over 30? What the fuck, man? I'm overdoing the unk jokes, and also being over 30 is not that old, but I'm not. And it's not crazy work, no. Like, it's just one hangover. The fuck. I don't do narcotics. I'm just a fucking ethanol guy, so it's not that bad.
For you all. Then, an approximately 40-minute drive later, you've made it to Merseyside, Liverpool, where even I, a lifelong Brummy, struggles to understand the accent.
I'm Sam, me and Paul, I'm fucking buzzing. 3-1 win against Arsenal, only team to win the first 3 games. Is right? Come mate!
Yeah. This city is industrial, rough, not much of a looker. Like 29% of children in Liverpool live in poverty, and just like where I'm from, Liverpool is in the top 10 UK cities on the crime index. So yeah, hopefully aside from absolutely making the day of anyone whose irrelevant British city I just mentioned, that has given you a good example of how condensed this damn island is. We're really fitting the entire population of France into the land area of Kyrgyzstan, or like 2 Guatemalas, okay? All I'm saying. I mean, if you have a look at the metro areas of like Manchester or Birmingham or Glasgow or obviously London, you can kind of see
Holy Mother of God. 10 times. 10 times bigger.
See how the
What's up, Beijing?
word city is just an abstract concept on this island.
One of the best DJs and producers around is Bulgarian. Is that Balkan? Bulgaria, of course, is Balkan. Which DJ? What the fuck? I don't know about him. Tell me, which DJ? I only know about this DJ. The Bulgarians in chat. There's usually a couple of Bulgarians that I love very much. I really like the Bulgarians. DJ Daryan. DJ Daryan. No, that's not it. DJ, come on. There's one DJ guy that's not really a DJ. He just plays music and he even sings. Bulgarians, help me out. The one that has a hammer and sickle on his thing. I literally met him on a wedding. I'm not going to explain the context. Daryan, Damyan. This guy. This guy, look, I even listened to some of his songs. I found him before. Where can I find one where he's... Look at it. Okay, so this is a very famous like turbo folk DJ in Bulgaria, and you're wondering why is this guy talking about him? If you zoom in, keep zooming in, chat, keep zooming in. This is the guy. Look at his neck. Look at his neck. Look at his neck. Literal fucking hammer and sickle in the one place that everybody's always going to see. I love this fucking guy, man. I might invite this guy to be the DJ on my wedding. You know what? Fuck it. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? I think the wife would love it. DJ Yebeni Damyan. Oh my god. And he's like a hype man for weddings. That's how I saw him before he became that popular. Probably gonna rip me a new one with price. But hey, the more subscriptions we get, the better the wedding is gonna be. You're low-key funding my wedding. You're low-key funding the wedding of my future wife. So God bless. Hey boy, hey girl, Kink. He's called this is Chemical Brothers. What he's called Kink. He's called Kink. Okay. DJ Kink. What the fuck? I live in the buckets and didn't know about DJ Kink. What? That's very cool. Okay, I'll check him out. Thank you, DJ King. Very cool. Weddings are capitalism? What? Oh, you mean the proliferation of dogmatic, signatures between a couple that are fucked up. Ooh. Bro, I just want to have a nice party with the woman. She wants a wedding, so I'm doing a wedding. Have you ever met men? We're doing a wedding because you fucking guys want a wedding. Fuck.
We live more like splatters of baked beans on a long toast.
No, I know about the Chemical Brothers. Come on.
Soldier. Real ones.
But I'm not that young.
No, man. Real ones, no.
Dude, I feel like half of chat thinks I'm 12. The other half of chat thinks I'm 56. Like, nobody thinks I'm like a normal age. Nobody.
Yeah, I've probably recorded enough now.
Because I low-key am a combination of both, right?
Gigi to edit for another.
You have crazy Unk vibes. Dude, to all my IRL friends, I'm a fucking teenager. Like, I had to explain the pig meme today for like an hour. They were like, I don't get it. Why is depicting a white guy as a pig funny? I'm like, but it's not specific a white guy. It's a specific type. It's so bad.
But 2 weeks.
50 can be a normal age. 50 is a very normal age. Every age is a normal age. God damn it. Except if you're under 23 or 24, you should be, should be treated as a severely mentally disabled person, because under the age of 25, 24, you genuinely do not know how the world works. So, there's chances that you do know, but you need to prove that. Emote only chat, exactly.
And also to preserve my mental health a bit, and instead of delving too deep into the politics of this land I call home, I will give you a single stock.
You guys don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, when you're very, very young, you still have not had enough experience in order to properly contextualize the stuff that you are interacting with in the wider world. Your material conditions have not been self-diagnosed enough, let's call it that. There are young people that very much so can do it, and very much so can do it much better than old people. But just statistically, chances are, you're going to be low-key stupid, right? Like, that's fine. We were all low-key stupid at some point. You can be 20 or 40, who knows? Yes, it's pretty crazy. Whatever you say, Unc. Okay, I'll talk to you in a couple of years.
Image to represent how me and every single other Brit, apart from the occasional billionaire, feels right now.
Getting ready to go babysit. Women are cruel mistresses who wear shit like this to excite little boys, and they don't even have the decency to molest them. I have never been less surprised to see a French flag in my life than attached to this post. France is a country that gets a lot.
Women, France just love. Oh, look at the pause. I'm not pausing on that. Well, I'm drinking Albanian rakia, by the way. That's fucking ironic. I mean, their first lady is a literal pedophile, so I thought I was doing damage to the French status quo, but by constantly reminding people that the current president of France is a victim of pedophilia that is still married to a pedophile that SA'd him on repeat continuously. This is not funny. I'm being very fucking serious about this. That part I'm serious about. The part that I'm going to make fun of is that I thought that would be an argument towards the French to, maybe not endorse such a political candidacy, but turns out they really like it. Like Macron is probably elected because he's a victim of pedophilia. They're like, oh, victim of pedophilia. Oh, I love very much. I'm Italian now, even though I'm a Frenchman.
Hey, I think like 90% of it is deserved, mostly because of their colonies in Africa and their neo-colonialism they're still doing, literally having the word Françafrique to describe their African colonialism in today's age. And even though their president is pretty handsome in my opinion, I kind of don't like that he went to Africa out of his fucking mind and started telling the locals that they should be grateful for France. When I'm out, I start posting about how bad the Armenian genocide was. We are not the same, Macron. You should be grateful we give you diapers even though we take away gold. Get a load of this cracker. I hate to say it, man, but I still kinda like France. No, don't unsubscribe, no. I fuck with their policies and their work laws and how much they love to protest. Game recognizes game, Every worker can unionize and they are protected by the state. Employers can't fire you on some bullshit. They have a 35-hour work week compared to the standard of 40. And if you work overtime, they pay you 125% of the money for the first 8 hours and 150% for the rest. Also,
no joke, that's pretty based. But that was earned by base French people cutting off people's heads, impaling them, burning them alive in their massive mansions, hanging them. I don't know if you ever read about that, but they would take the wigs that they would often like to wear, and they would put it in a bowl and they would shove it in their throat so much that those people would unironically choke on their privilege, which the wig was a symbol of, etc., etc. So when you're like, oh, why do French people have pretty decent, even compared to Scandinavian countries, workers' rights? It's because they just fucking kill people. It's literally that. It's literally that.
A lot of companies include the
in a revolutionary manner, of course.
13th month salary, which is just one full month salary they give you.
This is the point of origin of Art Deco, which is also nice. I love Art Deco as well.
At the end of the year as a bonus. Just go to labor laws, bro. I can't lie. Paris gets a lot of shit, I've seen La Haine. I love that movie. And I don't know why, but I still think Paris is pretty nice.
But also not, Jesus, that's the fucked up thing about being a fucking Marxist. But also they can afford to have such standards for their workers because they're still leeching off of the resources they had stolen and continue to steal from the developing world, with which they are in a direct neo-colonial relationship with. See, this is why it sucks to be American. Like, I can't make a fucking, joke about how base, French people used to be and so on without, contextualizing it with colonialism. By the way, what I just said is the most white privilege thing of all time. I just literally said, without even blinking, in front of 400 people, I just said, yo, isn't it so annoying that I have to mention Africans being mass enslaved and murdered? Isn't that so annoying? Oh, God, I have to talk about those Africans again. Oh, Jesus Christ. But at least I'm correcting in real time. God damn it, bro. Feeling sorry for the white man for engaging in gold. That's not what I did. What the fuck? No, don't fucking piss in my mouth like this now. What the fuck? I didn't do that. What the fuck? The fuck? It's nasty. Don't say that. Shit. Yeah, talking to Western Sims in my circle feels exactly this, right? But I wish I did the previous part as a bit. No, I genuinely, but I checked my privilege, like unironically, even though my people never fucking did any fucking colonialism whatsoever. But still, I was like, well, I just want to, simplify history. And talking about imperialism and colonialism makes it a little bit more complicated.
Can't believe that other parts of France are much nicer and look better.
10 subs now for such a comment? What? What do you mean? You're going to give me 10 subs? Give me 10 subs. God bless. Pay your taxes, goddammit.
But come on, man. Paris is really not that bad. Y'all are just hating. Go to Prague, bro, and tell me Paris is worse. Get the fuck out of here. Also, the fact that they got 70% of their power from nuclear power. What do you want me to...
How did Germany get so cocked with nuclear power? I genuinely don't get it.
Say, man. They're a rich first world European country with good labor laws. It's pretty good. But in my opinion, they need to stop voting for parties that are named things like La Pedophile Raciste, you know? Are you ever planning to go to... Switzerland? I googled and so
that was the best joke in the video yet.
Georgians get 90 days visa free. Trust me, it's worth it. Bro, I don't know how much money you think I make off YouTube, but it isn't that much.
Dude,
Switzerland is a fictional country.
You make 300,000 views. Let me check. Okay. You post pretty regularly. 500. You make very good money off YouTube. Shut the fuck up. In Georgia, you're a millionaire. Shut the fuck up.
Country in Europe invented.
In Georgia, you're a little fucking millionaire. No. In Georgia, no. If you actually live in Georgia.
By Germans, French, and the Italians in order to have a place where they.
I mean, he's not a million, but in Georgia, he's pretty okay.
Can put all of their looted gold, such as when Switzerland helped launder.
In Georgia, the bar is in the ground.
91 tons of Nazi gold, and when the war ended, they only returned 3 tons. What happened to the rest? They don't know where it went, because you can easily lose 90 tons of gold. It's just like pocket change. Them being evil and helping every rich person in the world launder money aside, Switzerland is goated, man. The only issue is whenever you say you're Swiss and you try to talk about life problems, everyone in the world will tell you to shut the fuck up. Nobody in Switzerland has ever gone through 100th of bullshit that anyone in Eastern Europe has ever gone through, plus Turkey honorable mention. But that's only because they're ruled by a Georgian, so what do you expect? My country is ruled by Georgians as well, and it's the complete opposite of Switzerland. The only thing we have in common are the gorgeous mountains. Flying over Switzerland reminded me of flying over the Caucasus. That is a very big compliment, because the shit was gorgeous, man. And where the Swiss win is their amazing protection of their environment and these cool ass trains. How did they even do this, man? Swiss trains are literally made for dates. Swiss train views are gorgeous. This shit looks like a Studio Ghibli film. Oh my god, Gatsu, thank you for telling me. I wanna go there now. Yeah, about that. Unless you make a bunch of money or have your trip covered by a Belgian billionaire making money off mines in the Congo and laundering his money through Switzerland, good luck visiting there, man. You cannot even get a hotel in Switzerland with a private bathroom for less than $1,000 a week. Let me say this in American. 20 chicken...
That's fucking bullshit. Okay, in Zurich, yeah. But you can get... Listen, if you want to go to Switzerland, it's Champagne Socialist Hour. I fucking traveled. If you want to go to Switzerland, you get like a couple of more couples if you're a couple guy or girl or NB. Or if you're single, you get like 5-6 bros, and you get houses, and you're okay. It's still gonna burn an insane hole in your pocket, but you cook in the house. You get a house, you cook in the house, or a very large apartment that has a kitchen. You cook in that motherfucker, and then you go out, and then you go back and you cook and you go out, if you want to save money. But also, Switzerland, don't go to the cities. Go to the fucking lakes. Go to the nature. Go to the fucking treks. Like, get something outside. And Switzerland's insanely expensive, but also, okay, you'll see. Have you been to Vienna? You have. Okay, that's Zurich. God bless. Experience Swiss nature. That's the most beautiful nature in Europe, like by far. Maybe the most beautiful nature I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's absurd. It really is absurd. It like, you're looking at it and like, what the fuck am I like? It's like this is like really OP Minecraft designer made this shit. It's crazy.
Nuggets in American McDonald's cost $8. Swiss McDonald's cost $21 for 20 chicken.
The Bay of Kotor, bro. I've seen it. It's beautiful, dude, bro. Švajcarska u pičku materinu, brate.
McNuggets. So yeah, it's pretty expensive, but
experience the same beautiful nature, but half the price in Slovakia, bro. I've been. No, I haven't been to Slovakia. I've been to Slovenia. I apologize. Dude, okay, I'm going to stop fucking shilling for Switzerland. Why am I shilling for Switzerland? The reason Switzerland is different than anywhere else is because you will walk on a mountain and you will view 30 kilometers worth of a landscape in front of you, of green landscape with water. And the entirety of the 30-kilometer square landscape that you can see from the top, every single inch of it, the grass, listen to me, the grass is cut. There is no, quote-unquote, unexplored nature in Switzerland. They cut the grass everywhere. And I know you're like, what the fuck? That sounds weird. That gives it an aesthetic, like as if it's all just fucking cashmere everywhere. It looks, it doesn't look real. Like even this picture, look, all the grass is cut, and that looks different. Look at how look at this picture. Like for example, this, it's all cut. Why do they do that? It's food for cows, and it's a great way for the state to basically give social welfare to people and create jobs while, not doing any harm. Everything looks pretty, more people get jobs. It's kind of like a win-win. They literally just have so much money that they don't know what to do with it. Who the fuck is doing that? Like owners of farms and their employees, or just companies that just genuinely do that? And they limit how large the firms that do that can be. I talked to like a couple of Swiss people. Maybe it's bullshit or not. A lot of it is sheep as well. A lot of it. There's so many cows, so many fucking sheep, so fucking many. And it looks so pretty on the thing. Unless you mind the smell of manure from time to time. So yeah, dude, I have, other than China, Switzerland is the only place where I was like, civilization. Just in Switzerland, I understand that they get to have civilization because they launder money for narco traffickers, pedophilia rings, arms dealers, mass murderers that happen to be politicians, the world's largest capitalists, and so on. Well, it is civilization on steroids. It's quite literally borderline utopian. It's all dirty money. Well, China is, to an extent, a workers' society. So you're like, okay, I don't feel bad about experiencing, peak of what the 21st century gets to offer in the larger cities in China and pretty much everywhere in Switzerland. Switzerland is the most surreal place of all time. You're like, this is like, this is just heaven. Like, the fuck is going on? It makes every other place look weird. Except, unironically, now when I went to China. I was like, okay, you can have most of this, obviously with some drawbacks, without laundering money for narco cartels and arms traffickers and stuff. And money launderers. Sounds like holding all the blood money has some benefits. Oh, it has pretty massive benefits. And the locals that aren't like Swiss white people, this one very, very cool Balkan immigrant lady that I really dearly love, I really love her. She said, in Switzerland, we don't have gangsters. We have gangsters in suits. And then she winked and showed there was like a big table, long table outside in Zurich, in front of like some fancy restaurant with like 30 fucking dudes in suits just eating their steaks and cheering their wine and like shouting and talking about shit. She's like, this is who can afford to go out and have like 20 bottles of wine and steaks in Switzerland. Because, I don't know, a bottle of wine and steak in Switzerland is like 500 Swiss francs or some shit. Heard the food in Switzerland is ass. I don't know. Honestly, I low-key cooked. Yeah, in Switzerland, I cooked. And that lovely lady in Switzerland also cooked for us. We ate at 2 Italian restaurants. Yeah, it was Italian restaurants. There's a lot of places like that, and that's it. But yeah. Switzerland is crazy.
But it is so beautiful. It is on my visit list and I will definitely go there. But if you want a cheaper version, come to my country. We have taller mountains than the Swiss and it's not as expensive. Every single person who has been to...
Is all the grass... Today you learned something. If not, advanced political theory, you learned that they fucking mow all the grass in Switzerland. It's surreal as fuck.
Spain will not stop talking to me about it. They keep saying, oh, it's the best place ever, it's so nice, it's so sunny and everything is so cheap. The thing you gotta realize about Spain is that they were running shit. Spain and Portugal were so powerful at one point that they made a treaty splitting the entire world between them. Some people might call this treaty a little too ambitious, but aim for the stars, so if you fall, you end up serving British tourists. But their ambition failed them because they were simply too lazy to do all this. They discovered the native pussy and getting free gold from South America and never wanted to go back to grinding. So when all their colonies eventually fell apart, they became much poorer than they used to be. Spain is absolutely gorgeous. Barcelona looks like it was designed by good artists, and for the most part it was. And the south of Spain is probably one of the most beautiful.
Barcelona is my favorite European city. I've been there twice. It's an absurd city. Like, let's not fucking lie to ourselves. But they fucking hate us tourists, so God bless. I'm never gonna go back. Okay, I'm not even being reactionary right now. I'm like, okay, you don't want us. Okay, I'm not gonna go somewhere where I'm not welcome. Okay, I love Spanish people. I love Catalonians and so on. But you don't want us to go? Okay, no problem. I'm not gonna go. I'm definitely never gonna go. Like, okay, I got the point. That's fair. You know, you're the community there. You get to say what you want. That's okay.
Beautiful places on earth.
Yes.
Canary Islands look insane, and everyone who goes there says it's the most beautiful place ever, aside from when they see old British tourists walking with their dicks out.
I'm not trying to see that.
Asia looks amazing because it was also heavily influenced by Moroccan architecture, who were ruling for 800 years. Also, by kicking the Moroccans out during Reconquista, the Spanish also learned how to kick balls straight into their enemy's goalpost. They've been so dominant in winning the Euros, it just makes me mad. We literally beat Portugal just to get defeated by Spain, and then they won the World Cup. They harvest souls. These people are cracked at football. If your country has to play against Spain, good luck, because you'd have to be a moron to even bet on your team against Spain. Just like you would have to be a moron to bet against Ilyasi. Some people would like you to think that Islam is better, but just you wait until that match. I had a taxi driver in Poland telling me, oh, I think Max Holloway is going to beat Topuria, and I'm like, brother, that is not going to happen. Boom! So Ilia Topuria is the pride of both Spain and Georgia, which I'm very happy to see. He's Georgian, lives in Spain. Either way,
dude, Gatsu is such a typical Georgian, somehow making everything about Georgia, even though Georgia is the most irrelevant country to ever exist in the history of time. Except they gave us wine and they gave us Stalin. I'll give them that, which kind of literally changed the course of history. Okay, I take everything back. No, I take everything back. They gave us Stalin and they gave us wine. They literally changed everything. Literally changed everything. Okay, Georgia might actually be the most important country to ever exist. I take back everything. Now I understand the Georgian elitism to an extent. Okay, it's actually based. Okay. No, the superior Georgian race. I salute you. Viva Kinkali. Or I don't know.
He's from Iberia. Literally, what can I say, man? Their economy is good. It looks gorgeous. It is widely believed by many people to be the best country in Europe just because of the weather, its beauty, and its cheapness. Literally, just go to Google Maps and look at everything. I really want to visit, but
It's not that cheap. I feel like it's not that cheap. It's really not that cheap. Places in Italy that are cheaper. You know, if you don't get me started on, Central and Eastern Europe.
Heard they're a bit iffy with tourists, but me being ethnically ambiguous, I think I will be fine and blend in with the Spaniards. Portugal is ethnically ambiguous.
Oh my God. Yeah, I lived for 1 semester with a Georgian. Yeah, this is him. He looks like the entirety of my bathroom once a week will be completely covered in hair because his Belarusian girlfriend does not like hairy men. And yet she is dating a Georgian, which is the hairiest people on planet Earth. What if you're not into hair? Why? He doesn't even have that good of a personality. Why are you dating somebody that's? Yeah, that was an entire semester.
I think I will be fine.
An entire semester. That was really traumatic to me.
And blend in with the Spaniards. Portugal is a fictional country created by the British to counteract the Spanish Empire, which is exactly why they've had the longest alliance between two countries of all time, literally running since 1373. That's insane. Portugal is pretty famous for going literally anywhere for gold, which is why they had a bunch of colonies.
Reminder to all the Westerners in chat, since we're watching a video about Western Europe, we are 5 out of 7 Western tax pays away to my beautiful, dear, krasivchiki friends from the developing world. You're encouraged, but not forced, of course, to give your typical tax as every week, which is equal to 5. Only if you feel like it. You fucking Westerners, though, you motherfuckers. Jesus fucking Christ. How many times do I have to repeat that I'm keeping you on a pedestal here? And that pedestal has to be fucking earned. So pay your goddamn taxes right now. Minority or not. Get that shit inside of this number right here. We're hitting motherfucking 7. The rest of you, second and third world, it would be appreciated. But, I love you. Take your time. It's so good. I know it's fucking hard out there,
They were running shit for hundreds of years.
Thank you, Spurl, an eternal cowboy. Thank you very much, both of you.
Until
eternal cowboy, right? Yeah.
They lost Brazil and their African
developing world count Midwest exclamation point tax. You will see the logic
in colonies, and they were like, "What? What do you mean? There's no free money anymore? I gotta industrialize now? Come on, man! Just ship shit from Brazil, man. I can't be asked." And then on top of that, they got a fascist in power, and he was like, "No, we do not need to industrialize. I want my lazy colony money from Africa," and then proceeded to lose all of their wars in Africa, losing them 3 colonies. He spent all of Portugal's money trying to keep their colonies in Africa instead of investing in infrastructure back home, and then lost the wars. Then he had a stroke and got removed from power. But the funniest...
Portugal is like Montenegro. It has always been like Montenegro to me. It's like, we know you're better off not being a part of the larger country right next to you. But also, why are you not just a part of the larger country next to you? Like, what? Why are you just do what? Like you know that they're better off. Like, Portugal is better off not being part of Spain. Montenegro is better off not being part of Serbia. But you're also like, but why aren't you? Like, what? I don't get it. Why are you like? You're basically what? Why are you? What?
thing is, when he recovered, nobody told him they removed him from power. He literally believed he was still ruling the country until he died like a year later. By the time he left, Portugal was cooked. It was one of the poorest and least developed countries in Western Europe. But have you seen Lisbon though? It looks very nice, very gorgeous city. I've almost fell down Lisbon stairs many times, but once you go down them and go outside, it's a gorgeous city. But the thing is, Portugal does not have heating. But this is Europe, white people. How do they not have heating? I don't fucking know. That's what I was thinking when I was freezing my balls off stepping out the shower in Lisbon. With only 6.7% of homes having central heating, and with most people using electric heaters. The main issue with electric heaters is that they don't warm your—
Dude, too many people are shit-talking Portugal for not having heating, and too little people are talking about Germany and, for example, Switzerland not having fucking air conditioning. I went to Switzerland in fucking summer, and in the house it was fucking super hot. So the guy had to come in and turn on a special illegal cooling system that he had in the basement, because apparently you have to register it with the state. Thank you, Shadow Kid, for the 4 months. Thank you very, very much. And Hype Train has begun. You know what they say when a hype train begins? You know what they say? You know what they say? They say cat book. They say cat book. It's a book with cats. And if you make the hype train go higher, I'll show you pictures of kitties. Oh, but only then. Only then. That is the deal. You either follow the deal, you get no cats. Instead, you get pictures of dying Portuguese people. The choice is yours. And also, if we don't hit the target today, I'm going to quit streaming. I will never stream again. I swear to God, if we do not hit the Western tax count, I am going to lose my mind. Okay, I don't swear to God. I apologize, Lord. Izvini, Bože dragi. No, se izvinjavam. Nije bilo namerno. Nije bilo namerno. Oh, the Snark immediately wants some kitties. Oh, the Snark is a famous pussy sniffer, you know? Let us start us out. We are what? Level 3. You deserve 2 photos. So I'm going to give you one that has a bunch. Cat fighting pink enemy. Pink enemy has been fighting cat for many years. But cat sometimes manages to get pink enemy off couch. Sometimes successful, sometimes pink enemy falls on cat. And then cat very confused because everything dark. Okay, this is a story about the battle of the cat and the aesthetic winter cover. Aesthetic, what's it called that everybody puts? I almost wanted to gender it and say like, oh, your girlfriend puts, but I'm in my house, I'm the one that buys all the aesthetic shit for the apartment. Number 1. Number 2, very art, very, very art. Le cat on le chair. Le chair on le cat. Very aesthetic. Okay, you deserve a 3rd one because it is level 3. Not these. Oh, this one is incredible. Do you deserve it though? You deserve it though. A proud mama with her 2 boys. Proud mama with her 2 boys. Look at these motherfuckers. That is incredible. Again, on a chair, because why not? On a chair. Incredible. You want more? Hype train goes on. Thank you very much once again.
home up, and a lot of times they burn it down. So why Portugal refuses to use central heating like the rest of the world remains a mystery. You can just imagine Ronaldo freezing his balls off using an electric heater. But it is a very beautiful country, also very cheap. I'd highly recommend a visit there. They have cool buildings and you feel like you're in...
I low-key was mind blown, I think it was like 5-6 years ago. I always thought Cristiano Ronaldo was from South America. I was like, oh, he's Brazil. And then somebody's like, oh, no, he's not. And I'm like, what?
That one American city because of the cool bridge.
You're in Northern Ireland.
Huh?
As in, like, you're not in the Republic of Ireland.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, that's so funny. That's such a funny clip. Wait, what is this? That's with the state. Thank you, Shadow Kid, for the 4 months. Thank you very, very much. And Hype Train has begun. You know what they say when a Hype Train begins? You know what they say? You know what they say? They say cat book. They say cat book. It's a book with cats. And if you make the Hype Train go higher, that's funny. That's very funny. I need to, okay, if we hit this target, I'm going to buy a camera, but with the next target, I'm going to buy a better mic. I don't think this like properly catches, you know, spatial sounds that I wanted to catch. 2 more minutes of the Hype Train left. If you want more cats, you know what to do.
Oh, no. Sorry.
What is she talking about? We're in Ireland.
The nation of Ireland is responsible for most of the terror attacks in Europe and most of the hardest pictures ever taken in Europe, and for paying me my salary and secretly ruling the world. A lot of anti-Semites think that the Jews run the world, which is just not.
Oh, this is my joke. Fucking Georgians, classic. She's stealing fucking jokes, Myra.
True. It is merely a ploy by the Irish and Georgians to not realize that despite our small populations, we control the masses.
What? Why is the Georgian inserting himself into everything? Fucking Georgian inserter? God damn it, bro. No, it's just the Irish, bruv.
Some call IRAs.
We up the RA so much we literally control the world.
Actions terror attacks. I call it diplomacy. After diplomatically regaining their independence from Britain, they essentially became a tax haven for American companies in Europe, which is why they had a massive GDP growth, such as Apple and Google, which is why every YouTuber in Europe.
Comparing the Irish and the Georgians is a massive mistake, if I can do my woke race science right now, because the Irish are the only people, arguably on planet Earth, that are pale as fuck, that have always been on the right side of history. While the Georgians, in their current iteration, are quite literally the opposite. If you compare a modern Irishman with a fucking Georgian, they are most likely politically the complete opposite. They're still incredibly based Irish people. Sorry, they're still incredibly based Georgian people, and they're still absolute fucking cunts that happen to be Irish. But to compare the two or put them in the same category is absurd. It is like putting, I don't know, a French person and a shower in the same room. It just makes no sense. Pizza Famine, thank you very much for trying to, for successfully, oh god damn it, for successfully moving us into level 4. Level 4. That means 4 photos of beautiful kitties. I don't think I've ever shown you the first one. Okay? We stopped doing this. We did this a year ago. And then last stream, people made it to level 10 hype train and they really wanted the cat book to come back. So now it's back. This one is really lovely. I've never shown you this one. This is the first one. Just opens up. Una cat with a spaghetti. This is a gabagool Italiano cat with a spaghetti. Italiano gabagool cat with a spaghetti. Okay? That is one. This one I've shown you. These ones I've shown you. Wait. Oh, this one is one of my favorites. I've shown you this, but probably a year ago. It is shopping. It is little baby cat doing shopping with many friends. She knows that many friends do not have money to buy things. So, because she understands her privilege in capitalism, she takes big bag to buy many things for friends. She's very nice cat, okay? She's class traitor cat. We all love capitalist class traitor cats. They're very nice friends. They're arguably literally best human beings on planet Earth because they have everything to lose. Or in this case, not human beings. Best species. Best earthlings. Right? Now we have 2 opposite types of kitties, okay? We have this beauty that is incredibly elegant, okay? Persian. Okay, she purrs like a purr. And then we have one that's fucking terrified. She's fucking scared. She is scared. This is chat when I make jokes that are inappropriate, okay? This one is so good. Look at how he caught like everything. He caught everything. Barry with the 500 biddies and Rialan with the community. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, you're continuing the train. Okay, now you get 5 more. We're level 5, so you get 5. Here we have an incredible... Whoa, Lele Batte. Oh, that was so scary. So here... Oh my god, this is a tiger. You see how you can see that they used to be, ferocious fucking hunters? In photos like that, you can. This is cat attack rabbit. It's going to kill the rabbit. Okay? It is going to commit kill. This is after commit kill. Eat very good, very nice. I like very much. This one's a classic. I think this one is very famous. It's really very famous. It's what started the whole cat food branding thing with like a snapshot of a slow motion cat doing cat shit. And the last one, this is how I imagine you, chat. This is you, okay? Beautiful, big brain, can contain a lot of information, but often stupid as shit, right? Like beautiful, incredible, amazing, but often like, what you talk about, please explain. I low-key have lobotomy, but are also very cute. So, Unc cannot be mad at me because I cute. That's literally you, okay? I'm kidding. You guys are smarter than me, but still, the joke stands. Thank you, Pizza Famine, you fucking psycho with the 500. Thank you very, very much. You guys are like, we ain't giving subs to these kinds. We're giving you biddies. Very kind of you. And thank you, Paddle Niklas. Thank you. Welcome to the community, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We do cultural commentary. We do philosophy. We do fucking dialectical materialism. And sometimes we just fucking fuck around and never find out, if you know what I mean. I still can't believe I've never been like, nobody's like brought out any dirty fucking underwear for me. Like I've never had a scandal. I just can't help myself being like wholesome and correct about everything. Even though like I spend half of my streams, literally, I spend half of my streams screaming about particular groups of people being disgusting. This stream began with me being like, no, you cannot use the argument of misogyny to protect women that participate in fascist organizations. Fuck them. Fuck them. You know, shit like that, you know?
Gets paid by Google
I just can't help being principled and right. It's pretty absurd. And you together with me, chat, because some of you are like fucking psychos. Like you would immediately properly, put me in my place. But you don't, even though you want to, because you can't.
Ireland, and why the UK declined my tourist visa application because they didn't recognize Google Ireland as an actual company. The Irish have mastered beer. I might personally find Guinness an ass beer that tastes like bad chocolate, but a lot of people love it.
Shut the fuck up, Georgians. No, man, I can't, dude. It is literally the only beer that I like. The only beer that I like. Irish people in chat, do you now understand me why I don't fuck with Georgians? Why I don't fuck with Georgians? Next time you go to Georgia, try their red wine and say, I don't fuck with it, I like white wine. Because they need karma. They need fucking karma. They need karma. Beer is so bad. Yeah, I'm not a fan either, but Guinness is good.
And Guinness is a whole separate culture of beer.
Apocalyptically bad take, right?
Talking about splitting the G and
beer sucks. I'm sorry, but I'm Irish and I'm speaking blasphemy right now. Dude, I fucking hate beer. No. I agree with you completely. I am not a fan of beer, but Guinness is the only thing I kind of low-key fuck with, and variations in Guinness. Czech beer is better. Change my mind. You can't probably, but it's I piss too much from Czech beer.
The debates on how Guinness is actually supposed to be poured. Also, for some reason, Irish pubs are literally everywhere in the world. Would you believe me if I told you I was in an Irish pub in Uzbekistan?
I was in an Irish pub in Beijing, China, where I drank with an Albanian, a Pakistani, a Nigerian Chinese, and two people who I didn't remember what their nationality was. We were, and like 5 like local Chinese, 6 local Chinese. And we were playing, I kid you not, fucking beer pong. We were playing fucking beer pong in Beijing, China. And the Irish pub, may my mother die right now if I'm lying. Okay? You know, if a Balkan man says this, it's genuinely, he's swearing. It was an Irish pub in Beijing owned by a French guy. It was owned by a French guy. It was low-key one of the best Irish pubs I've ever been to in my life. But that's probably because it's China and they keep them up to standards, and I'm being very subjective right now. Westerners, pay your fucking taxes. I need 2 more to hit the fucking target of today. I will not be able to sleep if you don't help me out. Minorities from the West, help me out, because the fucking whites obviously aren't going to do it. Pub fries. Oh, I love pub fries. I love pub chicken wings because you always remain hungry, because in pubs, they always give you not enough chicken wings. They always give you too little, so you have to order another portion. But 2 portions are sometimes too much, so you lose your mind. Thank you, Gamer Squad Official, you beautiful motherfucker. It's very nice to see you, my friend. It really is. And thank you, Ketopult. Welcome to the community as well, blood. Do you know you know that French is a slur in chat? Well, I apologize. Even the Irish are better in China. They are run by the French. I had the conversation. I think I told you this, guys. Like in Beijing, like there was a bunch of English people with Irish accents. I'm like, what the fuck? They ended up being from the north, so and they identified as English. And that's fine, whatever. They were pretty progressive. They were chill. We're getting fucked up in the Irish pub. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? And they're like, dude, we are walking the entirety of the Great Wall. I'm like, that's probably boring because you just, it's hard. It's very long, but you just keep walking. He's like, no, it's not. Shows me a video about how like most of the Great Wall is actually destroyed. So you're doing like hardcore hiking through areas in which the Great Wall is destroyed. These guys got drunk later. One of them whipped their dick out. Typical British behavior. It's fine. But what was insane is the reason they were in Beijing and not like continuously climbing the walls is because one of their friends fell off the fucking wall and almost broke a leg. Thank God didn't. And the Chinese fucking hospital detachment, they have detachments for forests. They somehow got in contact with them. And there were dudes on ATVs, 4 dudes on ATVs that drove with a truck in between them through the fucking forest to get to the place where the guy fell in order to pick him up and take him back. And he was going to get healed for like 7 days for an absurdly low amount of money, even though, they did have insurance. I don't know how much it would have cost if he didn't have insurance. And then they were going to go and continue the hike. Very interesting dudes. Very, very interesting dudes. Kept calling me Lamborghini Urus. I don't fucking know why. They were like, he's the Lamborghini. Like, I was like, okay, God bless. They just kept calling me Lamborghini. It's very strange. Nice lads, though. Nice lads. We're the worst behaved on holiday, except maybe Israelis. You guys are the worst, but I'm sorry. Yeah, very often. But these guys weren't. These guys were lovely. These guys were lovely. The whipping out of the dick, God bless, it's a party. I don't fucking know. I think it was a bet, and they didn't whip it out to everybody like that. It wasn't, low-key fucking sexual assault. No, it's inside of the group. At that point, we were like, we'll drink it together in like a corner of the bar.
And they're found everywhere in the world, and
I wish I had money like Hassan to fucking stream all of that for you cunts, but I don't. But we're gonna go to grow this stream one day. I'll go back to China and stream all of this. Hassan is very base, but you'll get what? Oh, I go to tourist place. Oh, I go to buy fashion item. Oh, look, great place of history. You make this channel blow up and I do fucking IRL streams. Motherfucker, you're getting Irish cocks. You get fucking toilet vomiting. You get fucking fist fights. You get a classic Yugo night out, bro. Dude, talk about a dream, bro. Talk about a dream. I'm going to go to China for 10 more times, dude. I got to go to fucking Shanghai, man.
Friend Leo.
So if there's ever a reason to fucking support the show, help us grow, that's it. So we can properly experience a communist night out by a fucking Slav. Thank you, Alex. There you go. Alex is one of the OG fucking investors. Thank you very much.
Is not a big fan of them, mostly because they play shit music usually, but I think
sensibly we have to get hammered. No, a lot of people are like that. You guys behave differently when you're abroad than how you behave back home. That's the weird thing with you guys. And I fucking love you guys. Like literally one of my closest friends is a fucking Welsh piece of shit. I fucking love him. No, it's just the like internalized exceptionalism of when you're abroad, like everything goes, like nothing can happen to me. I'm fucking untouchable here. That type of shit. That's I think the big minus. At least I'm telling you what the perspective is from the outside looking in. When I look at you guys' behavior.
because he's British. Dublin does look cool though, but here's the thing. My white pass only extends to the Schengen area, and despite Ireland being in the EU, they're not in Schengen. Why the fuck not? I want to visit Ireland, but I don't want to ship my fucking passport off to Bulgaria, which is where the nearest embassy is, to get it approved. Hell nah, man. Ireland looks nice though. Very plain, very green, a lot.
How about you stop being Georgian, maybe? Jesus fucking Christ. How about you start being, I don't know, a country? Dude, Bulgaria is Shanghai compared to Georgia, bro. What the fuck?
The castles. It must definitely be a vibe. Just go to the Schengen so I can visit, man. Come on. Up the rock. I also like the IRA songs. They're dope. Italy is a gorgeous place and Italians are inventors. They saw Greeks having sex with men and they realized...
Father Novu, one of our base new people. Thank you for the 3 months, my friend.
They could.
I'm still waiting though. I'm still waiting for that 5 to turn into a 7. Westerners! ! Tax. That is what is asked of you. Do you understand? I said, do you understand?
So do it with women. Since then, they haven't stopped inventing things. They've got probably the best culture export in the world besides the US, such as pizza, the ultimate stoner food, clothing. Literally, France and Italy have the fashion world in a chokehold because they both make the best clothing. And it's beautiful. I can't even make many jokes.
Yeah, the US has the greatest cultural export. And when it comes to everything except, for example, rap music, for example, iPhones, MacBooks, American fashion. Guess who produces it? Italy also. Fashion, music. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Guess who produces it? So yeah.
Jokes about Italy because what the fuck am I gonna say? Oh, Italy looks bad. No, it doesn't. Only thing I can
Italy's fucking great. I love it.
say is that much like many fascists, they're not white. And hanging Mussolini upside down and then turning that place into a McDonald's was pretty funny. Also, Bella Ciao, the anti-fascist Italian song, is pretty good. What am I supposed to say? The people are hot too. I just wish they were smart because why else would Italians move from this beautiful place to fucking New Jersey?
He's just low-key quoting every single, He's quoting every single... He's quoting every single meme of all time in this video. That's why it's good. He's basically done a ChatGPT compilation of like very edgy memes from the last like 6 to 7 years, and that's the whole premise. Thank you, Real Human Being 666 for the 6 months. Oh Jesus, that is very kind. That is very kind, and thank you, Case Face. Guilted into it from one broke brat to another. Brate, pa nemoj, brate, ne. Ako si broke, brate, nemoj. Ne, koji kurac, sad ću ti refundujem, brate. Ne. Oh no, I can't refund. Okay. Ali hvala. Mašallah. 6-7.
Yeah, I know the economy and whatever, but come on, bro, look at this shit. Also, Italians faced a lot of discrimination when they first started migrating to America, being on the same level in American hierarchy as black people, which is how you got the movie Green Book. And Americans
Some of you hate it, huh? Some of you hate it. I gotta go take a piss. Community, my friend. Штаба 6-7, huh? Check. I'm not opening that immediately on the screen. I'm not that stupid. So what? What did you send me? Tenga, brat. Okay, no. Штаба 6-7. Aw, that's cool. This is from a chatter watching us right now. Wait. Chatter, take the same photo. That is inspired from this. This is, I think, from 1957, 1958. I don't remember. I'm comparing. Now take a photo of the same photo, but like this. And then send it again. It's real bronze. You can see from the blue that's starting to form. It's a birthday gift. Real bronze. The whole thing. It's very heavy. It's very heavy, as you can see. See how heavy it is? And this is real marble. This used to stand at some guy's thing. Pose again. Oh, come on. Very nice. I like very much. Okay, this is awkward. Just take the photo, okay? Are you taking the photo? And 3, 2, 1. I'm not doing it anymore. I hope you took the photo. I was helping you do a bit. I guess today is a celebration stream for 30,000 subscribers. God bless, because today we are drinking. Throw it at the camera so I can tell how heavy it is. Yes, you're very funny. Haha, it's fucking hilarious, the jokes. They are impressive. They are imprezza. They are imprezza.
Roman Empire. I said what I fucking said. And if anybody got a problem with that, go fight Geopold about it. It is one of the...
He reverts to a lib when he talks about Eastern Europe. He really does. Because he has a lot of self-hatred and self-orientalization inside of him, which is typical of a Georgian. So,
the most...
Press Control F, and I will tell you how much your statue is worth. Very funny.
Places in the world. They love Georgians because of Kvaratskhelia. A lot of Georgian flags in...
Nobody's thinking about Georgians. Nobody... Okay, chatters. Before you knew about Gatsu, or before we started watching this video, let's do a poll. I don't give a shit. Let's do a poll. Mods, have you ever thought about Georgians before this video? Or any Gatsu video? That should be the poll. Yes or no? And I want also Gamba on this. Gamba on what would win. Mods, please. Can someone fill me in? We're making fun of Georgians. Has anybody ever thought of Georgians? Sorry, can't. It's okay. Somebody should be able to. Those saying yes are just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. And I'm talking about the country of Georgia, not the state of Georgia. You mean from the America? No. Sleeping on the job. Nobody can do it. Are you guys fucking serious? Come on. Not a single mod. I'm on it in 1 minute. God bless you, Red Phil, but you're not supposed to be... Okay, somebody did it. Okay. Algogolism. We are over 4 hours. We're having a great time. At least I am. It's a very fun stream. We're doing some edgy shit on here. Thank you to all the new follows, all the new members. We're now over 30K. That means we're serious shit, apparently. Everybody's been telling me. Apparently, we're serious shit. But I will not consider us serious shit unless you force those 2 last fucking Westerners to pay their taxes. I have created a fake number 7, and I was like, this is what we need to reach. So we need to reach 7. 2 more Westerners. That means either 20 gift subs, 40 gift subs, or 30 gift subs by 2 people is how we reach those targets. You understand me? Thank you very much for NW for the bits, you beautiful motherfucker. Thank you very much. So now, are you thinking of Georgians? But okay, that's the betting. Where's the poll? Have you ever thought about Georgians? Okay? I've never had as many people vote on something on this channel in the history of ever. Ever. Like 70% of chat actually voted on this. And out of those 70%, 90% voted no. The first time my chat was actually passionate about something is to voice to the entirety of the world that they've never thought about Georgians. That they've absolutely never thought about Georgians. But ironically, 90% have not. But ironically, the, how do you call it? The betting system inside of it is pretty equalized. The battle is pretty equalized. So, yeah. What? It's literally the same. Are you guys stupid? Have you not seen the vote finished? Who is still casting money? The vote finished. So please give the people who earned their win their cash mods because the vote has finished. Hodl, no, don't hodl at the wall. 91, I have never, dude, on this stream, we've asked some very, very serious questions. And like, we would have like 30% participation. 30% participation. Now I asked you basically if Georgians are humans, and all of you, 90% of you took the time out of your day to immediately vote. There's 400,000 points worth of money inside of the bet. Why? I guess I should pivot just to a cultural and ethnic analysis channel because it's low-key fun, if I can be honest. So not thinking of Georgians was 57%, but wins over the 43% of thinking of Georgians. Very, very fucked. Not the best quality, but I was working under pressure. Let me check in case it's not your dick pic. Oh, look, this is so sweet. This is so sweet, look. It's great quality. This is very sweet. And Loki, yours is it 3D printed? That would be weird because it would be 3D printed off of that original model. God bless you, friend. So who wants some money, huh? I mean some fake money, but still. New poll, now vote. What? What is Georgia? Georgia, the states? I'm Stalin fanboy. So here there's no real choices. No choice where you actually can say, oh, Georgia, the country is, yeah. Why are so many people participating in this? It's weirding me the fuck out. No, this is fake, dude. Oh, no, you can vote for 2 things at the same time. Or can you? No, this is fake. Okay, no, somebody's spamming it. Dude, what the fuck is going on? You can vote with points? Okay, you can vote with points, I guess. There's more votes than chat. I voted 40 times. How? You can pay to vote more. Oh my God. Twitch is such a metaphor for democracy. Democracy, very good. Comrade Zania, thank you, my dear friend, for 3 months. I voted 100 times. Okay, that explains why you guys were so into it. Because you can't, like, a bunch of radical anti-Georgians, pro-Stalin anti-Georgians voted so many times. Okay. I wish I had a chat that strong. 1.2k votes. Fucking incredible. Okay, let's go back to this.
Naples. But yeah, it is very nice and believe.
I am still looking at you, Westerner. I know some of you are starting to go to bed here in Europe. But I'm still looking at you. This number is a fake number. It's not a real number. You need to make it a real number. It needs to say 7 divided by 7 because that would make you number 1. Okay.
Me, I will definitely be visiting. You are literally Dutch. Originally, yes. That matters how? A ridiculous, fake language and culture. Send me your cranial measurements, you old Jacobian ape. I must study you for science. Jakub, while experimenting, accidentally created the Dutch. His experimental project got out of hand. They started building bike lanes, making land out of nothing. They had grown too powerful, like when Stalin created Azerbaijan, or when he gave Poles toilets, or when a Swede
the Ottomans created Azerbaijan. Jesus, Georgians are so bad at
created Russia. They didn't know what this would lead to. The Dutch grew powerful enough and put Jakub in a human zoo. Countries that exhibited people in zoos. I'm amazed and frankly skeptical that the Dutch resisted this particular temptation. They didn't, by the way. They had people in zoos too. The Netherlands is...
The Georgians are not real, I'm convinced. I have 4 months worth of a toilet, a bathroom filled with insane amounts of hair as a counter argument, as a very strong counter argument.
The flattest country in Europe, which is constantly at war, where their most dangerous neighbor is the sea. Also, Amsterdam is very, very badly located. As you can see, it is close to the UK, and they made weed legal and flights cheap there. A bunch of drugs and being gay aside, which I like, mind you. I'm not saying this in a bad way. This just means the clubs are going to be fire. They have probably the best public transport in Europe. Like, their bike lanes are famously amazing, their trains are amazing, their cities are amazing. I don't know, man, they're just winning in life. Malta is a fictional country invented by the British to keep better.
A counter argument beer is 10 euros. Yeah, I think my counter argument wins off of everything positive we said about that country. So rest in peace. Rest indeed in peace.
Control of the Mediterranean Sea. This is why it is like the UK in many cases. The people all drive on the wrong side, the public transport sucks, and it is actually the first EU country I ever went to.
I would like to thank the population of Malta for...
Shut the fuck up, Georgian. Thank you, 404. Phoebe. Welcome to the community. Phoebe. Very nice to see you, Phoebe. Speed up. Georgian is talking. Okay, next.
Game, like Prince of Persia or something. Malta is gorgeous, and especially the views with the sea.
We are developing Yugopnik lore in 4-time. Yugopnik chat lore. Fuck me, I'm not important. We are both equal members of this community. Except that I do all the work and you guys make fun of me, but God bless, that makes us equal. Because from each according to their ability to each according to their need, and you guys have a massive need and I have a massive ability, if you know what I mean. Jokes aside, developing Yugopnik chat lore. We are all certified anti-Georgian racists. Westerner checking in while rotting inside the Imperial core. I am sorry, my friend. It's gonna get better eventually. We shall liberate you from the Georgians.
Amazing, really. One slight issue.
Astilea, fill my needs, Hugo. No, you fill my needs, baby.
Issue is that they have no gas, just generally. They don't have a gas distribution network, so everyone has to keep fucking gas canisters at home, and a lot of times they keep...
Comments under his video that he finished asking for a Chinese visa. They're not giving him a Chinese visa. Why would the Chinese allow somebody like a Georgian into their country? I was wondering.
They're on their balconies. I don't know how this shit just doesn't explode in the Maltese heat.
Whenever you feel really sad about life, like it's not really going well, you're like, dude, there's no way out. You know, it's hard. Remember, you're not a Georgian. Yeah, that's it. That was my pickup speech. Yeah, like you're not a Georgian. It's like, yeah.
Because, bro, this shit is nearly in Africa, you know? Also, my video game grown-up mind kept wanting to shoot these gas canisters so they would explode. But this is Europe, motherfucker. Keep those guns away. And if you make fun of Europeans for not having guns, they will surely remind you that the US is the only country where school shootings are a problem. What I also like is that they offer a very good digital nomad visa with pretty low taxes, which is why Anomaly lives there.
Where is our Malta friend? Where is our Maltayan? Maltesian, Malturen.
The Swedish man strives for hot weather and low taxes. Malta is beautiful. I suggest everyone
baby.
want to visit there. You will have an amazing time. Luxembourg is a very beautiful and a very small country with big colonial ambitions. Luxembourg has a population of the devil's number K people, but despite this, they still wanted to colonize like other European powers. Luxembourg actively helped out Belgium in their colonization of the Congo, and they barely gained anything from helping Belgium out in this. They were mostly doing colonialism for the love of the game. They also tried to give their hand in colonizing Argentina. Bro, you're not like these other people. You don't have the fire like that to be colonizing shit. So they were just helping other Europeans for the love of the game. Also, Luxembourg has the highest GDP per capita in the world, basically because
there's no fucking people, bro.
of banking, and its good location helps with that. Also, I was hating
He doesn't mention the low population. Typical Georgian mathematics.
on them, but they have free public transport, and I know, man, like, I know they did horrible things, but free public transport is nice. Now, all the microstates here are literally smaller than my district in Tbilisi, but they're technically considered countries, so I'm gonna run through them quickly because all of them are a tax haven. Vatican City, smallest country in the world but beautiful. I mostly know it from Eurotrip because I'm Orthodox. Andorra definitely exists. It definitely has a flag of itself and everything. It's basically a glorified ski resort plus a tax haven. Glorified Formula 1 track, also a tax haven, but it looks nice and is famous for just rich people going there.
I've never been, but people tell me that it's surprisingly affordable, which is pretty insane. Like, what the fuck? Really? That place? But surprisingly not overpriced, unless you go to the insanely overpriced places, which, yeah, I just understood how what I just said made no sense. For what, like, it, you expect to go there and for everything to be like, oh, you want coffee, sir? It will be 50 euros, you know? But it's not, you know? It's just not.
Which sounds like hell, honestly. Liechtenstein is insane because it's so small. You can rent the entire country for only 70k a night. And 70k is a lot, bro, but that's like a Mr. Beast gift, you know? Also, it's an absolute monarchy. Poland, straight off to S tier. Now, you may have seen memes about Poland, and so have I, but boots on the...
Polish people in chat. Did he just put you in Western Europe? Oh my fucking God. Start playing. I want every Polish patriot in chat to rise up and reject this Western imperialist notion. To be called a Westerner is to undermine every struggle that the great Polish people have had against the Western boot. You are not the same, and you should carry it as a proud, proud flag. To be bundled up with Western colonial and imperial powers is to be called equal to the oppressor. The true Poles will never accept this historic revisionism and will stand proudly next to their Eastern and Southern European brothers, but also the great peoples of Vietnam, China, Kenya, and Brazil. Refuse this Georgian revisionism and embrace your true destiny as an eternally developing orientalized state. God bless Poland. God bless the Polish people.
Ground, Poland is vastly different. I expected basically Stalker with the big Stalin building in the middle of Warsaw, but in reality,
somebody clipped that.
It's a very good, clean place. What makes Poland so good is not only the fact that there's a lot to do and a lot to see, but also that it's just so cheap and convenient in every way. Like Warsaw and Krakow have very good public transport.
But Polish people be like, man, I fucking hate the Soviets. Also, Polish people with incredible infrastructure. that's just been updated. Though God bless them, compared to the rest of us fucking cuckolds, they actually upkept their infrastructure, which God bless. Like it's low key cool. It's low-key cool.
Transport, so it's easy to move around. Even from the Warsaw Chopin Airport, there's a whole train that takes you to the city. And even if you do need to...
Oh, but wait. According to this video, I'm supposed to ask Polish people to pay Western taxes. According to this video, I'm supposed to ask Polish people to pay Western taxes. So maybe I fuck with this video low-key. Because I have a lot of Poles that watch me, so low-key, maybe I should agree with them. Maybe I should agree with them. I keep accepting 5 gift subs from Polish people, but maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. God damn, the Poles be polling.
Use a taxi, it's only a couple dollars max. And in general, there's a lot to see in Poland. Just dirt cheap trains to anywhere in the country. The roads are all nice and well maintained, clean. The only problem you might run into is the excess amount of tweakers in Wrocław, but I learned my way around them. Also, their main store chain Żabka is literally everywhere on every street corner, and it's absolutely amazing. It's like...
Also, they have a store, they have a food chain called Putka, which to the Macedonians and Bulgarians in chat, that's probably very funny. Who knows? I know there's at least 2 fucking Macedonians and Bulgarians in here. And if they actually raise their hand, they're going to start infighting about, oh, Bulgaria is Macedonia. Oh, no, Macedonia is Bulgaria. But please don't do that. We are all socialists here. But yeah, they have a whole store called Putka. It's really funny.
My favorite part about Poland. So Poland gets an S tier. Not only is it...
Also, if you fly Polish Airlines, which I have like at least 5 times in my life, they give you a little pastry, and on it says Putka. That's the only reason I know about it. Not the only, one of the main reasons why I know about this, because a bunch of Bulgarians that were sitting on the other side, a bunch of Macedonians that were sitting behind me, that are friends, just fucking started dying laughing. I'm like, what the fuck? They're like, dude, it's called pussy. You eat putka. Yeah, there you go. You eat putka means like pussy, like fucking vagina in those languages. Yes, it is very funny.
In my opinion, the best Eastern European
people who don't know it means poop. No, it does not mean poop. What the fuck? Fucking misinformation. It means pussy.
Country, but it is one of the best countries in Europe. I actually have a bonus Eastern European country at the end of this video, so stay tuned for that. Now, I know me and Czechia got off on the wrong start, but I do like Czechia. The dirt cheap beer is an absolute must try. Honestly, I didn't even like beer until I tried Czech beer, so it's absolutely goated, and you can get a whole pint.
Georgians just Georging it.
For like $2 in a bar. It's amazing. Also, Czechia is the first Eastern European country that actually has industry. Škoda is a car used by the police all over Europe. I have been inside the back of a Škoda police car, and let me tell you, it's pretty comfortable back there. But not only do they make cars, but also trams, and the Czech tram system is amazing. It runs literally 24/7.
I've actually never been to Prague. I've never been to Prague.
And along with this, they have a good metro system, which is a huge plus for any city ever, because having good public transport lets people get around easily and keeps the cars off the road. Czechs have industry, beer, tourism, and it's a pretty...
I'm still confused about a Slavic country being considered West, but you do you, Georgian.
Well-developed country. They don't have good roads, but that's why they make good cars, to get over the roads that look like mixed gray paint. By far the worst part about Czechia is that the whole country is basically on a leash from Airbnb, more specifically Prague. This one app is just ruining the normal Czech's life.
Literally the hottest women in the world. Croatian, Serbian, Ghanaian, South African, Brazilian, Cuban, and Chinese. That is my counter argument.
By making the apartments in Prague stupid expensive and unavailable, because the apartments...
But yeah, Czech women look really good.
In Prague are for tourists, not for the Czech people. Now,
Colombia as well. Colombia, God bless. Colombia, yeah. Oh, good point. Very good point. Yes.
I have a certain idea on how to fix this, and it really isn't that complicated. It's just considered unorthodox by today's standards. But yeah, good salaries, good public transport, making the apartments in Prague stupid expensive and unavailable, because the apartments in Prague...
All women are beautiful, yo, my man. Yeah, dude, I was doing a bit. Please let me do my bit.
are for tourists, not for the Czech people. Now I have a certain idea on how to fix this, and it really isn't that complicated. It's just considered unorthodox by today's standards. But yeah, good salaries, good public transport, amazing cheap beer.
Czechs are German Slavs? No. Czechs and Croats are Slavs that want to be German. That's their big L, you know.
And a well-developed country. Czechia gets A tier. Ukraine is a country in Eastern Europe based on the video game franchise Stop.
Wait, but now he's talking about non-Western countries. The fuck? Okay, so now he's just talking about Slavic countries. Okay. I think he's compiling with like a older video that he made, but whatever.
Being Ukrainian is not easy. First, you create the fictional country of Russia in cooperation with the Mongols.
Okay, so now the Georgian is really going to come out of him. Now the Georgian is really going to come out of him. Oh my God, the Georgian is really going to come out of him.
And then they occupy you for hundreds of years while cleansing your language and culture. Then, during their occupation, the world learns that communists cannot boil water. So after your population getting lethal doses of radiation under communist rule, you finally break free. Then they take Crimea and wage a war against you for 10 years until they finally decide that their officers with Nazi tattoos need to denazify Ukraine. Even though the far-right party in your elections got 2.16% of the vote, where in Western Europe they get majority of the votes, but Western Europeans are in NATO, so they cannot be denazified. Along with this...
Okay, that was low-key funny. That part was funny.
You have the lowest GDP per capita in Europe, even lower than Moldova. Being Ukraine...
Imagine being this guy. Bruh. So like, let's like give the Ukrainians like a, you know, like a state, like inside of the internationalist Soviet system. Like it's gonna be like a, okay, like a, how do I put this? Like a equal republic to the rest of them, but inside of the internationalist Soviet system. 50 years later, Ukrainians looking at him. What the fuck? I fucking hate this guy. The one that actually gave them state status. Like, I always found that weird. I don't know. I have a lot of Ukrainian friends, a lot of Russian friends. That's why I, you know, stand on the hardcore, principled Marxian sidelines of the war in Ukraine. But the one thing I'm not gonna stay on the sidelines on is the majority of Ukrainians not looking at this man as a national hero. How the fuck are you not looking at Lenin as a national hero? How, like, it's I don't think that's debatable. It's genuinely not debatable. Like, this dude literally was like, we have no reason to give them relative sovereignty inside of the internationalist experiment, but I'm still going to do it because I think it's the right thing. And yet Ukrainians fucking hate him. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Yeah, he ended the empire. He was like, okay, you guys really want to do the whole like Ukraine thing? Okay, there you go. You got the Ukraine thing. You got your flag, you got your anthem, you got your thing, but you're, you know, still part of the internationalist system. And meanwhile, they're like, what the fuck? This fucking guy. Like, dude, what? What? Sure, you can even like, okay, be a reactionary, be like, I didn't like his communism, but like he's kind of based because he made Ukraine, right? You can do that. I will disagree with you, but you can do that. That's what we do with kings. We're like, oh, I don't like the monarchism. Not us, but, you know, normies. Oh, I don't like the monarchism, but, you know, he was the king of our country that like led us to independence from some, you know, reactionary force or some like occupier and so on. Those people don't think that, you know, that king should return or his, you know, ancestor should return as king. But they're like, oh, you know, we appreciate that man or woman doing what they did for us. But no, with Lenin, for some reason, they're like, no, brother, he's Georgian. That's why.
Ukrainian comes with a lot of hard times, and the hard times create strong men, quote, got proven correct in Ukraine's case, since Alexander Usyk was the first person ever to defeat Tyson Fury and take the World Boxing Championship belt away from him. You can tell the entire vibe of Ukraine just by the video games they develop. Since
There you go. Gatsu goes back to his Georgian origins. How do I wait? This is 32. Portugal, Poland. I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, he does some. He does some Balkan countries. Okay.
It's unprecedented in the countries by the fact that Serbia, unless you get an IT job.
Serbia. Let's go, Serbia.
The other countries in D tier, I'm putting this in C. But living in Ukraine would be ass because you'd have to deal with being horrendously broke unless you get an IT job. These people pretend to be hood, like, oh, don't come to Basel, bro, you'll get fucked up. Americans can learn from Serbians by the fact that Serbia had 2 mass shootings in 2 days, unprecedented in the country's history, which killed 17 people, and in turn, in 12 days. Bosnia is extremely different from most European countries.
That's the whole thing. There you go. Nobody has the balls, bro. Nobody has the balls to cover. Georgians.
And has a lot of quirks and features, such as they have the tallest people in the world. Yes, even taller than the Dutch. Along with this, they are Muslim, and along with this, their country is divided.
No, they're literally, that's why they're the coolest nation. Bosnians, not Bosniaks. The Bosnians, in my opinion, are the coolest nation in the entirety of Europe because they have a lot of Muslims, a lot of Orthodox, and a lot of Catholics. Low-key living together. You know, being neighbors, going to Orthodox Easter, Catholic Easter, and then fucking Eid to each other, you know, fucking vibing it the fuck out like they're tiny Yugoslavia. Sure, it's a powder keg because of Western intervention and domestic reactionary fervor inspired by both the petit bourgeois and the, you know, large capitalists, but it's base as fuck. But no, this guy's like all of Bosnia is Muslim. No, it's not. What the fuck?
Into 2 between the Serbians and Bosnians, and also
no, and there's a shit ton of Croats. Oh my fucking god! And a lot of the based Croats and Serbs and Bosniaks also it's still identify with Bosnia. Oh Lord,
it's very beautiful. Literally everyone I've ever heard.
That's the only reason he's saying is beautiful is unironically because he's like lived up and he's like, I have to say a Muslim country is beautiful, even though ironically it's not just a Muslim country. He's doing liberal reactionary politics here.
Heard that went to Bosnia, absolutely.
Bro learns history from a bin. Yeah, it's called being Georgian, yeah.
Loves it, and why wouldn't they? The people are all chill, Mostar is beautiful. The slight issue is that Bosnia is extremely fucking broke. They essentially have 3 parliaments for the 3 different ethnicities living in Bosnia, and none of them can agree on anything, and nothing ever gets done. And the salaries aren't good at all. But it is extremely beautiful and quirky, and for that, Bosnia gets a C tier. Despite being broke, just the beauty and the cool people pushes it into C tier. Here's the thing with small countries, right? You get one famous person, and then everyone in the world thinks that everyone from that country is like that. Such as everyone...
That is true. But sometimes it is true. Most Slovenians are very, very brilliant and start out their life really brilliant and then become a sellout. Tell me how that's not true about Slovenians. A lot of them are brilliant intellectuals that eventually get co-opted by capitalism and become sellouts. Slavoj Žižek. Who else do you want as an example? Serbs, NBA MVPs that just want to race their horses instead of do a job that's been forced upon them. Which is, I guess, the same as like rich black people in the States. Motherfucker don't want to be in fucking NBA, but you know, he's got to do what he's got to do because there ain't no fucking other job anybody else is giving him. Same like with a Serb. Melania Trump, there you go. Yeah, went there to get on the grind. Ended up out-grinding anybody else. I was going to say Canadian and hip-hop rappers. Is there anyone famous from Romania besides fucking Dracula? No, there are, but even Vlad Dracul, typical example of anti-Balkan bigotry, dude. The guy was an incredible anti-imperialist warlord, one that can be paralleled to that of the Haitian struggles against French occupation. But because he's Balkan, it's like, oh, it's very bad he put them on sticks. Like, Haitian guy hangs 20 French dudes. Oh my God, very basado. Romanian guy impales 20 Turkish guys. Yo, bro, what the fuck? That's so fucked up, bro. That's so fucked up. What the fuck, bro? What? No. The most famous Armenian being the Kardashians. Oh, yeah, Armenians are fucked. Oh, Armenians are so fucked. Oh, Armenians are so fucked. Armenians are so fucked. Yeah, yeah. Did you guys hear about that show? They got like a 0% rating. Still waiting for Westerners to pay their taxes. I'm going to rage quit. Westerners? Okay, if Westerners are not going to pay their taxes, we are almost 5 hours into our lovely stream. We are drinking, we're enjoying ourselves, so I'm just going to do a slight reminder about subscribing to the show, supporting it, paying your taxes if need be, oiling me up if that's what you feel like, because if all of the Balkan Peninsula is only going to be known by Ugopnik in the online left, you might as well make sure that Ugopnik is, rolling in the deep. He's, properly established on this platform so we don't embarrass our entire peninsula. So Balkans and Eastern Europeans, give your third and second world subscriptions, and Westerners, do your part, because otherwise it's going to be embarrassing if among 700 people, there's not even 7 people, that's 1%. If there's not 1% of people from the West that actually pay the full value of their taxes. We only had a couple of Germans and a couple of regulars that paid the Western tax. I'm waiting for some other motherfuckers. Thank you, Clone Sister. Be like Clone Sister. There you go. You don't have to pay the full tax. You can subscribe for yourself. You can buy 1 or 2 for somebody else. But it is the big taxpayers that keep the lights on. So, motherfucker, show us why white Oiler chatters' lives matter.
And then everyone in the world thinks that everyone from that country is like that. Such as everyone thinks everyone from Georgia is a Stalinist. Now, I personally don't know what...
Nobody on planet Earth, except very niche communists, know that Stalin was Georgian. All of them think he was Russian. No, we did, for those of you who joined us joined us recently, we did a poll on how many people have thought about Georgians before this video. 92% said that they've never thought about Georgians. And I'm not talking American Georgians. I'm talking Georgians. Nobody knows what a Georgia is, okay? Most people, when they think Georgia, they think cousins fucking each other or that girl that left them in high school. This man really thinks we all think about what the fuck is a Georgia?
Makes them think that we're an EU candidate now.
Tbilisi sounds like a fucking fancy toilet bowl you buy from Italy and install in your toilet because it flushes. When it flushes, it makes very fancy sounds.
Guys, come on, you can stop the stereotypes. But same thing about Slovenia. It's either Slavoj Žižek, Melania Trump, or femboys. The thing is though, even though Slovenia has a very small population of 2 million people, they have a very, very good country. They make a lot of money on average, even more than Czechs and Poles.
Leave Georgians alone. Laubfrau, you know I love you, but I want to leave Georgians alone, but they don't leave me alone. They don't leave me alone. Georgians are the loudest planetary minority, I swear to God.
And on top of that, it's very, very beautiful. Ljubljana looks majestic. It's a beautiful, highly educated country whose people make a good amount of money. It's S tier for sure. You know, Hungary gets a bad rep because
Slovenia is what you get when you keep every privilege from Yugoslavia because you didn't go to war. Which, unironically, I fuck with Slovenes, even though they're low-key pretty racist. Hats off. I really like Slovenes. But all of the Balkans, even post-Yugoslavia, would have been like Slovenia if we didn't spend 10 years just shooting each other with massive rockets and stabbing each other in the throat.
You know, the whole being an empire that treated their minorities badly thing and then being punished for it, and now their leader being the worst person in the EU.
The reason Goblin doesn't say where he is from the bottom. I'm gonna ban you. I'm kidding. Yeah, that's low-key it.
That wants to murder as many Ukrainians as possible and vetoes EU aid to Ukraine every chance he gets. Politically, Hungary is absolutely fucking cooked. Talking about go back where you came from. Bro, you go back where you came from. I've been to Budapest, which is basically the entire country, since more than a third of the country lives there, and there's absolutely nothing to do outside of Budapest in Hungary. And Hungary has a lot of famous people that you didn't know were Hungarian, such as Houdini, Hank from Breaking Bad, Adrian Brody, and the Hungarian man who set the world record for having the highest amount of alcohol in his
Okay, there's more people living in villages in Georgia, okay.
blood ever. But honestly though, I do like Hungary a lot. Budapest looks like to be
Hungary are some of the worst whites. Hungarians are not white, my friend.
so it's an instant W.
They're literally not. They're literally not.
And their food.
They really want to be. They really want to be. That's what makes them the most like supremacist, fucking crazy motherfuckers.
Is absolutely amazing. You see, the Hungarians migrated from Asia and brought some good ass food with them. First time I tried Hungarian.
You want to hear Hungarian anthem? This is a Hungarian anthem. Hungarian food good for you? Yeah, because it's from Asia, bro. All the Hungarians in chat. Let's fucking go. Paprika is basic. Have you heard the version with Papa Roach? No, wait, which one? What with Papa Roach? Блядь. Jacob is of course he arrives in a fucking.
Come run and we can fight them till the bloody end. When the elephants come, they gon' bow to my brethren. Lock him in a cage, parade him to
That fucking haircut is getting me out of it so hard.
the lion's den.
Why do we have to make everything in English? Why do we have to make everything in English, bruv? And an American flag. Oh God, fuck off. Eat my dick. Jesus Christ. They should have had a Hungarian flag.
The food, I was curling my toes with how...
Basically, for those of you who are not in on the joke, with Bulgarians and Hungarians, when you meet a far-right white supremacist Bulgarian or Hungarian, you just tell them you are literally from Asia, shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay? And it freaks them out so good. It's... they start like explaining themselves and shit. It's almost as good as goulash.
good it was. Possibly the best food in the EU. Because not to get vulgar here, but the Slavic countries are out of the question. And there remains like 4 other countries with good food. And
fucking Georgians, man. We don't have the best food on the planet, but we have very good food. Like, come the fuck on.
Budapest itself is absolutely gorgeous as well. They have this cute M1 metro, which was the first metro in mainland Europe, and it's still working today. They have the
Georgian food is pretty good. I agree. Georgian food is pretty good.
Faluhas.
And it's literally the only thing they have. They invented wine. They have good food, and Stalin happens to be one of them. That's it.
Komi block, which houses 3,000 people.
That's how they are historically relevant.
A lot of people might not be interested in, but it was pretty interesting to see this monster. It's so big, it's like a work of art. A fancy McDonald's, and Budapest itself is one of the most beautiful cities you will ever see. The only kind of cap thing about Hungary is their currency, because you never know how much you're paying for something, because $10 is 3,620 forints. So
And Georgians do not know how to do math, so it's very complicated for them.
Math in the head with that exchange rate is messed up. And while I really like Hungary, their people don't make that
Georgians are very friendly people. Yes, they are, but they're very stupid.
much money, and their politics are extremely messed up. So it's a great place to visit, but because of their economy and their very messed up political situation, I cannot give it more than B tier. If these issues did not exist, it would easily be in S tier.
Tonight, the Prime Minister of Slovakia,
He's like, the Hungarian president doesn't like Georgians. That's why I'm giving it B tier, brother.
Robert Fico, is in critical condition following a shocking assassination attempt earlier this
Yup,
morning.
another day in Slovak politics. I first found out about Slovakia from the movie Euro.
I love how he uses that to diss Czechs and Slovaks, which you should, because Czechs and Slovaks turns out are very racist, unfortunately. But he did not use that same flag. That same, would you feel comfortable? And this is with Jew. Would you feel comfortable if your neighbor was black? Europe map. No, this is Jew. No. There's one that actually did it everywhere. So many people in Central East, blah, blah, blah. Dark skin is associated with more negative or more positive thoughts. Why the fuck does the Czech Republic give so much fuck about this? Why do these pasty-ass motherfuckers give some... What the fuck is up with you, Bulgaria? I genuinely don't understand. Like the OG Yugoslavs, Slovenians and Serbs and Montenegrins being like, dude, I don't give a shit. Bro, I don't care. And then these again, Yugoslavia, these two looking, I don't give a shit. I give a little bit more shit than this guy, but I don't give a shit. Austria, literally because it's bordering us, was educated. Ireland because it's based. United Kingdom because it has a lot of black people, so of course they wouldn't give a shit. Okay, good for Norway. Good for Norway. But there you go. It's absurd. I don't know why. That's sometimes why I get triggered, low-key, because I'm from this part of Europe. Why I get triggered when you guys bundle us with these guys, with all of these guys, like, you motherfuckers fucking racist. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I genuinely get confused. Because look, This is Harvard shit. I think it was whatever Harvard University's project. Okay, so it's not out of my ass. So like these Slavs are like, fucking Slavic people are big into this shit. We're like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking? Get monolithic, dude. That's literally what they do. You know, like what? You're like, what? I'm like. Also, I low-key don't believe, like, Belarus. What the fuck? Belarus? How is Poland less racist than Belarus? There's no way. There's no fucking way. Poland is like the king of Slavic racists. You're telling me French people don't hate black people? The only reason this is yellow and not red is because there's a lot of black people in France. So say Muslims are anti-Semitic. Yeah, it always confused me. I was like, what? This group, you know what? But this group is not racist based on melanin, or if you're African or Asian, is because they hate each other. Like we hate each other. We're like, oh, this particular historic event makes me really hate you, right? But then some guy flies in from Vietnam. A guy from Nigeria flies in here. Oh, a guy from South Africa flies in here, and they're like, oh, what's up, dude? Oh, good. You wanna have some rakia? Like, you wanna enjoy your time here? You know, everything's fucking chill. But then that same guy from Vietnam and Nigeria and Ghana and South Africa and Brazil or whatever mentions something positive about the other country, and you're like, you stupid motherfucker. That's when the slurs start flying. That's the only time the slurs are ever gonna start flying. And that's not okay, of course. I'm just explaining the local contradictions, if we want to call them that, right? Like there's no... I think Balkans can confirm. Like we genuinely don't give a shit.
I first found
genuinely don't care
out about Slovakia from the movie.
Also, like in Yugoslavia, because it was now, if we want to be Marxist about this, because it was in the League of the Independence or whatever you want to call it, there was a massive amount of interaction between these groups and people and nations from particularly Africa and South Asia. So we got to interact with them not on the principle of imperial conquest, but just interact with them. We're like, oh yeah, they're like us, they're like us. So whatever, the non-aligned movement, yeah. So we're like, okay, just another people. We don't love them, we don't hate them. Okay, you from the Congo. Okay, nice to meet you. I don't give a shit. Like, right? It's. But these two are the freakiest, Bulgarians and Hungarians, because they're like, dude, like all of the rest of the entirety of the Slavs will call the Bulgarians, Hungarians like low-key, like, dude, you're literally from Asia, like you're literally from the Middle East, like what the fuck, and they're going to be the most racist ones. It's strange. Kosovo doesn't have data, yeah. It is interesting to learn about as a black person as well. I can imagine, like, we genuinely don't give a shit. Like, we never went through the whole, like, Western interpretation of black equals bad. We just literally just never went through it. So that most whites from Europe went through. So we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? N-word, what? What the fuck? Like, we're genuinely, whenever, like, you talk to a normie from this part of the world. Nowadays, no, because of the internet, we all get Americanized, and now there's probably a shit ton of racists and so on, because, again, they're online and they interact with fucking 4chan culture and so on. They're like, whoa, dude, right? I can see it. I don't know when this was done. This was done, does it have a year? I think it was done like 7-8 years ago. Radio Free Europe, which, by the way, you should undermine, of course, but the fact that they've shown this part of the world is less racist should mean that they're really less racist, because if Radio Free Europe wants to depict anybody as racist, is this fucking part. Same shit with the Baltics. They're drinking themselves into the delusion that they are Nordics. It's so fucking hilarious. Yeah, going back to the video.
Movie Euro trip for such a small.
Just giving you context, guys. That's the entirety of my intention, not to whitewash shit or whatever. It's just that's how it is. I think in Eastern Europe, it's more about the association of darker skin with Roma people, and that's why they are so racist. I have a different analysis. Sure, yes, the Roma people play a part. My analysis is, unironically, liberalism in Eastern Europe, once the illegal dissolution, illegal destruction of the Soviet Union happened, there was a massive campaign of westernizing this part of the world. Here, it was delayed because we were too busy literally fighting each other and killing each other. So when this part of the world was actively getting westernized, they were basically getting American culture imported on steroids, like on steroids. All of these guys were supposed to unironically become American, and their liberals, usually more privileged people from this part of the world, got very, very Americanized. So they started identifying with the American white, and I'm talking specifically through movies, through shows, stuff like that. And then give it 10 or 15 years, they are on Western internet. But the majority of shit they're getting from Western internet is reactionary right-wing shit that is usually absurdly anti-black, right? Absurdly anti-black. So these guys at this point are associating with the struggle of the American white, even though if they went to the States, the whites would not consider them one of them at all. They would give them dishwashing jobs, but they're nonetheless identifying with them. So they're like, oh my God, the fucking black people over there, they're fucking, they want their, they're fighting the cops and they don't respect civil society or stupid classic racist shit. So what I'm trying to say is that classic racist shit got imported directly from the United States into these Eastern European countries under the fake premise that these Eastern Europeans are, quote unquote, the same as American whites. That's the meme. Oh, fucking God, thank you for mentioning the reality of racism with Mary Booz. Of course, dude, it's on steroids. It's on steroids. Mary Boo Eastern Europeans are going to sit there and talk about the necessity of achieving the ideals of Western liberal democracy, and then you're going to mention, but that includes the rights of minorities, right? And I've unironically heard people say what, like a local Black Lives Matter or something? I'm like, dude, do you want me to kick your fucking teeth in? Like what I'm trying to say, they were very, very, very good at importing the core of American liberalism, which, of course, always includes what? Includes racism, of course. And if you ever are interacting with a Slav of that same category, what I like to do is tell them that an American white would not even consider them a human being, so they should choose their team a little bit better. This Western internet is slowly reaching a wider audience in Latin America, presenting reactionary center-right politics, liberalism, economic theory, and market evaluation. More and more Latin Americans shift under this arm of propagandist love content, and more of them will. That's why it's so powerful. That is exactly what is so powerful. That's why it's so powerful. It's to put it as simply as possible, To be from everything west of Berlin is to be inspired to hate the same people that these people hate without being a part of the club. To repeat myself, to be one of these is to be inspired to hate the same people that these people hate without being part of the club. You get all the hate, but none of the benefits. That's how you should analyze these guys. In my modest opinion, as somebody from these guys.
Small country, you hear Slovakia a lot, mainly in memes, so their culture export is on point. There's Eurotrip, there's also an Instagram page I really like. It's called the Random Slovak Person Daily, where they just do a wheel spin, where they show you a random...
Last time, I'm not going to say it anymore because I feel pathetic, because I'm being ignored by my beautiful Western friends. 5 out of 7, 2 more. Let's hit the target. Let's please fucking hit the target. God fucking damn it. Or if you're from the second or third world and you want to gift some subs, pay your taxes, my friend, you will be proving my point about the Westerners paying no taxes at all. So let's do the thing. By the end of the month, I targeted if it's 7 by stream, we're going to hit the target. I'm going to buy a new cam. I'm going to see the beauty of both of my eyebrows. It's going to be nice. Or subscribe for yourself. If, of course, you cannot pay taxes, that's perfectly understandable. Exclamation point tax if you don't know what I'm talking about with taxes. God bless you.
Random Slovak person every day. And sometimes...
There you go, like Derahava. Thank you for the 2 months, brother. Or sister, or NB, of course.
You just need that, you know? Slovakia was occupied by Hungary for literally more than 900 years. So if they make any mistakes in running their country, come on, guys. It's their first time. Give them a break. I can't lie, Slovaks are pulling some pretty good numbers. Like 80% of their country is mountainous. And because of this, Slovaks literally play Death Stranding.
If you don't want to be a uninformed Georgian, when Czechoslovakia split... Czechia got the industrialized part, and Slovakia got the agricultural part. One of the slight L's of socialist planning, because we did not have fucking advanced technology and so on, is that we would segregate parts of the country and then dedicate parts of the country to particular things. Now with advanced planning, if we were to do it again, we would be able to introduce all sectors in all parts of the international socialist order or whatever, so that people would not have to mass migrate based on what they, want to dedicate their life and their labor to. So Slovakia was a bunch of, basically like mass industrialized farming and agriculture, while Czechia was industrialization. Czechoslovakia falls apart. Czechia ends up with, the closer to the 21st century, let's call it, aspects of what gets to make you richer, while Slovakia is left basically with a bunch of farmland and agriculture. That's why their growth very much so is different in the years that come later. Thank you, Blur. Thank you very much. I'm as far west as you can go before falling into the Pacific. Oh, some Los Californication, motherfuckers. Thank you for the sub. Thank you very much. But with the tax, it's a little bit different for me to count you up here, but I'm still very grateful for the 4 months.
Real life, which is very cool. For some reason, they have a ton of celebrities, like Angelina Jolie's grandpa is from Košice.
Czechia was always more industrialized than Slovakia, even back in Austro-Hungary. Yes, I know that. That's why they continued upscaling in Czechia instead of in Slovakia. That was the idea. My criticism there was not them adapting to the material conditions that were present. There was no criticism. I'm saying that in the future, if we're doing this again, and I hope we are, we're going to do better because we have more tools at our disposal to properly do planning. Thank you, White Seed. Thank you very much for your first sub.
Bon Jovi's grandma is Slovak. Very interesting. But because Slovakia is also pretty decently poor, the beautiful mountains can only go so far when it has shit politics and bad salaries. Wait a minute. That reminds me of a certain country.
A man from Slovakia sent me a plastic bag of his wet shit. I swear to God. Oh my God. I'm not kidding. Dad, I'm not.
It goes into C tier. ყველაფერი გეგმის მიხედვით მიდის? კი ბატონო, ყველანაირი ტესტი დასრულებულია. პირველი მაკედონელი მზად არის გამოშვებისთვის. ძალიან კარგი. ბერძნებმა არ იციან რა მოელით. I know everyone says how bad North Macedonia is, but you guys also have to understand that it must be so fucking fun to live there. Like literally any footage I've seen coming from North Macedonia looks like a GTA Online lobby. And personally, I'm so down for it. I'd love to visit Skopje and drink their internationally illegal.
This would be so funny if it was being said by anybody except for a Georgian. You Georgian. You're talking about countries looking like a GTA lobby. You're Georgian. You're Georgian.
80% Macedonian rakia, and I'm not worried about puking because if I puke, I will just do it on the sidewalk.
Throwing stones from a glass house, throwing stones from a Georgian house. It's literally made out of... Do Georgians have houses?
The closest BMW X5 will drive on the sidewalk and get rid of the remnants. Also, Skopje looks insane. It's literally all marble in the center and shit.
If you have to pick like, the center of Skopje looks absurd. But that aside, if you're a person of color and you're like, all white people are bad, I would agree, probably. Yeah, we suck. Even the off-whites, we suck. Except Macedonians. They never hurt anybody. Please, when you're doing the, great anti-Yakubian jihad, like, don't kill the Macedonians. They're kind of, they're actually really nice. They're actually kind of, lovely. They're really lovely. They're very, very lovely. So, I'm telling you, when you come into my house and scalp me, Macedonians... let them live. They're pretty chill.
Literally European Ashgabat. However, I have to hit them with the classic, one of the most corrupt countries in Europe and extremely low salaries, but they're getting a C tier just for the GTA Online factor of Skopje.
Let me turn off Dexter real quick. Shit, man, you know I mean business when Dexter gets turned off. Right, so I've been tasked by Gigi to tier list a couple Eastern European countries that I've been to before. Places that I have first-hand experience of, Greece and Romania. Now,
Geopold, the only guy dumber than, what was his name? Than Gatsu. They're both entertaining, though. They're both entertaining. But the only guy dumber than Gatsu is Geopold. When are we getting a fucking combination? No, and the only guy dumber than the two of them, and I'm saying this is a compliment. I love the boys. They're fucking idiots, but they're lovely. They're very entertaining. They're very funny. Usually what a clown is like. But the fucking Serbian guy. I fucking hate... No, not the Serbia. What was he called? Balkan guy living in Germany? Balkan guy living in Sweden? The fucking guy that does the anime? The anime with the fucking... I would do... No, I can't say it. TOS. What was he called? No, Wao Mao. I fucking love Wao Mao. Wao Mao is the opposite. Wao Mao is the opposite. He's extremely intelligent, but he's very slow. These guys print out content. Wao Mao is the opposite. Living ironically in Europe. Yes, that is the worst channel I've ever watched in my life. That is the worst channel I've ever watched in my life. I see Living Ironically in Europe in a fucking bar. I am not buying him a drink. That's all I'm saying.
Give you a heads up. One of these is...
Living Ironically Europe. Yeah, that is... There should be, we should have a university degree for content creators that you have to pass, I don't know, some basic understanding of the world in order for Google to give you the right to have a YouTube channel. And my case and my point towards this elitism is Living Ironically in Europe. That is.
Getting an extremely high rating, and the other is getting an extremely low rating. I'll let you figure that one out. Any predictions? That's right, Romania is the most amazing... No, I'm joking. Romania is fucking ass. But that could just be because I've only been to Bucharest, which any Romanian will tell you is a completely rookie mistake. In reality, a lot of Romania is just gorgeous rolling hills with quaint villages, blood-sucking vampires, mountain people that dress up as bears, and, God forbid, Hungarians. So the mountainous areas of Romania are actually kind of cool, and they're what saves this country from getting an F. However, the flatlands of fucking Romania, oh my god, man. But more specifically, Bucharest. Oh my god, it might be the worst city I've ever been to. I can't even lie, bro. And, yo, I've been to Dudley.
I've been to Bucharest. It's not that bad. What the fuck, dude? Bucharest is like a fucking very normal city. The fuck?
There is literally nothing to do in Bucharest apart from sit outside the most evil building in the world and smoke cigarettes. Just think about it. This could have been a beautiful, historic old town in the center of Bucharest, but instead this dickhead knocked everything down to build this fucking bullshit. I don't care. I could go to London. I don't care. Why would I want to look at this? I think it's actually quite...
Yeah, and in London there's no evil buildings that were built on the backs of hundreds of thousands of dead people. Actually, no, in London, I apologize, built on the backs of millions of dead people.
An achievement that Bucharest...
by the way, fuck Ceausescu. I don't fucking like him. He was a traitor to the cause, an absolute fucking idiot, like literally a fucking idiot. And fuck that building in particular. He couldn't even finish that one project that he was trying to do. This is not Ceausescu fucking defense. Fuck that shit. But like, what? to do that, to do a sketch on the quote unquote evil of a executive of the state trying to build something megalomania, which caused a lot of suffering, and then to compare it with the positive example of London. London is...
invested in a tram system, invested in a metro system, invested in a bus system, but they executed all these investments so badly that they still have the most insane car problem I've ever seen. I actually think that these Neanderthals, these cavemen, just haven't thought of the concept of a multi-story car park yet. Because why does the entire fucking city look like this? Every fucking centimeter of usable space is used for the most brain-dead parking I've ever witnessed.
Yes,
the whole time I was in Bucharest, I was trying to figure out, how does this guy get out? How does this guy get out? How the fuck does this guy get out? What the fuck is wrong with Bucharestians' brains, man? And also, why does every single building in Bucharest either look like this or like this? Literally the same day I saw the palace, which by the way is the heaviest building in the world.
Thank you, Shart Attack, for joining the community for the 3 months. That's very kind of you.
I also saw this scrapyard where they were burning tires to stay warm right behind me. But to be fair, whenever I talk to...
We have people like Shart Attack subscribing when not Westerners doing their taxes. God damn it, man.
...a Romanian about this, they tell me Bucharest really doesn't represent the rest of the country. So in light of that, I'll give...
Yeah, Gabriel in here is a fellow Romanian and he doesn't fuck with Bucharest. Even though Bucharest is not that bad. Been to Bucharest. Bucharest is fine. It's a normal fucking fine city. The fuck?
These guys a little sympathy.
Also, I never noticed the fucking traffic thing. But then again, I walked everywhere. I was in the center, so maybe, yeah.
And put them one tier above the lowest tier. Whatever letter that is, it goes in that tier. On the other hand, Greece. Like most Brits, I've been here multiple times. I have a lot of Greek experience, okay? And whilst Athens existing will unfortunately stop this country from getting an S, I can't lie, I love Greece so fucking much, man. The food, the people outside of Athens, the weather.
Also outside of Thessaloniki, I'm sorry if we got Greeks in here. Malaka, Thessaloniki is fucking weird. Why is everybody trying to sell me with that? Like, what the fuck? But Greece is incredible. Greece is fucking insane.
The music, the sea, the buildings, the history, the vibe.
And of course, this cunt does not know about... Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. 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 fucking incredible. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody, but it's fucking brilliant, chat. It is so good. It is. It smashes plates aggressively. By the way, what they do more in Greece is roses throwing. Nowadays, they throw roses at people in club. Right? No, they don't have videos. It's probably all in Malacca Greek. They just throw big fucking roses, rose packages at the performers.
Oh my god, bro. Do I care that the Greek government probably put me at an extremely high risk of dying in a high-speed train crash because the exact train I caught tragically crashed a month later and the carriage I sat in would have meant a 0% chance of survival? No! I love Greek people and their way of doing shit, man. Even if that means they let one fat, sleepy Greek man called Pampapompopolimios or some shit control the entire high-speed train network with pen and paper. Seriously though, the Greek people deserve a lot better than the current dingleberry of a government and an economic policy they call their own. I would highly, highly, highly recommend that you go and visit any of these bits.
Have fun stories with Uzo. I drank so much when I was in university I cannot handle it anymore. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, if you overdid it. Same with me and tequila, bro. My buddy's Greek stepdad put it in his ice cream. Yeah.
Greece stuff circled in red on this map. It will open.
Greece always gave me big Mexico vibes. Don't you know my post? My viral post? Wait, let me search it here because it's X and there's big chances of dicks and boobs popping up. Ugopnik, Mexic, Latino. Yeah, literally, I'm scrolling on the other side and there's literally a bunch of cocks and porn. Oh my god! Thank God I searched for it on the other side. Wait, what if I do this? New incognito, Ugopnik X. This post. Wait, this post. This Greek man came up to us and said it was his dream to meet a Mexican. And I wrote, the completely spontaneous organic love Balkan people have for Latinos should be studied by anthropologists or something. It had like 53,000 likes, like 2.5 million views. And the big joke was, which one of the two is Mexican and which is Greek? Which is lovely. We are the same. It is beautiful. It is beautiful.
Open your eyes and enlighten your mind to a truly, truly beautiful way of life. A tier, high A tier, just definitely avoid Athens. Unless eating overpriced tourist trap slop next to a tweaking out heroin addict is your idea of a fun time.
Croatia's pretty good, mainly because they have
hilarious being said by an actual fucking Brit. That's fucking incredible.
This coastline right here, which is absolutely beautiful and a very nice place. Dubrovnik is very nice, even though it consists of 100% Anglo tourists in the summer.
Okay, I gotta run because 5 hours and 30 minutes. Jesus Christ, my partner's gonna kill me. Unless we get 2 taxpayers in, and then we're finishing the video. If we get 2 taxpayers in the next, in the next 7 minutes, 2 Western taxpayers in, we're continuing. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain to my future wife why I'm still here drinking vodka with you guys. So it is low-key your choice. Timer, start timer. I know I'm doing the annoying fucking thing, the fucking grift shit, but I gotta do it. Okay. Because I gotta financialize my relationship with my future wife. So I'm financializing it by starting this. 2 Western tax or a combined of all the rest of you Western tax, or I gotta bounce.
I was there, I could literally only hear British English. Everyone there was from the UK or Australia. I would see someone not white, and I'm like, oh, this is the first person I've seen here not from the UK. And then they would say something like, bottle of water, and it's like, you too? Damn. Hey, you guys know that Irish pub in Dubrovnik was popping. And because Croatia has this amazing coastline of the Adriatic Sea, it results in having amazing seaside cities such as Split and Dubrovnik specifically, where Game of Thrones was filmed and which is reported to be the most over-touristic.
Yeah, when my partner went to Dubrovnik, she's like, half of the people here are not here for the great food or the history. They're here because we was in Game of Thrones.
City in Europe, even bigger than Venice and Barcelona, and Dubrovnik's counterpart up the coastline is... Today I find myself in Split, Croatia, basically Africa with electricity. It's fine though, this post was made like 7 years ago, Split is way better now and cheaper than Dubrovnik as well, and it looks nice, and their salaries are not...
No, actually, people in Split fucking hate your British ass. Split is literally a dying city, because too many British people go there and they shit on the streets and they pay for Airbnbs, which make the city unlivable for them. Croats in chat, if there's any, please confirm. Like you got not only Split, like a bunch of other non-Dubrovnik cities that are tourist cities that are just completely annihilated and made unlivable because of specifically British, but also German tourists.
Not that good.
And now those same German and British tourists are complaining about how it's no longer affordable, even though they made it unaffordable.
By European standards, but who needs high salaries when you can watch your country compete in the World Cup while drinking Ojushko and then
Thank you, Rialan, for the 2 out of 20. I need two Western taxpayers, and I'm not even asking for white taxpayer level. I'm asking for 2 minority taxpayer levels. So I'm talking 20 gifts up. So we're 18 away.
Next day, just chill at the beach and have this beautiful view. Croatia, 8 tier, goated country. Never in my 22 years of life have I ever first heard of a country by hearing they're lazy and sleep a lot, until Montenegro. And Montenegrins are certainly not helping that stereotype by holding national laziest citizen competitions every year. This is a competition about who can lay in bed.
This is real, by the way. It's not a joke.
For most days in a row, and the winner was this woman who won 1,000 euros. My goal. It's just respectable. Montenegro is a very small country and very beautiful, with mountains and a big debt to the Chinese. Montenegro is a very mountainous country, so...
That's incorrect. So in Montenegro, first a bunch of Russians came and bought everything. And then Montenegro became pro-Western, and they nationalized a bunch of the shit from the Russian rich people, which based. Nationalizing things from rich people, doesn't matter where they're from, is based. But then they only nationalized it to sell it to Germans. I have no idea why China is being mentioned. It has nothing to do with Montenegro. Like nothing at all whatsoever. Thank you, Mect XDA, for joining the community and trying to save the continuation of finishing this video with us. We are 17 away. 17 Westerners right now. You're sitting in your massive villa, your massive mansion. And you have 2 choices. Okay? Support the show. Give a bunch of people subscriber status and enjoy very, very chill social and class commentary by your boy, or let it end. It's in your hands. It's completely in your hands. It is 100% in your hands. Also, if it makes you feel better, contribute to ruining my relationship with my fiance by pushing me to not spend any time with her before I go to bed. And there we go. Toasty Bread 22 with the $5. That's a beautiful $5. And now we're down to 13. We have 15 seconds left. 13 gift subs. 13. And you are safe. And you're not going to do it. And you're not going to do it. And you're not going to do it. And you didn't do it. Chat, if we get 57, we'll be on the next stream. Jesus, don't be so loud. What the fuck? Oh, shut up. Jesus Christ. Well, we tried, chat. We tried. We tried dinot. We tried dinot. I'm financializing my relationship with my partner. So I'm gonna go now. I'm fucking kidding. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? I'm not a fucking capitalist. Especially not while Xi Jinping is fucking looking at me. I'm not that kind of person. I just had to do some sort of grift to make you guys do it. But God bless you. Didn't. Of course, I understand. It's a tough economy. I'm not going to be a cunt about it. Let's continue the video.
So they hired the Chinese to build this big highway that basically spans the entire
I was going to leave, but I'm like, nah, I'm not going to be one of those people.
country. It was supposed to go to build this big highway that basically spans the entire country. It was supposed to go from the very south of the country to the very north, connecting to Serbia. So the locals living there would have less trouble navigating through the Montenegrin mountains and just had a good paved highway, basically like Death Stranding highways. And while this highway is pretty cool and very useful for the locals, it's already cost $1 billion and it's nowhere near complete. Just so you know, Montenegro's GDP is $6 billion, so they've spent a good part of their economy on this one road alone. A lot of this price and...
Oh my God. Disgusting. They are building infrastructure. They're building infrastructure so evil and disgusting. They should spend $1 billion on... What's the alternative? Literally, Montenegro literally has no roads. Except for the ones built by the different communists from Yugoslavia. But no, let's complain about this, dude. Georgians, I know that you are used to trekking shit on your winter camels, but some of us want the Chinese to come and help us build roads because we're idiots and we don't know how to.
Inflation was caused by local corruption.
Montenegro needs to spend that money on billions of data centers, yeah. And
which is a Balkan classic, surprising absolutely no one. But
yeah, and they stole a bunch of that money not building those roads on local corruption, yeah.
Even though Montenegro is not particularly rich and their people don't make that much money, it's still so beautiful. And
Montenegro is at least like 20 billion. By the way, they just... when you go to Montenegro, you'll see, especially if you're renting out an apartment, they want you to pay cash. All of this money is not registered, and 60 to 70% of the 60, I think, percent of the Montenegrin population also has Serbian citizenship. So a lot of them pay their taxes back in Serbia, or they don't pay their taxes at all. So that it's a complicated kind of scheme system there. But of course, the Georgian would not know anything about that.
It seems like such a chill place. It deserves C tier. Estonia is the rich brother of the Baltics.
I don't care. Baltics do not exist. 4803. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. We're not covering those.
Based and honestly,
we're not covering those because they don't exist. Next.
It would be a very good country if it wasn't just so unbelievably broke. It's also the least visited country in Europe with only 11,000 people visiting it yearly. For example, 235,000 people visited Ukraine last year, and they're literally at war right now. And Moldova is named after the Moldovan River, which isn't even in Moldova's borders, it's in Romania. And yeah, I'm sorry Moldovans, but it's getting a D tier. Albanian politicians have mastered being unemployed. It was 2 p.m. in Tirana, and Albania's prime minister had the time to meet ISO Speed on short notice. These motherfuckers aren't doing anything. Although Albania gets...
No, I can't believe I'm gonna defend fucking Albania on Maine. No, they understand just how influential interacting with KSI is. How are you as a content creator undermining the fact that one country, Albania, realizes how important content creators are and interacted with KSI when it comes to, the executive level of the state? How are you turning that into a negative? How are you turning that into a negative? How in the mother of Jesus? What?
Insane points for having the hardest flag of all time. Not only that, but the fact that you can do that cool thing with your hands just adds aura points. And also a lot of you might think that Albania is just Tirana, but Albania is extremely beautiful.
I don't think Speed is KSI. That was KSI. Did I say speed? What the fuck? I did a racism. Did he say I should speed or did I say I said KSI? Did I just do a what? I said speed? I'm sorry. Speed, not KSI. What? Who said KSI? Did I say KSI? You said, oh my God. 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 I am half a bottle of vodka in. That is my fucking excuse. It is not excusable. No, kill me. No. Ban me off the platform. No. It's completely deserved. Completely deserved. Completely deserved. I did a race. I think I genuinely did a racism. Did I just call ISO Speed KSI? Oh my fucking God. I can explain it. Today I watched a TikTok about KSI's cars. So KSI was in my brain when it came to, I don't know. But that's not an excuse. So now again, I'm like convoluting a streamer with a YouTube content creator, one from Britain and the other one a fucking Yank, that both happen to be black. Good job, Hugo. Good job, Hugo. No, that was fucked up. I apologize. That was fucked up. No, that was fucked up. Can't believe I just called Speed KSI because I actually really respect Speed. KSI, I really do not. Finally, the cancellation you were looking for, right? Start spamming Twitter right now saying, you Gopnik, all black people look the same, Gopnik. Typical Slav, thinking they're all the same. Or if you happen to be black, a typical Slav, thinking we all look the same. That was really bad. Bro thinks the thing that gets him canceled is mixing up Speed and KSI. Dude, this is the worst thing I've ever done. That shows how little fucked up shit I've done. Oh, God. We spent a 30-minute apology video by Monday. Yeah. Ugopnik is over party. Is it that big of a deal? It's probably not. I'm just fucking around. I apologize. That was stupid. I'm not taking it that seriously. Jesus Christ. I'm self-ironizing, but also I should apologize. That was low-key weird. That was weird. That I would confuse it too. That was weird.
Emigrate to
Can somebody get me a clip of me saying that particular thing? Because I want to see if it was intended or if it was random.
The time, a Chicago labor union posted fat furry porn to its official Facebook page, igniting a Nazi communist furry war. In January of 2020,
Comrade Internet, what the fuck?
Other countries, and Albania usually would get D tier, but their insane beauty pushes them up to C tier. Kosovo so awash with fake euro coins, they are accepted as payment. Kosovo has reached the levels of vassal state of America we never thought possible. You know how much you have to meet right the US to celebrate 4th of July in Europe? You see, Kosovo is horrendously broke. If you thought Moldova was broke, Kosovo is...
Dude, Kosovo literally achieved independence and then half of the country left. Half of the country migrated the second they achieved independence. It's incredible. KSI, I meant KLA. I meant the KLA, which is the Albanian, fucking paramilitaries.
Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA.
These kinds of YouTube videos about geopolitics are honestly disproportionately harmful. Capitalist Western propaganda is so effective because they can pour out this slop and literal children watch it and have nothing to compare it to because American education is being dismantled by anarcho-capitalists. While I completely agree These are pitched as, like meme channels. They're still extremely harmful because they oversimplify entire countries, entire peoples, entire cultures, entire ethnicities. And for children, I completely agree that the first interaction that those children have with those particular ethnicities, nationalities, and cultures is that of basically being compared to a meme. So yeah, but that doesn't mean we can't low-key shit post about it. You are the rent payer.
Next level. The average salary is like $400, $500, and I genuinely can't say anything about Kosovo. This building is cool, I guess. Other than that, it's a very poor country. The thing is, Kosovo is a disputed territory between the Serbians and the Albanians, and I honestly don't know how anyone hasn't come up with this, but we'll go by my golden rule on how to fix every territory dispute ever. Just give it to the UK. See? Now none of you get anything. And now it's the UK's burden to see which euro coins are real and which are not. But honestly, they got ethnically cleansed by Serbs, which didn't happen, but they would do it again. So despite everything else being bad, I gotta give them victim points for that. And instead of F, just put them in D. Yeah, Belarus is cooked. I can't lie. One of the most corrupt countries in Europe. They're basically European North Korea, with Lukashenko ruling the country with an iron fist for the...
I just went to a Belarusian wedding of people of Belarusians that live in the Balkans, and they would completely disagree with the Georgian sled rider.
The last 30 years. Yes, he has been in power since 1994. Belarusians tried to have a revolution, but then Russian forces held...
like 12 people from the center of the capital that are a little bit richer tried to run around with fascist flags, and the rest of the country said, eat my dick, and they're like, what the fuck? And I'm not a Lukashenko stand or whatever, but to imply that he does not have mass support in Belarus is fucking absurdly insane.
Their puppet Belarusian government squashed them. Salaries are ass. That's why every Belarusian ever works in the IT industry, preferably for a foreign company, and generally anything computer related, because literally any other profession results in you making less than $500 a month. There is a reason Belarusians keep trying to sneak over into Poland, because honestly, so would I. I get it. I feel bad. It's just the thing that's going on right now. And
there was footage of Arabs and shit sneaking into Poland through Belarus that the Belarusians are using as a tool of fighting Western Europe, where they fly in people from the Middle East and let them pass the border.
Not many of us can do anything about it until Russia uncolonizes them. Also, Belarus has not been having the good last couple hundred years at all. In World War II, they had the most amount of casualties percentage-wise, where nearly a third of their population were casualties of the Germans. Also depicted in the Le Deep movie, Come and See, which is about the German war crimes in Belarus. The only thing I can say is I wish them a happy recovery, and I hope everything turns out better for them, because the whole Belarus situation sucks. F tier. Well.
Have a good one. Bye.